So let's see if we can get the call going. We go to Infinite Call. Join Infinite Call here, yes. And then we're going to press the Meet Now button. Down. Audio call. There we are. Oh, shit. Did that work right? No. No, I did the wrong thing. Shit. Okay, waiting for others to join. How do we leave it? Okay, then we press audio call. That's so fucking stupid. Alright, so let's hope somebody answers sometime soon. T-Take Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother. 100, thank you. That's the stream. Let's see if someone joins us on the call. Is that you, Aristides?
It is.
Oh, thank God. Ooh, that's scary. Yeah, don't make your voice so deep. It sounds like you're on some kind of synthesizer or something. We're live stream.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh my God, you still sound like you're on a synthesizer. How did you get your voice like that? Well,
everything's normal, Douglas. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Oh, he took off the Darth Vader mask. Okay. So, yes, I apologize for calling you so late. I think everything will run quite smoothly in terms of, still want to talk to you privately, of course, catch you up on everything, and we'll hopefully do that between now and the weekend. Matter of fact, we'll have to look at our calendar to confirm that. Anyhow, we are live streaming, and we'll see, it says, YouTube's not getting enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Hopefully that calms down soon. We are getting a totally green square on the online broadcasting software. Oh, do me a favor, say hello again, Aristides, and let me check if you're registering.
Hello again. Am I registering?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay.
And John Doe, who is our dear T-Take Berry, says loud and clear, brothers, for both of us. Excellent. Okay, so we're doing as well as we can to start with. It's just Aristides and myself so far. But I do want people to know, with the amount of things we have to talk about or I have to address, it would be perfectly acceptable. Not that I'm discouraging anyone. Hopefully everybody joins on and interjects whenever they feel like it. But honestly, there's just so much I have to cover. I'm just going to start in the monologue. So I want Aristides, of course, to conduct his usual blurb first. And by all means, Aristides, do us a favor and remind people that people often get unsubscribed without their being notified, and that they need to constantly check that. And okay, but other than that, dear Aristides, are you in the mood to take it away for a few moments? I'll be right here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, when you show up, hit the upvote. That's the thumbs up little icon there. Give Douglas a thumbs up. Yeah, you don't see the thumbs down, the down votes, but they are placed supposedly by detractors of Douglas, perhaps by bots and in numbers. And then what that does is it affects the all-powerful algorithm, and it makes it harder for Douglas to be displayed or suggested or appear in searches and such, and to make a living doing what he does. So please hit the upvote. And as he said, slide right over, make sure the button says subscribed. If not, please hit that. Even if you had before, it could have come undone. And the little notification bell is there. Please hit that. That puts a little pop-up on your device that the program is starting.
Excellent.
And whether it's on time, hopefully you're used to showing up on time, but it's busy, or in the case that the stream gets cut off and he's restarting, and then it can take quite some time. So just put that on.
Yes.
Not like it's every multiple times a day, all these annoying notifications that you get for things.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you can do that. So you do need an account to do all these things. Should not be hard to make one if you don't have one. Once you do have one with YouTube, you can. I believe it is. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's the same as Google, right? I think it might be the same thing as the Google account. I don't know. Could be. Once you have that, you can go into your account settings and actually create sub channels. Normally, people use these for different content, but You don't have to put anything in them, but they are each capable of their own upvote, so you can do extra upvotes. I've just now done more than one, so you can do all that. And here we put the PayPal link there in the chat. Please contribute if you can. Douglas can inform us of his financial status for the month, and I think it's just when you have all the extra stuff going on.
Yes, this month of June is when the overwhelming majority of our renewals for various services that make this program possible take place. So we get hit with everything. It's like a sledgehammer. Yeah. Thank you for reminding
so
people.
Please keep that in mind. And if you cannot find the link, we'll try to keep it in the chat. Or if you're just hearing this on audio, you can go to PayPal and search Douglas D. Dietrich, just spelled Diet Rich Dietrich.
Yes.
All one word. And you should be able to find him. And I believe you should be able to even send money if you don't have a PayPal account. There should be something to click through there to just use a credit card and send to him, even if you don't have an account. So it shouldn't be an excuse, but maybe you should have an account. It's cool if you don't want to. You can also grab the link out of the browser bar, the YouTube link, and save that, share that, post that somewhere. That will remain the same after the program is live. Also, after the program is live, Douglas will, the comments will be enabled underneath the program window, and Douglas will put a pinned comment there. I'm going, oh, I have not uploaded the last one. So yeah, we'll put a pinned comment there with his contact info and stuff. Please upload that. And any other positive comments there, also for similar algorithm reasons, so they don't get disappeared or whatnot. So please do all that. And what else am I?
You're doing great. You did fabulous. I think you covered pretty much everything. But yeah, anything else that comes to mind, feel free to express it.
Okay, well, I think that's it.
I think so too. I think you did great. Thank you. Bless you. And that's our man Aristides, without whom this program would not be possible. I apologize for not sending you a private message for how appreciated your services were with our latest transmission before tonight's. I actually got called over to the Estates unusually because of the need to put into context for the lads what's going on in Los Angeles. Obviously, my perspective is different from most people. I have a pretty global perspective. In fact, I have a almost pathologically global perspective in the sense that I automatically go global with my thoughts, as opposed to your normal individual to whom life is very immediate and personal. And for me, that's a coping mechanism that keeps me from concentration too much on what's going on around me immediately and personally, which throughout the overwhelming majority of my life was just horrible and quite negative, and certainly something most people would not survive. A few questions that I will answer en route to talking about current events in Los Angeles in context of what's going on worldwide. And they're already coming in about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream. Do bear in mind that we are entering, today is of course a very bad day in terms of an anniversary. It's the 54th commemorative day of the invasion by the United States federal government via law enforcement proxies that included the FBI and all of the local law enforcement constabulary special forces that they could mobilize, meaning SWAT teams. And they invaded Alcatraz Island to conduct what was effectively a depopulation of the Native Americans who had resettled there, attempting to establish a government in exile from the United States of America, which of course quite realistically occupies their land. And they wanted to create, in other words, an indigenous peoples or a First Nations Native American Taiwan. And they were protected internationally in the sense that there were warships from the Empire of Japan the Greater Soviet Union and the People's Republic of Communist China on the Asian mainland that had stationed a number of warships each off in international waters off the coast of the United States, and threatened to intervene in the operations if the Americans sent military troops to what they were considering recognition of. And they were considering recognition of the Native American government in exile on Alcatraz Island. And this would, of course, there were various motivations for this. With communist China on the Asian mainland, theirs was actually the most obvious. It was simply, okay, the Americans are supporting Taiwan off our mainland, let's support a indigenous government off their mainland in a big fuck you. And so it's not that their warships were particularly large. I mean, honestly, they were more along the lines of frigates in the case of the People's Republic of China. But they were there in a show of morale, a show of force that was definitely, it was definitely accounted. And because they were, after all, by that time, thanks to Nixon himself, who was the president, they were on the road towards what would ultimately be Jimmy Carter's helping replace my China with their China on the seat in the United Nations. So they were at that point still not on the Security Council of the United Nations, but thanks to Nixon himself playing the China card and playing them off against the Greater Soviet Union, then they were en route to that recognition. Now, the Greater Soviet Union, which of course had been played by Nixon, where he had mobilized the communist Chinese against them, they were supporting my Taiwan. And as a result, were obligated to kind of try and recognize or consider recognition of this Native American government in exile off the American mainland as a counterpoint to the communist Chinese. In other words, if a conflict happened between China and the Greater Soviet Union, which of course at that point was already going literally nuclear with the kind of conflicts that were taking place on the longest border in the world, which is not, believe it or not, between Canada and the United States, but between what was then the Greater Soviet Union and Communist China. Then at that time, when you had these clashes in the Gobi Desert and various other areas that tactical nukes were deployed simply because the battlefield was so vast. And Americans would brush it off by telling the American public these are Chinese communist nuclear tests. Okay, so as a result, if they had gone all out where the Greater Soviet Union was going to invade communist China, they would have, of course, conducted a two-pronged maneuver, and they would have put every effort to supply my Taiwan to reinvade the mainland and reestablish the nationalist government. For those of you who do not know, the Greater Soviet Union's consulates and embassies never recognized communist China on the Asian mainland for generations. They moved their consulates, their embassies to Taiwan, and they still recognized nationalist China because nationalist China was technically the first nation to go to war against the Axis in World War II with the Sino-Japanese War. And as a result, the Greater Soviet Union always had the mentality of better the devil you know than the one you don't, even though they had made communist China on the Asian mainland possible. They did not trust them, and they did not trust Mao Zedong. And of course, that feeling of enmity was reflected and ultimately exploded in the breakup of the so-called monolithic communist bloc in Eurasia, where Nixon visited Maoist China. Obviously, that would not have been possible if Mao had not opened the door for him to walk in. And therefore, it wound up with Taiwan being supported by the Greater Soviet Union for many generations after China took their seat. As a matter of fact, Chiang Kai-shek's son, Zhang Jingguang, was married to a Russian woman, for those of you who do not know. And so his children were half Russian. But at that point, he turned over all power to democracy in the only peaceful exchange from a wartime martial law dictatorship to complete democracy. Taiwan is the only nation in the world that has ever done that peacefully, without any revolution and without any coercion. The deal was we attain 100% literacy. Everyone is educated beyond the degree of high school. Everyone literally in Taiwan, once everyone in Taiwan had at least a high school education and there was 100% literacy, he turned the government over to the people. And so, as a matter of fact, it's amazing to me, astonishing, that his family has maintained such privacy after that no one has ever followed up on, hey, whatever happened to his half-Russian kids or anything like that. I never seen any documentaries. I never saw any follow-up. But at any rate, Zhang Jiguo did that. But the Greater Soviet Union, because of their own politics, were also out there off the coastal waters. And in the end, Richard Nixon basically upholding the decree for, you can look this up, I'm not making this up, the eradication of all Native American Indian tribes, a decree put in writing by Harry Truman, who, having lost World War II, had no one else to take his ire out on other than the poor Redskins, as he called them. He put in the written order for an eradication of all tribes. And Nixon was determined to carry it out now that the tribes were threatening, in his eyes, in his worldview, the United States by establishing a radical government that was being supported by the Japanese, the Communist Chinese, and the Greater Soviet Union. And as a result, to prevent a war with them, but he did not use the military, but used the FBI SOGs. They call them SOGers, SOG being an acronym for Special Operations Groups, FBI SWAT teams, along with local San Francisco Police Department, SWAT teams, and various mobilized sheriffs, etc. And as a military unit, you would call it a paramilitary operation. They went in and they took Alcatraz Island out. Now, this was like without even the help of the U.S. Coast Guard, because that's a military, it's a branch of the military service. So they had to do this without the help of the Coast Guard. This was all done by helicopters and police boats. And don't think that they weren't armed to the teeth. I mean, what they had there was more than capable of wiping out every man and woman and child on that island. But they captured most of them, but like I said, a good number of the Braves, the male warriors, escaped, about 100 of them, and took a missile base in California hostage, because many of them had served in the U.S. military, and they not only knew where the base was located, at least a few of them knew the codes to launch the missiles, because they had been part of the U.S. military. This resulted in, since they were on the American mainland, actual soldiers being deployed from the Presidio military base to wipe them out. And by the way, so here we are. This is our dear friend T-Tank Berry is providing many images of Indian Alcatraz, or Native American Alcatraz is what we would call it today, because you think of Asian Indians when you think of Indians now. Believe it or not, there was a time nobody would have thought that. There was a time in America when Asian Indians were so rare, nobody would think about that. And so Sammy Romero says, I remember you talking about Alcatraz and Richard Oates. He says Alcatraz was called Turtle Island. Be right back. Let us know as soon as you're back, Sammy. So, here we are. Let us know. As soon as you, return. Sammy, and here we are. And of course, T-Tank Berry is putting in many other photographs. He may have even found one of our man Harry Truman, I say that facetiously, signing that Indians of all tribes, signing that declaration for the eradication of all tribes. I'm not quite sure what that photograph is, so let me put a surprise on it. Oh wait, this one is more recognizable. This one is Harry Truman with Native Americans, and it's like, he did appear with Native Americans and then still wrote that eradication of all tribes order. He says, another white trash piece of shit. Indeed. Yes, quite so. And So that being said, hopefully people get the general picture of that happened 57 years ago, a bad day to be a Native American and a bad day for humanity. Aside from that, I do want people to know that as we hit midnight, then we transition into the 9th Pulse Massacre Memorial Day, which all you need to do is open up the text in that's beneath tonight's episode. Tonight's episode has a text box. Every episode has a text box, and there's usually some explanation. First thing you need to do is remember that there's asterisks in every title generally. Generally, there's an asterisk or two or three. In this case, there's, you add one asterisk for a first footnote, 2 for a second, and 3 for a third. And so there's literally, it leads up to 6 asterisks when you've got 3 footnotes. And there's 6 asterisks on tonight's title. So that's 3 footnotes. Make certain to review those footnotes, and it will lead you to a text that is subnoted. And the subnoted text will explain the Pulse Night of Remembrance. I almost lost my son that night. I was on the phone with him while he was in Miami that night, Orlando. And I so don't even want to think about this. And I heard he said, oh, wow, there's fireworks, because they were headed towards the Pulse nightclub. And I said, those aren't fireworks. That's firearms. Get the hell out of there. Honestly, it was so close. And it was like, all I can say is that thankfully nothing happened to him. There were literally 100 other people, over 100 other people, who were not that lucky, not that fortunate. And they were killed by an ISIS terrorist. For those of you who did not know, and this son of a bitch, Omar Mateen, and that, of course, is not his real name. That's the name he's come to be known by. Omar Mateen was a full-fledged, card-carrying ISIS terrorist. So what does the United States government do? They give him the highest level of security clearance you can have as a civilian, and made him armed security in an American nuclear power plant. And so his job was to go to different American nuclear power plants and inspect them for security. This is, of course, you're going to, don't take my word for it, just look it up. This is your American government at work. This is your American government. This is what they do. They give high-level security clearances to Muslim terrorists who are so fucking swarthy. You would have thought this guy was from the heart of darkest Africa or something, and he's got a beard a mile long, which they allowed because, oh, well, that's his culture. And he's like a turban-wearing Muslim piece of shit who said, I want to kill all Americans. What do? Give him a security clearance. Put him in charge of nuclear power plant security. Let him go everywhere. And because he couldn't figure out how to put these things into meltdown because he's not an engineer, he decides he's going to take out a nightclub. This is the United States of America. And so this is why you have no security. This is why you're in complete and total freefall. It's what I was exposing forever. And of course, it's like there's no defense for this. There's no excuse for this. It's, you deserve everything you get because you don't listen to me. Instead, I'm the most suppressed figure in media because I express these facts. So just understand, unless you start listening to me, you're all going to die. All of your nuclear power plants are going to be converted to weapons. Your entire land will become irradiated because they're all near population centers. And it doesn't matter if they weren't, because the wind would blow the radiation everywhere all over the continent. You will effectively be blanketed in the majority of your heaviest population centers by default of geographic location and the winds. And this is because you give all of your nuclear power plant security to ISIS terrorists. What happened with Trump? What happened with Trump when he became president for the second time? He went to Syria. What did he do in Syria? He met with ISIS. What did he do with the commandant of ISIS? What they call the commander, like Cobra Commander. That's where they get the term from for the G.I. Joe cartoons. He met with the commander of ISIS and said he's the greatest guy in the world. And what's going on now? Those guys are being hired to do nuclear power plant security by Trump and his misadministration. And so it's going to be Pulse nightclub all over again, except all of you are going to get wiped out instead of a bunch of gay guys. So there you go. That's where your man Trump is at. And you wonder why they want me suppressed, why they want me fucking dead. And believe me, they've tried in that regard often enough. Honestly, you got to get these guys out of power. And literally put myself in. I'm the only one who's seen it all. Knows what to do about the problems that you've got, knows where all the skeletons are buried. And you might ask, well, there's got to be other people aside you, Douglas. Well, no, not really. None of them that are capable of speaking above the level of monkey grunts. Yeah, you think I'm... honestly, why do half the people in your government get their positions? Because they're privileged white trash pieces of shit. And they just get it because they're white. Why do the other half of people work in your government? Because they're fucking niggers and faggots and just a bunch of assholes who get in through DEI. And they're just hired because they're niggers and faggots and other levels of deviancy or aberration from the white norm. And are any of them qualified? No, none of them. Not a single goddamn one. There must be some. Where are they? None of them are there now. Where were they when Trump went to Syria? Why did Trump go to Syria? How come no one asked, why is Trump meeting with ISIS? Didn't ISIS attack us? Well, yeah. Did any of you know it? Well, no. Read the text box. The terrorist attack in which my son could have died in. 320 people. Massacred in a club. 50 of them died. Another half a hundred of them were basically on life support the rest of their lives in one form or another. The rest were injured. And this guy, this ISIS terrorist, well, he conducted the deadliest mass shooting by a single gunman in United States history until the one that was conducted the year after that, the Las Vegas massacre. This was, as well, the deadliest terrorist attack in the United States since the September 11th attacks in 2001. So when Trump goes to Syria, meets with the head of ISIS, and says, let's hire some of your boys for security in our nuclear power plants, that's the equivalent of his rendezvousing with Osama bin Laden and saying, hey, let's take members of Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and make them our generals of our military and put them in charge of, what do they call it? Family planning, like abortion centers and shit. It's like, this is the level of insanity that you've got in your United States government. It's not just Trump. It was all the way before him. It was just like this. It was all the same. He's got many other issues that simply stand out a lot more, but you're without hope now. There's no hope. You have effectively experienced a takeover by the Taliban. You've got ISIS in your borders now, thanks to this son of a bitch. You are a joke. And you don't even know it. You have no right to survive. So all that being qualified, these are the two anniversaries. Your desire to exterminate American Indians till midnight tonight is being commemorated. To your desire to exterminate yourselves, which is being commemorated as we transition into tomorrow after midnight. And in the meantime, between all that, it's my job to try. Just try to put what's going on right now in Los Angeles into context. And it's going to take about 2 episodes to do this. It'll literally, probably, realistically take tonight and Sunday night to try and put this into context. And Russia's involved. It takes a lot of explanation to present that to you. It's basically, in a nutshell, both Trump and Putin have been humiliated. I will give you the details on that. And even though you know what happened to Putin, basically the Ukrainians kicked his nuclear ass, which never existed in the first place. It was all just show. It was like empty dildos. He's shooting blank loads. There are no fucking nukes in Russia. And therefore, when they took out the delivery mechanisms, his nuclear air force, it was all being used to basically, it was all being used to deliver conventional weapons. So he got that taken away from him. His strategic, meaning nuclear capable air force, he was destroyed. That was being used to deliver conventional bombs anyway, which is a direct violation of the nuclear, how would we call that? Protocols, the nuclear protocols. It's supposed to be a dedicated service used only for nuclear delivery as a deterrent. He violated all that by using it to deliver conventional weapons, which made it a conventional target. That's why he cannot respond, even if he had nukes. Theoretically, legally, by international law, he could not respond due to strategic arms limitations treaties. That doesn't mean he could not physically do so, but it would just be another violation of international law. It's one of the reasons that the International Court has put out a warrant for his arrest, because he is a war criminal. All that being said, he's someone who, while he's certainly mentally and morally capable of doing the worst you can imagine, does not have the capacity to do so. However, he does in a different sense, through Trump. And so because of his humiliation, Trump is compensating by trying to wipe out Los Angeles, essentially. That's so there's obviously Trump's own personal hatred of California, and definitely I want people to understand that would be the briefest summation of what I have to go into in detail tonight. If Sammy's returned with us, let us know, and say hi, and like I said, let our dear brother Isaac know that it'll take me about 2 episodes to go through this. And I already have told the Blood Boys all of this and explained everything to them in detail. All of you will simply receive, in a sense, the same lesson that I've given to the Blood Boys, and it's a lesson all of you sorely need. And remember, spread the word. You can't let all this stay here. You've got to let other people know the truth. By the way, I want to give our greatest thanks to T-Take, Barry, and Aristides in the chat, and I encourage other people to participate. Aside from that, I will, if enough people ask, I'll explain other elements of that photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. And other questions came in about my health, not in terms of asking about my physical or mental health, though though it would be surprising to. How would I say it? It's kind of like when Troy Bellamy was shocked when I explained to him somebody had punched me in the face in the photograph that was embedded in thumbnail of live stream on our latest episode before tonight's. And I said, oh yeah, that was aftermath of someone punching me in the face. And he was shocked. He was like, what? And I was like thinking, why is he shocked? Sure. Yeah, you would think he would ask, why doesn't this happen more often? But at any rate, yes, dear Sammy is back with us. Hey,
I'm back.
Yes, so dear Sammy, like I said, please share with Isaac. It'll probably take me 2 episodes to do this justice. And I'm going to do my best tonight to cover as much as I can on Los Angeles in world context, but I have to return to the subject on Sunday as well. So do ask him to tune in both times if he can, or review it, later on when he can. So, by the way, how are you? And catch us up on your own thoughts. Any status report on his situation? Is he safe and all right?
Well, here's the thing, because what he does involve government work.
Yes.
With what he does, it's like, how can I say it? It's almost like what he does, you're like a ghost. In other words,
Yeah.
a ghost in the sense of the world still has to function. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Aside from what's going on in protests, and believe it or not, the protests haven't been really bad. It's just when you involve the military and what Donald Trump is doing as far as exacerbating by putting in the military.
Yes.
I have family that's actually in the military right now who's down there, and they're just babysitting.
Mm-hmm.
But now him bringing up Marines,
Yeah.
well, what he's doing is he's just really exaggerating and really just wanting violence.
Yes.
Wanting reaction, and that's really what it is. Because the LAPD is very well capable of riots. Southern California, LA, is no stranger to riots.
Yeah.
Or any type of police or policing, really. I mean, I'm not saying it's the best police in the world, but they're more than capable. In fact, you talked about this. Most law enforcement in the United States is over-militarized.
Yes, absolutely.
It's disgustingly over-militarized. It's like they have the equipment. It's just Donald Trump is, and it makes a lot of sense. He's pretty much Putin's meat sock puppet, and he gets his orders to flex, the power that he has. The problem is that there's going to be a lot of lawsuits involved.
Oh yeah.
We have, U.S. citizens, people that have status, that have been kidnapped.
Yes.
They've been
literally. He's not exaggerating. Go on. Yeah.
No, they've been kidnapped.
And this includes children. This includes children.
Exactly.
Yes.
And the sad part, you have people that haven't bathed in a week. And we don't know the conditions. The ICE quote unquote agents, which really are just, Proud Boys, that is just they're just bounty hunters. Yeah. They don't know how to, there's protocol to all this. They don't know that. I mean, not that they don't know, they're too stupid to understand this is not, there's going to be a lot of blowback, and in many layers is what I was thinking about prior to your transmission. Because what people don't understand is, or they fail to realize is, undocumented people, or, Mexicans or Latinos in general, are just the first to get picked on.
Yes.
This is just the beginning. We're talking all walks of life, women, and another big issue that's going to come up, because Trump is going to make it an issue, is birthright citizenship.
Yes.
No one's safe. So the people that are thinking, well, I have, I'm good here, no, you're not. This goes to my African American, community. If that's, obviously it's going to be, make it a state issue. Can you imagine people in the, our fellow African American people in the South?
Yeah.
If that's, put into place, do you think, states like Alabama and Mississippi and Arkansas are going to, they're not going to change their mind, or they're not going to implement? It's not like, there's no sundown state, sundown cities there as it is.
So true. Yes.
You're talking about giving them actual policy on who gets to be a citizen, states. It's disgusting.
It'll be back to slavery, but go on. In effect,
well,
it's not by
right.
law. Yes,
exactly. And the problem is it's disgusting, because legislation should have passed, or how you've always talked about, we should have been amending our Constitution already.
Yes.
Our Constitution is grossly outdated.
Yes.
And this is this is just going on birthright citizenship. You're talking about women as well, women issues.
Yes.
All this can be rolled back because he had the Supreme Court.
Yes.
And this is one of the things that you talked about less than a year ago.
Yes.
2 years ago when Roe versus Wade. This is, we're here now. And I remember talking to my coworkers about this, and they were oblivious to it. They said, this can't happen. I'm like, for God's sakes, he's having a military parade for his birthday. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Donald Trump is not leaving. He's not going to leave. He's not going to leave. You're going to have to kill him, drag him out, or, the powers that be are going to have to give him an ultimatum where he's going to have to get out because you're talking about someone who's insane. He's not even evil no more. It's not about evil or good. He's just insane.
Yes. Excellent way of putting it. Yes. Go on.
Well, he is. It's there's a lot of people you can say are evil, but they're not insane.
Yes.
There's a method to the madness when it comes to evil. It takes ingenuity. It takes genius.
Yes.
It takes a level of coordination.
Yes.
This, on the other hand, is just flat out insanity.
Yes. And
it's going to come to a point where, and this is my question to even the elected officials, especially on the right, how insane is insane to them, or what's too far already? I mean, is it going to be back to the old Dixiecrat South? Is that what they want? Are we all going to be sipping Menjulas and,
Love it. Yes.
Is that the point where they want to, are we going to be smacking each other with gloves? I challenge you to a duel. Is that how far south you get what I'm trying to say? Because even to this point, there's just a lot of red tape. There's going to be people that are never going to be seen ever again.
That's true.
Because of this.
And notice when they bring them back from El Salvador, then they automatically pin the pedo trip on them. That's like, oh my God. It's like, it's well, but go on.
That's and the funny thing about it is it's one of these, the issue about this too is, Doug, this very much is a mind war in the sense of, in a lot of ways, there's gonna have to be change, whether we like it or not. We're not gonna be the same anymore.
No.
You're talking about a population that does the back-breaking labor.
Yes.
Does the labor that
no white man will do. Yeah. It's going, or black men these days.
I mean, in my opinion, why don't they bring all the South Africans over here?
Yeah.
And let them work the fields out here in Kern County and Imperial Valley.
Yeah.
And let them pick strawberries up, up north, and do all that labor. I mean, reach out to your fellow, white cracker,
I love it. Yes.
I mean, it's the truth, but the sad truth is, a lot of these people that have these views on, deport, they're not looking, a couple of months from now, hell, a month from now.
Oh God, yes.
A couple of weeks from now.
I don't know if I'll get to it tonight, but I will get to it most certainly by Sunday if I don't get to it tonight. But I do want people to know that Deutsche Bank in United Germany conducted an extensive analysis and concluded that Trump's mass deportation, the Republican anti-immigration stance, is doing far more damage to the American economy than even the tariffs. Which is
absolutely
yes. It shows you how extreme the situation is. Yes, continue.
Well, and the thing about it is, minorities in general, and I hate that term minorities because it's just stupid. But
yes, true.
Especially the Latino community, you have to understand there's going to be a World Cup tournament down in South Florida in Miami area.
Yes,
ICE is going to be quote unquote securing the location. They don't realize a lot of that economy especially the consumer economy when it comes to just sporting events, period, is fueled by the Latino community.
Of course.
And that's just a lot of revenue. Just in business, period. This is not good. It's not good in a lot of ways when it comes to democracy or capitalism, period.
Yes.
I literally today got bombarded with job offers for jobs that I don't want. Not that I don't want, it's just I don't have to work.
Yes.
But
Thank God.
the thing is, there's going to be blowback for this, and it's not going to be pretty. If people think, well, I'm not going to have, my fresh strawberries picked. It goes far deeper than that, and we're only 4 months in.
Oh God!
That already tells me Donald Trump is not going to last 4 years, because he was never planning on landing he was never planning on lasting 4 years as president.
Right.
What he wants is a dictatorship.
Absolutely.
As we see ICE right now conducting themselves, the one thing that hasn't happened is people have not been taking arms, not yet.
Yes.
And the thing with ICE is they're so paranoid that people are. In a lot of ways, how can I say this? Your fears are going to be manifested into reality, especially when how they act and people know your intentions. People can automatically, just by seeing you and how you act, this is not a lawful way of doing things. And how I spoke last week is. It wasn't really on me being emotional or angry. It's just I know my people in a sense of how they act.
Yes.
There's a tipping point when it comes to human beings when you see your loved one being ripped away from you and gone and kidnapped. This triggers something that forget if pain is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
You inflict pain on someone, people go insane.
Yes.
And there's nothing more dangerous than someone not having nothing to lose.
Yes.
You're creating an environment where not even law enforcement have never faced.
Yes.
Most law enforcement have never been into combat, have never been overseas, of dealing with this type of pain.
That's right.
It's very, very dangerous. And that's going to be very much, I hope it doesn't happen, but we don't know. We don't know because and I'm not saying, there hasn't been issues going on today, but what the government is really telling us is your suffering does not matter. We're being inhuman. Our humanity has been taken away in a sense.
Yes.
Because the Latino community, it's all about family.
Yes.
And when you dehumanize somebody, it's not good. It's not good. So that's just my little bit of observation. I have family that really have not been able to travel.
Right.
Haven't been able to go to work.
Yes.
And the city of Los Angeles knows that.
Yes.
And
they feel it economically. They feel it. The streets are empty. The stores are empty.
Absolutely.
Nobody's buying. Go on. Yeah.
And this has a domino effect in a lot of ways that we're going to see in the next couple of weeks. I'm sure San Francisco is the same way. And the one thing I need to remind our listeners is the Latinos are not going to be the only demographic. They're not going to be.
Of course
Congress, if they don't get their head out of their ass on both sides.
Yeah.
Because last I checked, the insurrectionists were going to kill everybody, including our vice president. I don't know what that old geezer's name. I forgot.
Oh,
his name.
Pence.
No.
Pence. Yeah.
Pence. Yeah. That nutless, irrelevant.
Yes, that poor son of a bitch.
Yeah. the January 6th.
By the way,
crazy.
yeah, remember
Go ahead.
that the crazy guy who was on here who was talking about being in an alien base where they were torturing children and all that stuff. Who unfortunately Marina Sarin has kind of like I guess in a sense fallen under his spell, at least to the point where she thought he was legit, quote unquote. That guy who was on this show
Right.
for a single episode, he kept mentioning this Pence guy as or some clone of him being in charge of the base, and I kept thinking, to show you what a non-entity Pence is. All the while he kept talking about him, I kept thinking he was talking about J.D. Vance, just to show you what a non-entity Pence is. But back to Sammy. I'm sorry, I just had to get that out.
No, that's very true. It's just we're talking about someone who's insane,
Yeah.
and my only question now is, I feel like really government is really just standing around, pretty much observing and not doing anything. And like I said, people are not going to forget.
Do you feel that
and there's not-
do you feel that they're observing in a sense of waiting to pounce, or they're just brain dead?
I believe they're not prepared.
That's right.
They're not prepared for the insanity. And what I mean is, I know subconsciously government knew Trump was insane.
Yes.
I
Absolutely.
I don't think they realized how fast he was going to move,
Right.
how fast he was going to try to move down. And what I never understood is, when you have a man who was on the brink of getting indicted, pretty much locked up,
Yes.
quote unquote, which
True.
he never was. He was just going to be disgraced and barred from running politics.
Right.
When you have somebody who was literally taken out of that position by the Supreme Court, Supreme Court Judge Gorsuch, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes. Yes.
once you let out an insane person like Trump and put him in that type of position,
Yes.
it was over.
It is.
It was over.
Yeah.
You don't put a wild animal like that and expect someone to administer, civilly and go through the proper protocols.
It's a bull in a
That's-
china
that's what
shop.
submit-
Yes.
That's it. That first 4 years of his little run was the training wheels, and he pretty much was the single person that caused a pandemic in the sense of administrating it or killing people, as far as not taking action.
That's right.
Now,
Pandemicide.
this
He's
is
guilty
pretty-
of pandemicide. Continue.
Yes, this is pretty much a second tribulation.
Yes.
This is the second half of the tribulation when you talked about
Yes.
the Antichrist. We're living in the second tribulation, okay?
Yes.
And there's no rapture.
That's right. Unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. We haven't been swept up. No. And that is pretty much the reality, where government now. I mean, I see Newsom, barking and making these cute.
Best word for it. That's the
remarks.
best word for it. Yes. Go on.
And acting like he cares, but really, it's disgusting. It's really disgusting how, and I really do blame them. They have as much blame as Donald Trump, because really Donald Trump is just insane enough, and he did his job. He talked to his constituents, but really it was a mixture of election fraud, which has already been proven. I don't know if you know that.
Oh,
They already were
absolutely.
making
Thank you. But
they-
bring it
they-
up
they-
again. Yes, please.
the calculations are already out that Kamala Harris actually won.
Yes. That's
Not that it matters, and it's not that it matters now. And not if they actually take it. The thing is, she won, but who's really going to take it serious now, right?
yes.
The days we live in, as far as quote unquote integrity and our dedication to ethical practices, it's a bunch of horseshit. Okay, for God's sakes, you talked about Native Americans trying to, make a sovereign island in Alcatraz, and they got killed. Okay,
Yes.
those days are over. So the reality is now is, how are we gonna try to cope with this insane man, and really see how bad it's gonna go, and it's gonna get bad in a lot of ways because Trump is his ego is very sensitive. His ass is very sensitive in the sense of he cannot take the pounding that he's been taking.
Yes.
They've been making fun of him. He doesn't like it, but in a lot of ways too, his mind is warping. He's how can I say, when I saw him, when I observed him saying, Newsom should go to jail for just running for governor. That should really tell you in a lot of ways, this is what happens when we don't believe what comes out of his mouth.
Right.
And that's really the fault of government. They think he's playing around. They take it jokingly. We laugh, and it's entertaining. But see, I'm not an elected official. You're not an elected official.
That's right.
But the elected officials do not take it seriously. The judges don't take it seriously. And you see the consequences now.
Yes.
Where he's not playing. That birthright citizenship is next.
Yes.
Women's, there's going to be states where they're going to be setting eyes and checking women's shit.
Yeah.
They're going to be checking their cycle. You're going to have
Absolutely.
to clock in your cycle. And if you try to go to the state, they're going after you.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the world we live in.
Yes.
And who's going to stop him?
And they're going to basically charge them with murder, even if it's a miscarriage. Even if it's a miscarriage. Yeah. Go on.
Well, what they're going to charge you is, they're going to charge you for murder, but really, they're going to charge you in a way an obstruction for murder, because what we really want to do is we want to murder your kids.
Yes, that's quite true.
We want you to pop them out.
Yes.
We want to rape them.
Yeah.
We want to create our version of Little League serial killers.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
If it's not them, then it's going to be all the Iraqi veterans who are going to be triggered. People forget that one of the things that Doug talked about is it's a vicious cycle when it comes to the military. Yes. And what's going to happen with all this violence, and what people don't take in consideration, is all the mental health that our veterans are going to go through now because of all this carnage. It's going to be triggered.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing more mass shootings.
Yes.
Look,
absolutely.
I have to talk to you about this mental health in private, because I have other questions that have hit close to me when involving that. So I'm going to have to hit you up about that. But what I'm trying to relate to the public is immigration is just the first issue. All the issues that Trump is against, he's going to go after because he's insane.
Yes.
And this is where I have to talk, Doug, who's going to stop him? Who is going to stop him? And I'm not saying he's not unstoppable. It's just at this point, the way things are the way government is dragging their feet, trying to create meetings, there's no sense of urgency. It's a sense of, let's create committees and interview people when people are dying. People are literally right now are interned.
Yes.
This is literally back to Manzanar. This is literally back to Auschwitz. And I hate to bring the National Socialists into this, but I forget the other internment camps. Shit, the ones in Washington.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember now. Guantanamo, aside from Guantanamo, but you're talking about historically or the
World War II. Historically,
in World War II. Oh, Washington State. Yes,
Exactly.
They called them internment camps, but that they're concentration camps because they're concentrations of population.
Right.
And believe me, they would have made them death camps if they hadn't lost the fucking war. The only reason they didn't turn them into death camps during the war was because they were juicing the Japanese for their scientific knowledge, trying to get them to teach them how to grow synthetic rubber, because the Japanese had conquered Asia and had a domination on rubber. Shit like that, plus a bunch of Japanese were serving in the U.S. military. And again, just to emphasize to people the heinous injustice of this, the highest collection of congressional medals of honor ever earned by single units were all by Japanese units in World War II fighting for the Americans. So that means the best units the Americans ever had were Japanese fielded units, because they were told your families are going to be killed if you don't make suicide charges. So, but yes, continue, please, by all means. Just that this is where we're at now.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
thank you.
Exactly, and that's a great analogy of what I'm telling is people are being ripped from their families. You have U.S. citizens that have been kidnapped.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Many of them. Far more than people realize. As a matter of fact, you're talking about just any man who's been a citizen for generations with a Hispanic or Latino sounding name. They're walking around with their passports right now. So please continue.
Exactly.
This is like, if you want to, and people say, oh, this isn't like Nazi Germany where everyone says, papers, please. Bullshit. This is, please take it.
And what the problem is, the city of Los Angeles literally does not know what to do.
Of course,
because
yes. Well, this is unprecedented. It's unprecedented.
It's unprecedented.
Yes.
And the thing is, Trump did this on purpose to flex.
Yes.
This is really illegal in the sense of protocol, but it gets to this point of he doesn't care, and it's going to have to take someone to match that in the sense of shutting it down, but he's not going to go quiet in the night like he did the previous administration.
Right.
He surrounded himself now where he's putting things into quote unquote legislation to make sure he's immune. And my problem is when it comes to tyrants like him, especially in this country, all of a sudden we want to adhere to the position of, well, he's a president and how can he be prosecuted? We can't prosecute a president. That's my problem.
But by the way, I want people to understand what Sammy Romero is referencing is the fact that if Donald Trump had not become president a second term, he's a convicted felon on so many counts, he would have had to have done some jail time. I do want people to understand that. So please, back to Sammy. This is, so the only thing keeping him out of jail is the fact that he's fucking president. So this is the horror of a situation.
Exactly. And there was no accountability into making restrictions on his cabinet. No one proposed you need to have a bipartisan cabinet.
Yes, bipartisan.
There was no provision to have watchdogs. I mean, he fired everybody.
Yeah.
My point is this. We have gone so low that we literally gave an insane person the keys.
Yes.
And pretty much said, we're in the shitter, dig farther.
Yes. Yeah.
Because we were, and it just happens all the time in the sense of when we want progression. And I'm not saying we're perfect, we're not. But I can, as a U.S. born citizen, I can appreciate even our not so proud qualities of our nation. Brooke Gibson's one of my good friends. I consider one of good friends.
Yes.
She's from the South. Is she? I make fun of her and I call her racist. She's not, but I can appreciate her culture, and she's not. She's not. It's just her culture in a sense of what she was around.
Yes.
And even yourself, I can appreciate your background and and a lot of other people's backgrounds.
Yes.
But my point is, when it gets to the point where we're at this level, this is no longer even that. This is insanity.
Yes.
And the road that I see in front is very dark, very stormy, and I'm not sure. It's not that I'm not sure. It's just, it's very much. It's a code red.
Yes.
If that, and obviously you talked about this being connected to Russia. I really do believe you. I did hear that the Ukrainians put up a great fight against the Russians, and it's an actual battle, even aside from us not supporting them as we used to. So in a lot of ways, things do turn out in other parts of the world that we may not think, people are resilient, but in reality, people are. It's just, this is just pretty much an experiment, and they're going to move it to other major cities, especially democratic cities.
Absolutely.
Because this is not the beginning. And for those saying, well, Tom Homan and the Trump administration are going to be stopped, the problem is it's happening in real time.
Yes.
And even if somehow, the Republicans get their head out of their ass and actually see what's going on, the damage is going to be done.
Yes.
And this is where I believe, we need to start looking at redrafting a new constitution.
Absolutely.
I do support someone being first citizen. There needs to be, the executive branch needs to be pretty much destroyed.
Absolutely.
This old tradition needs to go away, because in a lot of ways, this was going to happen. It's just, unfortunately, it happened in our lifetime.
Yes.
And it's happening for a reason. But, this was no different than presidents from the past. It's just the world got involved.
Yes.
And I believe the world's going to get involved again. I don't know how. Obviously, hopefully, you can contextualize. But this can also lead, in my opinion, to a UN issue.
Yes.
A UN issue as far as the United States being charged for human crimes.
Yes.
Let's not forget, our neighboring country, Canada and Mexico, have that ability.
Yes.
They have the ability to make a case to the UN. Now, do they have the balls? Who knows? But the United States can be in a sense, can be the first democracy. I'm not saying I'm not sure if it's going to be the first democracy, but we can be charged with human crimes, with human rights violations.
As well, we should have been long time ago, but go on.
Well, those were the good old days. Those were, we were practicing manifest destiny, right?
Yes.
But this is just me trying to really observe what's going on, and it's really right now. It's very tense. There's a lot of tension, especially with the military, but it's just really, there's going to become a point where people are walking around and there's soldiers not doing anything.
Yes.
Because it's not that people are rioting, it's just there's many different ways that this can go. And in one way, things can dissipate, and, obviously there's still people missing, but life still has to go on. Bills have to get paid. Yes. Cities still have to run. And you can see that this is going to be, fiscally, we're screwed.
Yes.
Fiscally, we're not only in the red, we're the meter's pretty much busted open. This is just grossly gonna, our debt's gonna be even worse.
Yes.
And we're not even talking about this stupid ass parade that it's just, talk about hilarious. People are going missing, and this idiot's throwing a parade on his birthday, like his birthday is an actual holiday. I digress. I digress. This is we're definitely living in interesting times, and you have to laugh because a lot of it is stupid, because you even see the people he's appointed. That one lady, I forget her name. They call her the Barbie or something like that. I forget.
I forget.
She's supposed to be the I believe she's immigration or something to that effect.
It's something horrible. They're all so horrible.
Right. They're just so, how can I say it? You can tell their incompetency. You can tell they're not qualified. But in reality, this is what politics is as well. Okay, it's who who you're connected with. It's the game that it's Hollywood for ugly people, right?
Yes.
But
yes.
Hopefully, you also have to kind of look at this as a rerun, because it really is. Okay, You've been talking about this for over 10 years.
Yes. Thank you.
You've talked about all this coming to in effect because we refuse to, the critical missions that we omitted are coming back to us.
Yes.
I can say that the missions that we denied are coming back to haunt us, and we're living it. And it's starting with, my population, my people that look like me. But don't worry, everybody's going to get the same type of love. Whether,
Yes.
you don't get your truffles for your 3-course meal, or you get locked up for having an abortion because you decided to live.
Yes.
Not even just for pro-choice, but to actually live.
Yes.
It's going to get to that point if this madman does not get stopped, or someone decides to unalive him.
Yes.
Or I'll leave it at that. It's just I know also I can't get wrapped up in emotions because a lot of it too is social media. Social media has a way of rallying up, and really it's about action. I can complain till the cows come home, but this is a good example of when we don't take voting, we don't take who represents us seriously.
Yes.
But it also shows how much it's just the influence of these states that have no business having influence have an effect on how the tide turns. And really, I hope that we get to have government that represents our global empire, how you talked about.
Yes.
Because the days of seeing pink people represent this whole country, this is what we get, because all of a sudden, the people that are giving this backbreaking labor, that are doing the jobs that normal U.S. citizens don't want to do, suffer. And it's because of this ideology that for some reason we have to deport the backbone of what makes our lives comfortable, which is totally ass backwards.
Yeah, which makes our lives even possible, such as picking the food that we eat, without which we cannot live. This is the insanity of where we're at. But continue, please. I understand your desire to just say, I've said my piece, but there are other things to point out. The horror is that ICE is expanding into the rural areas. It's not just the city. Yeah, and what do you know about that situation? It's
well, they're coming to I know they're coming to Kern County, and I know they've been already in Ventura County already. The problem is, either way, the blowback's going to happen with the economy, where I think the economy is going to crash.
Yeah.
There's going to be economic crash because people don't realize how fragile our economy is when it comes to our daily goods. Most people are living from paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
Most people's only way of enjoying life is getting groceries, making sure the groceries are stocked, making sure, just simple necessities. Not most, working class Americans can't really take a vacation.
That's right.
It's just the reality, and it's not to denigrate working Americans. This is just the reality. We have people that really are dependent on having these luxuries just for mental health.
Yes.
This is not good, and I really do believe our government has failed us.
Oh yeah.
They failed us. They failed us in the sense of having oversight in understanding that as dysfunctional as this country is, it functions on accident, but it's still functioning on accident.
Yes.
And this is all going to be derailed. And it's not saying it's bad. It's just we're not prepared. We're not prepared for another pandemic. We're not prepared for another crash of the economy. We're not prepared
At all.
at all. Our infrastructures are dying, and this is the worst thing that could happen at this present moment. But in a lot of ways too, this is all going to confirm what you talked about too as well.
Thank you.
A lot of stuff is going to come to light, and it's going to be hard to try to spin it where the U.S. government always tries to do, and it's just not going to be the same. You're going to have a demographic that's going to not trust the government. To undo that, it's going to take a lot. And you're going to see the blowback. You're going to see other countries react as well. Canada is going to react to this. Mexico is going to react to this. You have people that are self-deporting, but they're taking out loans.
Yes.
They're taking out 200,000 loans and going to Mexico or going to Canada.
Yes.
You're going to have that a lot. And you're going to see people are going to exercise their options to leave. There's only so much you can bully. Only so much you can not feel welcome. That people are just going to leave, just like the Japanese did.
Yes.
And who's going to replace them?
Yes.
And this is something that this is a possibility, but it's already happening. People are saying, fuck this place. I'm taking out a loan and I'm leaving.
Yes.
And, it is what it is. My point is, also, it's really learning to weather the storm mentally. I think, and this is what I try to pray and have faith that as much as what's going on is affecting me, because I have loved ones close to me.
Yes.
I have to keep my mental state in the sense of, as long as I stay informed, and it's when I say informed, the healthy informed, not propaganda. Yes, I do see what's going on, but in the context of what you talk about is very important because, unfortunately, deportation is not the end of the world in the sense of the world's going to go, or the world's going to end. This is just the beginning of what everybody else is going to go through in their own way. Normal U.S. citizens or taxpaying electorate, whether any ethnicity, they're going to find out and they're going to get their turn, because Trump he's pretty much a retribution. He's out for blood now.
Yeah.
Because he's already embarrassed, and he's going to be more embarrassed now because if the lawsuits are going to fly, and let's say he does get impeached, who's to say, how are you going to stop this man from leaving office? That's going to be the next question, even if he does get impeached.
Yeah.
Even if certain politicians end up getting unalived. They end up running into a bullet, or, end up running into a knife. It's seriously, right?
Yes.
But this is true, Doug. This makes shockwaves. You have to understand. Yeah. People don't start listening. Mike Tyson said a great quote. Everybody has a plan until they get knocked out.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much. Yes.
And how you talked about it, how you've had to take measures to protect your loved ones. Yes. My point is that it's going to take blood in a lot of ways to get people's attention. And this is what I'm trying to say is, if it gets to that point, this can trigger. We might be the ones. The U.S. might be the ones that trigger a world conflict. Yes. Because you talked about a keynote saying, it only takes a certain amount of people to create a global chaos. Yes. So, as far as ICE coming here, what can I say?
Yes.
It's going to be the same story. People are going to get deported, and people have to make provisions. There's people already packing their bags. There's people.
Jesus.
are already making plans to relocate to Mexico, even citizens. Some citizens cannot go without their loved ones, and they might self-deport themselves and leave this country. And you talk about, a housing market having an overflow of homes. The thing is, who's going to buy them? And if they buy them, there's a triple effect.
Yes.
You're talking about the domino effect. That is very much possible. It's just we're in the beginning stages, or at least of what's going on. And I'm very much going to pay attention to what we talk about as far as
Bless you.
Russia and what's going on. I really do believe it's interconnected. It's just this nation is very much, the reason why I say it's going to take blood and it's going to take a very just COVID-like event is people are still going to baseball games. People are still going to the movies still. We're still in these beginning stages where people are still going to entertainment venues thinking it's not gonna affect them, or Trump's not gonna go after them.
Right.
And I'm talking about like a boogeyman, but what I'm trying to say is the way COVID happened, everything shut down. It's gonna take an event like that, in my opinion, to get everybody's attention, because this country is very much, as long as I'm not bothered, I don't care.
Right.
And it doesn't work that way, because this nation's interconnection, whether we like it or not, we're all connected in some way. In the same way with COVID, everybody got affected. And it was very interesting seeing not Karen Bass, but the Black Congress, Maxine Waters.
Yes. Okay.
Was not allowed to see the detention centers. They did not allow her to see her constituents.
That's incredible.
And
that's incredible.
They brought her out, and they threatened to shoot her. And she said, "Well, if you're going to shoot me, you better make sure you aim right, because I'm an elected official." The problem is that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And if you really think about this, when did Maxine Waters ever get training, or when did she ever get a scenario where she faces today? She never has.
That's right.
Nobody has. She can't call on the police. What are the police going to do?
That's right. It's unprecedented. Yes.
It's unprecedented. Exactly. And this is where you, Doug, have talked about this, in the sense of this was just all a ticking time bomb.
Yes.
And when it gets to the protest hasn't moved to the quote unquote important people in Los Angeles. It hasn't moved to the West Side.
That's right.
If all those Jews, I'm sorry.
Okay, quite true. Yes, it's just what it is.
Jews,
yes.
all those Reinsteins and Sayeks and what other Goldbergs, Goldblums, all those people. If those riots go there, exactly. Oh, absolutely.
On his balcony saying, "Oh, it's just nothing's going on in my
yes." we go to Israel tomorrow. Don't worry. We go to Israel tomorrow, and we got bar mitzvah. But no, my point
he was joking. He was like, "I'm having tea with the Marines as there's like a helicopter flying over."
Exactly. But let the protests get to the West Side. Anything west of Western or Normandy. Let it get there. Let it go to Century City. All these areas, Beverly Hills. And a part of me really wants it to.
We all secretly want that.
Well, that's how you know it's a scheme, because they don't let it.
Well, of course. But see, the thing is, let's say it does. And the thing about it is, look, the reason why I'm saying this, because if a George Floyd incident happens, when it comes to raza, when it comes to us, we're very passionate people, okay? The reason why I say this is because what I think sometimes people don't realize is we don't deal well with grief. I'm not saying other cultures don't. It's just, Los Angeles is a gang city. Okay,
That's right.
there's a lot of people that are what we call tipped, but it's, you know, everybody has ties, is what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Yes.
And believe it or not, the gangs are a lot closer to those areas than you think.
That's quite true. And there's a
The gang-
cultural cohesiveness. So continue.
Right. Exactly.
But that's why
They're wet.
that's why they started this down there, not because
Well,
up here no one
that's my-
really is united.
Yes.
That's my
right.
point.
Thank
No,
you.
and
They
you're
wanted to
right.
flare up. They wanted to flare up.
And you know, this is in a lot of ways, this is ingenious. This is kind of evil genius Trump did. Okay.
Yeah, like
the problem-
Cully, the beings that run our thing are not stupid. Like they, but you know, like those people, like Lucifer and stuff, are not. They're directing these people, like these beings,
Well,
run
Right.
play by play.
The-
Well, don't blame Lucifer, but go on.
Well, that's their guru. That's their guru.
A perverse understanding. True. A perverse understanding thereof. True.
No, he leads them, but he doesn't control them.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
He's just there to
understood.
advise it.
Right. Yes.
The-
But yes, thank you, Brendan, and go on, Sammy,
Yeah.
with your
Well,
with what you were going to say,
the-
the passion.
the reason
Yeah.
the passion in this, it can lead. My thing, it can spark. It just can inflame, is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not saying they're going to let them, but the thing is, we don't know that. There's an element of humanity where people are unpredictable. Even today, like what we're looking at, it's unprecedented. So my point is, we don't know. We really don't know. And the problem is when you got people that have nothing to lose, when you take away their loved ones, how can, even if you stop them, there's still going to be damage.
Absolutely.
And we're not prepared for that, is what I'm trying to say. The city's not prepared.
No.
And I can really do, in that worst case scenario, then yeah, you would probably have to declare martial law, because it would get to that war zone type. I hope it doesn't, because honestly, it hasn't been bad. It really hasn't. But what the military has made it just made it annoying, is what I'm trying to say. It's almost like seeing someone at a party that, why are you here? You know, why are you here? You know, it's like seeing how can I say? It's like seeing a priest at a strip club, not even a strip club, like a bachelor party, you know, or like an orgy. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you here? You're not even qualified to be here, because in theory it's not your shindig. You know what I mean? Or like a porn set. You know, like seeing that type. It's like me trying to have a Bible study during a sex scene. Like, what are you doing? Because how you talked about it, the military really is not for. Military really shouldn't be engaging in that. That's probably the last case scenario. It's really just.
Theoretically,
really
it should never happen, because it is
Right.
unconstitutional. The military is meant
Absolutely.
to defend the nation, not to be deployed against the very people that it is sworn to defend. So,
you know, this is the best time to be in law enforcement, because the cops are not doing shit. They're just raking. They're literally raking in the money.
overtime.
They're not doing anything.
And hazard pay. Overtime and hazard pay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
They-
just standing around.
Yes.
This is the perfect time to commit a crime. Actually, if you really think about it. But anyways, that's just my little 2 cents. You know, I know.
And of course, it starts in the city of angels. There you go.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, though Brendan is looking at this from a almost higher dimensional, shall we say, perspective, like a kind of spiritual battle. So is Sammy Romero. Understand that Sammy is got, of course, the shall we say, he's got the.
I mean, the beings that are doing this are the sons of Set. Like that's the
Right.
MAGA.
Yeah.
So it's
Absolutely. Yes.
like they're playing with these lower level beings like Trump, like they're just a joke, but at the top level, they're playing like it's just a game to them. They don't care if we all die. Like, you know,
Right.
it's just, we're just insects to them. They don't care.
Yeah.
Right,
And-
right.
They just want, you know, they've already subjugated the whole earth. What does it matter if a few fights break out? They don't care.
There is that, but in
They
terms
only protect certain groups that they've chosen, let's say.
or yes, they're cultists and followers. It's definitely a scenario that I want people to understand. It's going to sound like there's a lot of contradictions going on here when I start going into monologue, because I do have a habit of almost assuming the mantle of perspective when I'm trying to describe somebody's perspective. If I'm trying to describe where Musk is coming from, where Trump is coming from, I almost try to get inside of their heads, albeit that's not a space you want to be in, because insanity is a actual disease that you truly can catch. And if you just try and explore a madman's mind long enough, it does infect you. Such being said, when it comes to Musk and Trump, they're both players in what's going on right now. In a way, I'll do my best to articulate. When it comes to Putin as well, such is also the case, when who's equally ultimately as mad as Musk or Trump. But when we talk about Los Angeles, understand these are very complex situations. It's as everything Sammy says is true. He's articulating the fact that despite the assaults on the community has remained extraordinarily well behaved. Comparatively speaking, for what's been done to them, the community has maintained itself under rule of law. So this is not at all the way it's been described on Fox News, but it nevertheless it's serious. So I do want people to understand that. So such being said, you know, Sammy, I definitely appreciate your coming on and your input here, and as I said, please emphasize to Isaac to review when he can both tonight's episode and Sunday's. It's going to be just a kind of, it's going to take a lot to try and articulate this, because it's an extraordinarily complex subject with all of the points that you brought up, including the amendments, including the silence of the generals, including you know, where we're going with this with Brendan. Just out of curiosity, you know, I don't know if you're in a space where you could do this right now. Are you able to vent, cathartic, puke it all out? What exactly is going on around you? You know, feel free to do so if he's still on the call. Poor guy. Sammy says, "Be right back."
No, it's just
God.
yeah.
Yes, tell us what you can. Jesus.
I can, but briefly. But
yeah. Oh my God, what happened?
it's like these. It's just we switched to group clean, and you know, they're just back to their antics again. It's like they're hating on the only people left working in this society, and they have to make a bunch of trouble for us people on the lower level trying to make things actually function.
Cleaning up their mess. Literally cleaning up their mess. The dead cats. Tell them about the dead cats.
Oh yeah. I had to move boxes of dead cats back into storage because, you know, these were formaldehyde pickled cats.
This is getting pretty regular. You've done this more than once at this point, right?
It's been like every day this week, and my scumbag so-called boss leaves it for me to do.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
God, this is awful. But people need some context. People really need some context. They're already freaking out hearing this. What the fuck? They're all saying. So tell them.
How much more context does it need? They're for scientific, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Scientific. Dissection. Examples of dissection.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. But by the way, I'm just going to mute Sammy while he's talking.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Oh yeah. You're not on mute, Sammy. Just remember to go on mute when you're. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, and I think he heard me. I think he was responding to me. There he is. Okay, good. He's mute. Okay, bless you, Sammy. Thank you so much. So continue, Brendan. Yeah, by all means. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I was putting away all that stuff. But,
I don't think people are going to understand it with what you said. You've got to tell them that they've gone beyond paramecium and frogs for these classes. Otherwise,
yeah. So according to the science teacher, these are quote unquote dissection examples, so the kids learning quote unquote science can, you know, fake dissect them, but they're actual cat carcasses. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, what on earth do you need a cat for? You know, this is like college level shit. You don't need to bring them to lower level schools. This is like if you're being a doctor and shit, like, or a veterinarian. Like, why do you need full size cats? And why does every student need one? It was like boxes. I'm talking like genocide of cats. We're talking genocide of cats, like 6, 7, 8 boxes at a time for the last 3-4 days. I mean, it's insane.
I know, Grant.
And they're all like shaved and pickled in fucking formaldehyde. I mean, it's insane.
Now, granted, I will be the first to say, look, my dad loved cats. He was, people called him Catman. It was like, I understand people who look, but there's so many cats out there. However, I'm not quite sure this is coming from the feral cat population. I'm assuming this is coming from some kind of weird breeding cat, because they'd have to be
basically they
standardized.
experiment on them. They experiment on them, and then they cull them and then sell them as you know, it's a scheme business, basically.
Something's going on where this guy got a deal. He had to have gotten some kind of deal for this to arrive in bulk like that. But it's incredibly bizarre. This is new. I mean, but normally what makes it alarming, like, again, I want to qualify, we need to control the cat population because the feral cats are exterminating the bird population of the world. And, you know, there's just too many fucking cats. And yeah, we've got to get rid of the overwhelming majority of them. But such being said, and I'm talking not big cats, of course, but these feral, you know, what would otherwise be pets that have been, you know, bred to be parasitic on humanity. And but such being said, what puzzles me is the fact that one of the things they always warn about is one of the warning signs of a serial killer, a domestic spouse abuser, so a pathological individual is the killing of animals that serve as pets. It generally starts by killing or gutting dogs and cats. So what? So are they encouraging this? Are they trying to create a generation?
They're pre-setting. Yeah, they're pre-setting the shit.
Pre-programming.
Preset serial killers.
They're pre-programming a generation of a pathological. Yeah, this is bizarre. This
is like some Q shit.
This is Q shit. This is Q shit. It's like this guy's everywhere. He's had such an impact on our culture. Whoa! What the fuck? But that's
because when I went to school, it was just frogs. It was
it was just frogs. Old school
frogs.
If that, yeah.
Yeah, that would be like if you're in a high level like AP class or something.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, it's paramecium. You know, the flatworms. It's flatworms. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like in a microscope slide. Like I did all that. You know.
Yeah, but cats. This is like, again.
This is like the nadir. This is the the zenith of humanity. It's like we're getting worse.
Nadir. It's the zenith would mean that it's an apex. Yeah, no, it's the low. It's the low.
Yeah, the opposite.
Yes.
The nadir. Yeah,
yes.
Like the fucking bottom. This is the age of darkness.
Well, we've got good numbers, so cut loose. Just if you want a cathartic vent, puke it all up. Do it now.
Well, I have to go back because they're making us do group work, and everyone feels like they're, like it's Gestapo. They like pop in to see if you're working, and I'm like, like it's like crabs in a bucket. They all want to pull everyone in. You can't escape.
Shit. Oh my god.
When you put crabs in a bucket and one tries to escape and the rest pull it back in?
Yes.
It's like that.
Yes.
Like, these people are just dumb.
Oh my god. Oh,
it's like,
shit.
we all get paid nothing. Why you guys care?
Thank you! That always puzzles me! The people paid the least!
Like I'm crazy when I'm like, upset about the way they're treating us, and they're like, why do you care? And it's like, because I'm not trying to... First of all, we already get paid shitty. I'm not trying to get treated like shit.
Yes.
And then I'm trying to take sick time off, and they're questioning me illegally, saying, "Why do you need sick time?" And I said, "Look, you can't ask me that. It's a California state law.
Thank you.
You cannot sit here and hash it out with me."
Yes, thank you.
It's a private medical matter, and I have sick time, so I'm taking it.
Thank you.
I don't need to explain it.
There we are.
So they're pulling all the stops.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they know I know you. That's what
we
happened.
Are.
Someone finally came down and said, "Oh, you got this guy working for you." because you know the cults found out about where I work. By the way, you
Oh.
already know.
Oh,
We
yeah.
don't need to go into
Oh, they
detail.
always knew. They always knew, but we know that it's become more
Well, they found out down
triangulated.
to the name.
Yeah, they've triangulated. Yes, go.
So all of a sudden, shit gets worse. You know, there you go. They got the top down orders. You know, make this. You know, fuck this guy over.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
It's
Because
true.
before the last couple of years, they didn't say a word to me.
Yeah, that's
Like, I
right.
didn't exist.
It's like they didn't give a shit. You weren't noticed, but suddenly you're on
Yeah.
the radar. Yes,
Yeah.
it's You're right. You're right. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, but you were on a
Another
list
perk
already.
of knowing Douglas. And,
Yeah, that's right. Another benefit of knowing.
yeah, fucking ridiculous.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, thank God I'm a psychotic sociopath, or I'd feel guilty about it.
Oh yeah, you were getting off to it when I was telling you last night.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I'm like dying over here, and you're like laughing and shit. Yeah, fucker.
I'm still laughing. I feel bad. Yes, I know. I'm sick. I need help. Oh God. No, I'm really sorry this is happening to you. It's awful. I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. No, it's like I don't know how you make
No, it's
it.
fucking hell.
Yeah,
It's hell.
it's horrific. No, it's subhuman. It's a subhuman existence, and we've got to do something about it. Society needs better
Yeah.
than this.
Well, I'm working my way out of this. I don't have
Thank
to be
you.
subject to it. That's for sure.
Understood, and believe me, if I ever attain secular power, we've got to universal basic income is just necessary. They've tried it, and the Germans have conducted studies by organizing for universal basic income in some dark black African communities in Africa, where they made certain it was sub-Saharan Africa, and they experimented with universal basic income, and everybody's lives improved, and nobody turns into a welfare.
Well, that's why they
slacker.
don't want to do it.
Yes.
That's why they don't want to do it, because that's just the thing that makes logical sense.
Yes. Yes.
If you have a country
Yeah.
and you want them to thrive,
Yeah.
you just give them proper food
Yes.
and resources. There's it's not world building is not that difficult, but that's how you know it's deliberately skewed to be in a negative cycle, so people feel desperate, feel deprived, feel in this mode of constant survival, so they can't revolt, because if everyone's comfortable, then they'll start asking questions like why are we being ruled by these entities?
Yeah.
And no one wants that. You don't want your slaves to revolt.
That's the insanity. Yeah, if you really wanted power, if you really wanted total power where the people worship you as a god, all Trump needs to do, rather than pull all this shit and deploy the military, he's in basically a struggle with Musk, where Musk has literally accused him of being a pedophile. Why doesn't he just say, you know what, fuck you, Musk, forget just contracting, forget just canceling all your contracts. How about I arrest you and we distribute all your wealth to every American? Musk's wealth distributed to every American citizen in the United States, we'd all be like millionaires. It's literally each person would have hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about well over that. Just taking the money from this one man, distributing it evenly to every U.S. citizen, and people would not question Trump anymore. It would be like everybody would say, nobody would even pay attention to what he does. They would just say,
no one would care.
yeah, they just say a third term, you got it. It's just, why? It's so simple. It's what I would do. And it's so sad. At that point, all arguments stop. It's like, hey, what happened? Problems are solved. Yeah, it's like there you go. It's like the terrorists wouldn't even matter at that point for at least a period of time until you started, shall we say, just restructuring things so that you undo the damage he's already done. But you get my point. So that would be the first thing to do, so that he could just smooth over everything into a third term and have more than enough time to fix all the problems he himself had generated. But nobody thinks like that, and that's why we're stuck in this perennial cycle of stupidity. But there you go.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Holly's
The answers are there.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
True.
the answers are there.
Well,
but no one's
they're
gonna
not
do
only
it.
there, They're in plain sight, but continue.
They're apparent. Yeah.
Yes, painfully apparent. And I'll get in.
Which proves this is all a scheme. I mean, there's no other way to word it.
Yes, it's true, but it's a stupid scheme. It's not even a scheme to keep themselves in power because they're gonna force people to overthrow them. It's like they're forcing people to overthrow them, kind of like somebody who's committing blue suicide. Jumps in front of the cops and throws donuts at them and shit. And they shoot him. Yeah. It's by the way, T. Barry put in California paid sick leave, so he put in the a kind of chart for that. So take a look at that, and then he's got
I appreciate that.
Yeah, the picture of Trump, of course, and so dear Holly, say hello to us and give us whatever update you want to give us about your own situation. I don't know if you're ready to hear what's going on.
I gotta
with
go
poor
back.
Brendan.
So
Okay, we love you, Brendan.
later.
Stay safe and be well. Okay, all right. And so, dear Holly, love you too.
Hi.
Yeah. So give us
Hi.
little update, whatever you want to talk about, and then
Nothing much has jumped out for me in the last couple of days.
well, I'm sure too much has. I think what you mean to say is too much has for you to absorb, baby. But go on.
Well, no, I mean in my personal
Okay. Good.
direct life,
All right. So that's a good thing.
which is a good thing. Yeah, I'm not looking for excitement at this point. But worldwide, yeah, it's all messed up. And like you say, it's not that hard to solve a lot of these problems. There's just not the willingness. And in fact, a determination to do the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was laughing when you were saying let Elon Musk keep $100,000 and give him a housing voucher.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I mean,
Good luck with that
of course,
guy.
with that son of a bitch, I wouldn't even do that. I'd put him in
I'd
jail.
fucking pay his rent.
Yeah.
I'd be fine paying his rent.
Oh no!
you know?
Yeah, well, I'd be fine
For a
paying his rent if he were
reasonable-
in jail. Yeah, if he were in jail, that's
Yeah,
the most I would
true.
give him is 3 hots and a kai. Yeah, that's
right.
but go on.
All right.
That son of a
All right.
bitch. I
Yeah.
mean, you're talking about. Look at what he did to people by taking their jobs. This is the equivalent of murdering
Oh,
people. This
no,
guy's
merciless.
Yeah.
Like you say, the only answer is banishment,
yes. Thank you. Absolutely.
if not jail.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's like so aside from that, honey, anything before I go into monologue? What I'm going to do is go into monologue now, and hopefully you interject whenever you feel like it. Anything else?
That's fine.
Anything else? Though,
That's fine.
Okay.
Nothing that important. There was something nagging at me, but maybe it'll come back to me, or maybe you'll hit it all by yourself.
Well, if I do, let me know. So just say, "Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I was thinking about
Oh,
that." Yeah, please.
Yeah.
And
Alrighty.
and Troy Bellamy says he'll join us later, and he's welcome to. If Troy Bellamy joins us, if you're hearing us now, Troy, let me know. In other words, as soon as you come on, just say, I just want you to let you know I'm here. And if he doesn't do that, if he neglects to do that, somebody else please bring it to my attention that he's joined us. So aside,
And I did catch some of Sammy, and he was most eloquent.
oh, I'm sorry. Say that again, honey. He was.
I caught a little of Sammy earlier.
Oh,
Very
yes.
eloquent.
Excellent, thank you. And he brought up a lot of
Most
points.
enjoyable.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hope you hear that, Sammy. Yes. Hopefully you hear that, Sammy. Yes, you are appreciated. You really are. So, as I said, what happened was there was a special educational session where I was brought in to speak to the Blood Boys because of what's going on in Los Angeles. I am going to try and convey to my listeners what I did unto them. But realistically, it'll probably take me 2 episodes to do this, and we'll cover what we can tonight. And there's going to be a lot of foreign context simply because the world is global. And Sammy, by the way, says, "Thanks, Holly. You're a sweetheart." So he did hear you, and I just want you to know that. So don't be afraid to answer him in text if you can access the text box, and make certain to respond. And of course, he brought up the amendments. So let's start with that. The 13th Amendment reads briskly, is how I would describe it. It's split into 2 sections. The first states, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within these United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction." meaning the jurisdiction of the states in union. The second provides that Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. So, ergo, Latin for therefore, Congress can only enact what the Constitution allows. In Article 1, Section 8, the Constitution lists most of Congress's enumerated powers, like the powers to maintain an army and a navy. Notice this is not the power of the executive. They have the power, Congress, not the executive, but Congress, to tax, borrow money, regulate interstate and foreign commerce, coin money, establish post offices, and to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the foregoing powers. Now, the 13th Amendment's enforcement clause carried transformational potential, permitting Congress to legislate to ensure black folk that they would have enjoyed the rights provided in Section 1. Those 43 words, so sweet, so delicious, yet millions, force-fed bondage, relished their taste only in the afterlife. The Republican Party, at that time, far more supportive of black rights than the pro-slavery Democrats, imagined the 13th Amendment would stretch beyond ending bondage and fence the freed people from incursions into their fundamental rights. Republican Illinois Congressman Ebon Ingersoll, for example, expected the amendment would secure the oppressed slave his natural and God-given rights. Abolitionists argued that enslaved people lacked these rights because the law deemed them property. The new amendment denied state governments, reasoned New York Attorney General J.H. Martindale, a logical argument on which to rest the exclusion of the native-born black man from all the rights inherent to citizenship. States could not degrade one because he is black any more than they have the constitutional right to classify and degrade white men. So those 43 words, again, were articulated by a barrister, basically at this point a legislator, so that there would be, I would say, equality on earth in, of course, the states in union. In those days, legal thinkers separated rights among three different buckets: civil rights, political rights, and social rights. The right to enter contracts, the right to sue and be sued, the right to testify in court, the right to inherit, own, and convey property, which in those days included human beings, fell into the civil rights bucket. Now, the right to vote went into the political rights bucket. And the social rights bucket involved questions like whether black people could even be human enough to be considered allowable to attend school with white children, eat at a restaurant alongside white patrons, or, God forbid, marry interracially. Now, the experiences of Carl Schurz during a summer of 1865 Southern tour of duty indicated those 43 words would not afford the freedmen equal access to the civil rights bucket. Now, General Karl Schurz, a German-born Union general whose long beard contrasted with his bookish circular spectacles, conversed with a 30-something-year-old white man who bellyached with a resigned helplessness about his plantation's future. On a steamer, a ferry boat, carrying him south at the behest of President Johnson, who charged him with taking the post-Civil War temperature of the locals, General Schurz implored the former Confederate States officer to make fair contracts with the people he once owned, and set them to work as free laborers. And the man's anger churned. Schultz recalled, there was even a slight flurry of excitement in his voice. What? Contracts with those niggers? It would never work. He told Schultz, niggers would not work unless compelled to. A free nigger was never good for anything. This exchange exemplified Schultz's experience. White Southerners associated black skin with slavery. This is Weltanschauung, as his own German language would term it, a worldview mass-produced through a centuries-long assembly line of racist thought, and nothing could compel them to disjoin that connection. By the early 1800s, white Americans had demonstrated they viewed black people as an outsider race, what the Germans would call Ausländers, to say the least. To Germans, Ausländer doesn't just mean outsider, it's something equivalent to an extraterrestrial from outer space. But to the extent that they considered black people as lower beings, the white Americans, not the Germans, they typically attributed that inferiority to environmental factors that the race could eventually overcome. That's if you were born in the North as opposed to the South. You would have this more liberal perspective of, like apes in the primal forest, they could someday evolve to the point where they'd stop dragging their knuckles and learn to stand up bipedally. Maybe. When Thomas Jefferson expressed in 1784, I advance it as a suspicion only that the blacks, whether originally a distinct race or made distinct by time and circumstances, are inferior to whites, both in body and mind. Now, such extreme thinking had yet to permeate the mainstream, believe it or not, but remember, Thomas Jefferson, the man on your $20 bill, was a slave owner. He owned a plantation and decided he was going to help uplift these poor subhuman niggers by fucking them, and produced kids that were whiter by generation because he would fuck the children of the slaves he originally fucked and produce ever whiter slaves. They had terms for them, from high yellow to octoroon, which is about 1/8 yellow nigger. I don't think he lived long enough to get to the octoroon stage, but you know what really pisses me off about this is that he owns these creatures, as he called them, considers them animals, but he's fucking them to uplift them in a genetics program, which is kind of like fucking pets that you own, like your horses or your cows or something. It's like, what the fuck, man? These guys were your founding fathers, and they're fucking perverts. It's like, you think these are heroes? You're one stupid son of a bitch. At any rate, as the 19th century plodded onward, abolitionists had developed increasingly persuasive arguments for emancipation, provoking slave owners to answer with a vicious theory of black inferiority to defend bondage. Slave owners championed slavery's supposed virtues, describing the African as, biologically, suited perfectly for enslavement and improved by it because proximity to whiteness gifted him knowledge and culture unavailable to him in his former state of savagery. William Gilmore Simms, a writer and a South Carolina politician. Yes, the state of our lovely Brooke Gibson. No slight on her, I assure you. Spracketh for slave owners when stating, I do not believe that the African will ever be other than a slave, or that he was made to be otherwise, but that he is designed as an implement in the hand of civilization always. To rebut the charge that slavery unleashed monstrous pain, Thomas R.R. Cobb, Georgia politician and attorney at law, professed that an African's natural affections are not strong, and consequently he is cruel to his offspring and suffers little by separation therefrom. Society, in fact, needed to continue slavery for the interests of both black and white, since unshackling enslaved people would spark the race's reversion to barbarism, imperiling white society thereby, as Dr. Samuel A. Cartwright promised. You remember the Cartwrights? They owned the Ponderosa. You kids won't remember that. I had to explain to the Blood Boys that was an old Western TV series that I grew up with. It was once a tourist attraction. It existed in California. You could visit. I weep that I never did. At any rate, Doc Sam Cartwright, he promised, the Negro must, from necessity, be the slave of man or the slave of Satan. On his return north, Schutz, yes, that German general who was so more liberal than all you American whites, advised Johnson that although the freedman is what the Germans call the Freimann, meaning freedman in the Deutschen Sprach. Although the freedman is no longer considered the property of the individual master, Meister, as the Germans would call him, he is considered the slave of society, and all the independent state legislation will share the tendency to make him such. Schutz spraketh truth. Beginning in the winter of 1865, with slavery outlawed, Southern states enacted the Black Codes. The freed people, per the codes, could make contracts, sue, be sued, and testify in court, although some codes restricted their testimony to conflicts involving only black parties. The rights curtailed, however, defined those codes. Most Southern states legally compelled freed people to what the Germans would call the Freiwillig, to sign labor contracts that they could not breach without risking, oftentimes criminal, sanction. An implied right not to enter a contract coexists with the right to enter a contract, but the codes refused such liberties. Black folk, or what the German general would call Schwarzenvolk, overwhelmingly illiterate, would often sign one-sided contracts whose beneficial terms they struggled to enforce in hostile courts. You see, the Union had freed the Schwarzenvolk, the black folk, but the dilemma of race persisted. Despite those 43 words, the ghoul that the North Carolina Freedmen's Convention feared most had arisen. Caste preservationists debuted a new caste system. Those seeking civil equality for the freed people needed a sharper blade. On December 4th of 1865, the first day of the 39th Congress's first session, Republican Pennsylvania Congressman Thaddeus Stevens paced toward the south wing of the United States Capitol, shouldering the hopes of black Americans. Months before, Stevens feared President Johnson was pursuing a Reconstruction program that would readmit Confederate states to the Union without them exorcising the demon that animated secession. Slavery. Stevens had articulated his dismay in a Lancaster, Pennsylvania speech. In September of 1865, the 74-year-old caste abolitionist with blue-sunken eyes told an audience, "The whole fabric of Southern society must be changed. The Southern states have been despotisms, not governments of the people. It is impossible that any practical equality of rights can exist where a few thousand men monopolize the whole landed property." He and all these other radical Republicans, the party faction he led that once demanded a prompt end to slavery, committed themselves to clothing the freedman in the same citizenship that, white folk wore, when they're not wearing white sheets. Now, many colleagues shared his desire to wrestle the administration of Reconstruction from President Johnson, start congressional Reconstruction, and restore self-government in the South under leadership that accepted the civil equality of the freed people. Below the House chamber's stained glass skylight, Stevens pushed for a committee of 15 congressmen and senators who shall inquire into the condition of the states which formed the so-called Confederate States of America. Stevens joined that committee, which formed 9 days later, and it would soon draft an amendment to secure in the Constitution the conditions of the North's victory. The Senate Judiciary Committee during this time focused on burning equality principles into federal law. Committee Chairman Lyman Trumbull, Illinois Republican, authored a bill to protect fundamental rights belonging to every man as a free man. Notice we haven't even yet dignified woman with humanity, but I digress. Nearly the entire Republican Party, which occupied about 70% of congressional seats, voted therefor. President Johnson vetoed it, however, considering it an unfair racial handout. You know them welfare niggers. On April 9th, Congress overrode his veto, enacting under the 13th Amendment's second section the Civil Rights Act of 1866. 100 years before 1966, the year the world was gifted with myself, delivered from my mother's loins, to gaze upon all of you and despair. At any rate, Stevens' joint committee, meanwhile, rededicated itself to proposing an amendment. Champions of this endeavor wanted to engrave the 1866 Act into the Constitution. Angst coursed through Republicans. Maybe the Supreme Court would rule that the new amendment never empowered Congress to pass the act and pronounce it unconstitutional. Should the Democrats recapture Congress, moreover, they could dismantle it legislatively. If Americans enshrined the act in the Constitution, only a repeal could annul their production. Republicans, however, anticipated failure, having previously stumbled in devising a proposal 2/3 of both houses of Congress supported. On May 8th of 1866, Stevens presented to the House the Joint Committee's 5-sectioned amendment proposal that built on abolitionist thinking. The first section stated, "All persons born or naturalized in these United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of these United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of these United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws." Notice that it says property and not pursuit of happiness, because pursuit of happiness is a notional insanity, an ephemera that is utterly meaningless and is really overrated. Quite seriously, I'm not being facetious. All that being said, all of this was violated when Japanese were interned as a race into camps, which amounted to a reinstitutionalization of slavery. What makes that even more insane is that retroactively, Congress said that that was constitutional, as did the Supreme Court. And as a result, it's all redundant anyway. Anytime they want to make you slaves again, they can choose any ethnicity and say you're all slaves. And that includes what they did to the Germans and the Italians, so just because you're white doesn't mean you're immune. And if you think you are, again, you're one dumb cunt. Now, the Fifth granted Congress the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article. As the congressmen watched from their ornate oak desks and chairs, Stevens championed this proposal because His words, "Unless the Constitution should restrain them, these states will all, I fear, keep up this discrimination and crush to death the hated freedmen." Stevens arguing that this new proposal would cure the illness ailing southern states, where different degrees of punishment are inflicted, not on account of the magnitude of the crime, but according to the color of the skin. Our fathers had been compelled to postpone the principles of their great Declaration of Independence and wait for their full establishment till a more propitious time. That time ought to be present now. The Constitution limits only the action of Congress and is not a limitation on the states. This amendment fixes that defect and allows Congress to correct the unjust legislation of the states so far that the law which operates upon one man shall operate equally upon all. Ergo, whatever a law punishes a white man for a crime shall punish the black man precisely in the same manner and to the same degree. The 14th Amendment, consequently, reimagined the relationship between the federal government and the states, promoting the former over the latter, a process now in reverse. With representatives from the disloyal states still unseated in Congress, New Jersey Democrat Andrew Jackson Rogers articulated their perspective. The caste preservationist declared, "I want it distinctly understood that the American people believe that this government was made for white men and white women." So he's very progressive in that regard. Credit where credit is due. "They do not believe, nor can you make them believe, the edict of God Almighty is stamped against it, that there is a social equality between the black race and the white." The amendment proposal prevailed anyway, and 12 years later, on July 28th of 1868, Secretary of State William H. Seward certified the 14th Amendment's ratification. Before this amendment, Congress could not enact legislation to counteract civil rights deprivations committed by states. The Constitutional Convention delegates who met during the summer of 1787 set out to structure a floundering nation's underdeveloped democracy. Kind of like someone who's, developmentally disabled. That's what our democracy is like. It's retarded. Now, the document they created transformed a feckless confederation of 13 separate they were colonies back then, but we'll call them mini-republics, into a nation of 13 states under a strong central federal government, but one whose power was limited by that same document. Those most supportive of a strong federal government convinced the reticent to endorse the Constitution by agreeing to reserve to the states a wide array of powers. The delegates, therefore, chose not to explicitly grant Congress the authority to act as the custodian of the civil rights bucket. They believed God granted such basic rights and allowed the duty to protect them to reside with the states. Already in existence before the Constitution even arrived, state governments often did in their constitutions what, shall we say, the federal Constitution, never intended to do. The 1776 Pennsylvania Constitution provided that no man can be compelled to attend any religious worship, for example, which is pretty extreme a position considering that we were founded by a bunch of puritanical fanatics who literally went into spasms whenever they orgasmically communed with the divinity. That's why they called them Quakers and Shakers. And they were so batshit fucking crazy that they kicked them out of puritanical England where the religious fanatics that had taken over there had beheaded their own king. Go figure. Now, the first 10 amendments, which in the days of the people of Plymouth Rock would have been called commandments, The Bill of Rights operated against federal, not state, intrusion. Remember that. Simply put, the states safeguarded the civil rights bucket on behalf of their citizens. Southern's leaders, however, had long exhibited zeal to invade black people's buckets. The 14th Amendment, consequently, reimagined, if you can imagine that. It's like reimagining the order of the fucking universe. Basically, the relationship between the federal government and the states, promoting the former over the latter, and once the federal Constitution could protect civil rights from state infringement, Congress could pass laws enforcing those rights, and Americans could sue in federal court to prevent states from denying them, kind of like going over the heads of the angels to talk to God himself. In other words, the entire physics of the social universe had changed. Per the Republicans who championed it, the 14th Amendment consolidated power in Washington District of Columbia, turned the guardianship of civil rights into a national obligation, strangled the conception that the state could narrow, based on race, any individual's rights, crushed the South's states' rights theory of government. Now, a full 14 nights, 12 weeks after the 14th Amendment's ratification, the remains of Thaddeus Stevens lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda because he had died of fucking shock. Caste preservationists danced, with one newspaper editor penning, "The prayers of the righteous have at last removed the congressional curse." Stevens wanted the 14th Amendment to enfranchise black men, but had settled for the achievable. The amendment charged the federal government with protecting civil equality. Without the ballot, however, could freed people even protect themselves? Now, you remember that German general I told you about was ultimately not Abraham Lincoln, but Karl Schurz was the man who freed the slaves. This German general, if you're a black person out there, you're one dumb nigger if you hate the Germans based on your goddamn programming through Jewish Hollywood. It's those Deutschenvolk, through a German general no less, using his military authority, that gave you your fucking humanity. And this brings us back to the silence of the generals today. Lest I forget, yesterday the United States Army announced that it plans to restore the names of 7 bases that previously honored Confederate States leaders. The names being brought back are Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. Yesterday, last week, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the Secretary of the Navy to rename the oiler ship, the USNS, United States Naval Ship Harvey Milk, which had honored the gay rights activist and Navy veteran who was assassinated in 1978. It's not yet known if other ships will also be targeted for renaming, although such a maneuver would be in line with Hegseth's aim of eliminating any diversity, equity, and inclusion content in the Department of Defense. President Donald John Trump continued his war against America's most cherished military traditions. But yesterday, when he delivered a speech at Fort Bragg, or was it Monday? He opened the work week with it. It is too much to call it a speech, really. It was instead a ramble, full of grievance and anger, just like his many political rally performances. He took the stage to Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, which has become the MAG anthem, and then pointed to the fake news, encouraging military personnel to jeer at the press. He mocked former President Joe Biden, their former commander-in-chief no less, and attacked various other political rivals. He elicited cheers from this crowd of military mutineers, as far as I'm concerned, because they're going against the will of the people to obey the will of the personality cult, by announcing that he would rename United States bases, or rather rename them, after Confederate States traitors. He repeated his hallucinatory narrative about the invasion of America by foreign criminals and lunatics. He referred to 2024 as the election of a president who loves you, to a scatter of cheers and applause from all those men and women in the military, stupid bumfuck white trash pieces of shit and ignorant niggers that they are. And then he attacked the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles, again presiding over cheers at elected officials of these United States. That's why, if you're in the military, go fuck yourself and jam it sideways if it fits, because you're nothing but one dumbass motherfucker. Or a cunt if you happen to be a bitch. He led soldiers, in other words, in a display of unseemly, treasonous behavior that ran contrary to everything the founder of the United States Army, George Washington, strove to imbue in the American Armed Forces. The president also encouraged a violation of regulations. Trump, himself a convicted fucking felon, doesn't care about rules and laws. But active duty military members are not allowed to attend political rallies in uniform. They are not allowed to express partisan views while on duty, or to show disrespect for America's elected officials. Trump may not know these rules and regulations, but the officers who lead these men and women know them well. It is part of their oath, their credo, their very identity as commissioned officers with stock in the goddamn nation to remain apart from such displays. Young soldiers will make mistakes, but if senior officers remain silent, what lesson will those young men and women take from what happened today? Understand this, then. Your military is your enemy now. They do not defend you. They serve only the will of Donald Trump. From the officers on down. And if you have to in your own self-defense, you fucking kill them. You fucking take them down, these pigs in uniform. Their monkey suits are not legal authority. They have no legal authority over you. They are the enemy of a foreign occupying power, the Russians, through their meat sock puppet Donald Trump. The president cares nothing for the military, for its history, for the men and women who quote-unquote serve these United States. They are, like everything else around him, only raw material. They either feed his narcissism or they are useless. Those who love him, he claims, as his military. But those who have laid down their life for their country are, as he himself so repugnantly put it so many times, just suckers. Suckers and losers. Anonymous saps lying under cold headstones in places such as Arlington National Cemetery that clearly make Trump uncomfortable. Today he showed, a rather Monday opening this work week, that he has no compunction about turning every American soldier into a hooting partisan. Chuckles from a peanut gallery of men and women in monkey suits. Trump supporters and his party will excuse, indeed cheer his behavior at Fort Bragg, the way they always have. The same way that indulgent parents shrug helplessly at their delinquent children. But senior officers of the United States military have an obligation. They are under oath to speak up and be leaders. Indeed, this is what we've been paying them for through generations of bloodlines. Where is the Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George? Will he speak truth to the Commander-in-Chief and put a stop to the assault on the integrity of his troops? Where is the commander of the airborne troops, Lieutenant General Gregory Anderson, or even Colonel Chad Mixon, the base commander? And if these men cannot muster the courage to defend American traditions by speaking out or even simply resigning, where are the other senior officers who must uphold the values that have made America's armed forces, at least in terms of our Hollywood propaganda, among the most effective and politically stable militaries in the world? Where is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane? He was personally selected by Trump to be America's most senior military officer. Will he tell the man who promoted him that what he did to open our work week was obscene? Will any of these ballless wonder boys say a single word? Will any of them defend the Army and the other services from a would-be caudillo, a man who would probably be strutting around in a giant hat and a golden shoulder braid if he could get away with it? The top officers of the United States military wear eagles or stars on their shoulders that give them great privilege, as befits people who assume responsibility for the defense of the empire and the welfare of their troops. They command the power of life and death itself on the field of battle. But those ranks also carry immense responsibility. If they are truly Washington's heirs, they should speak up now and stand with the first commander-in-chief against the rogue 47th. But they won't. And therefore the man they claim was never in the military, the man who just had to pay hundreds of dollars to renew my Marine Corps life insurance, the man whose character assassinated to the point where you've never heard of him, the son of Adolf Hitler. It's up to you to spread the word, because only I can solve this. Only I can solve this because none of you can even articulate what I've just fucking said. And where are you? Why are you all so silent about the fact that I exist? Stand down in shame or spread the word. La Mayoress Bass announced a curfew for downtown Los Angeles following 4 nights of sporadically chaotic protests, but mass arrests were conducted in Los Angeles before the protest curfew even kicked in. And as he sent them to face American protesters, Hegseth told Congress his war fighters are primed for lethality, while ICE has expanded into rural communities following days of coordinated raids in urban areas of Los Angeles County. Police made dozens of arrests overnight in a single square-mile area of downtown Los Angeles where an emergency curfew was enacted. Los Angeles Mayoress Karen Bass announced the 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew yesterday after 23 businesses were looted during earlier protests against the Trump misadministration's immigration crackdown. According to the LAPD, nearly 200 people were arrested before the curfew even began. Demonstrations also took place in cities across these United States, including Boston, Chicago, Denver, New York City, Philadelphia, San Antonio, and Seattle. Ahead of more planned protests this weekend, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has announced the deployment of the Texas National Guard to various locations in the state. On X, the Republican governor said that the Guard will use every tool and strategy to help law enforcement maintain order. Meanwhile, Pete Hegseth's first congressional hearing as defense secretary was supposed to focus on budgetary matters, but the former weekend National Guard's reservist was not going to miss an opportunity to strike fear into the hearts of America's enemies, in this case, a few hundred protesters in Los Angeles. In his opening statement to the House Appropriations Subcommittee, Hegseth delivered a made-for-Hollywood monologue about the U.S. military's new warrior ethos, one that focused squarely on warfighting and lethality. So deadly are the soldiers under his command that the word soldier no longer suffices. In Hegseth's Department of Defense lexicon, they are termed warfighters, a term he used repeatedly, implying an army of perpetually deployed and exhausted Rambo figures, always searching for targets to shoot like sharks, unable to stop swimming or they die. As he spraketh, some 700 of these deadly warfighters had already left 29 Palms Marine Corps Base in Southern California and were getting ready for their first deployment under his command. Their destination, the deadly war zone of Los Angeles. Their target, the flag-waving protesters who have wrought havoc on a few city blocks, prompting desperate calls for help from no one in state. Donald Trump's decision to deploy thousands of National Guard troops and the United States Marine Corps to Los Angeles to quell protests against immigration raids in city, against the wishes of California's own governor, Gavin Newsom, has prompted outrage from Democrats and Angelenos. Yesterday, Newsom filed a lawsuit asking for the Trump misadministration's abuse of the military to be stopped immediately by the court. This is the first time since the 1960s, the decade in which I was delivered into this sorry world, that the National Guard has been activated without a request from the governor, and the first time since 1992, when Los Angeles was completely overrun by deadly riots, that Marines have been deployed on American soil. Still, Hegseth told Congress that the president was justified in sending his lethal warfighters to ensure that those rioters, looters, and thugs on the other side assaulting our police officers know that we're not going anywhere. When questioned about the suitability of sending an infantry force to handle a few unruly protesters, Hegseth insisted that his warfighters have been fully trained in their capabilities of what they're executing on the ground. And their duty is to kill, kill, kill! His words, not mine. But hours later, one of his officials had to correct that record, telling Fox News that the Marines would in fact need to undergo a few more days training at Seal Beach, south of Los Angeles, before they could be sent into battle against the window smashers. Sourced United States defense official telling Fox News that the Marine unit is an infantry unit and needs to learn protocols for use of force in a domestic setting. In other words, they've got to be indoctrinated in killing their own fellow Americans. Imagine that. Hegseth clashed with Democrats on the panel, at one point rationalizing the deployment by accusing Minnesota Governor Tim Walz of having abandoned a police precinct during the 2020 protests against the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, arguing that Walz mobilized the National Guard too late, echoing defense secretaries of times past by fabricating rationales to justify military misaction. Hegseth fabulated, President Trump recognizes a situation like that, improperly handled by a governor like it was by Governor Walz, if it gets out of control, is a bad situation for the citizens of any location. In Los Angeles, we believe that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is a federal law enforcement agency, has the right to safely conduct operations in any state and any jurisdiction in the country, especially after 21 million illegals have crossed our border under the previous administration. And the weapons of mass destruction in this case are some looted shops, a few hundred protesters who clashed with police, some destroyed cop cars, and 5 burned-out Waymo self-driving taxis. These scenes may look like anarchy when viewed through the fiery lens of a Fox News camera, play-looped one after the other, but many Angelenos reported the city largely carrying on as normal, with the protests concentrated mostly in downtown Los Angeles. If the United States military were to react in the same way every time the streets of a major city look like this, tanks would descend on Philadelphia every time the city of brotherly love won a major sports trophy. The House Appropriations Defense Subcommittee hearing was the first time lawmakers have been able to question Hegseth since he was confirmed. Notice his name, Seth. Heg, Seth. He's got Seth integrated into his very name. That's why he was selected.
Oh.
He speaketh with pride in one breath, about his cost-cutting measures at the Defense Department, and then sat with a straight face as his acting comptroller, Bryn Woolacott McDonald, said it would cost $134 million fucking dollars to send troops to do battle with protesters. Hegseth warned that the sight of United States service personnel pointing their weapons at protesting American citizens will become an everyday sight going forward, casually raising the prospect of a permanent military rule in the middle of a budgetary hearing. To quote his T, "I think we're entering another phase, especially under President Trump, with his focus on the homeland, where the National Guard and reserves become a critical component of how we secure that homeland." Which is kind of like constant air patrol, where you have airplanes in the air 24 hours a day on constant patrol. And it's like, imagine the cost. It's like, this would bankrupt us within days. It's like occupying militarily a continent the size of the United States. Well, that's not like what it would be, because that's exactly what it would be. Now, just hours later, Trump followed suit and threatened anyone protesting this Saturday's military parade in Washington, D.C. to celebrate his birthday. I'm sorry, I mean the Army's 250th anniversary, saying, "People that want to protest will be met with big force." Big force. That's like, what is it, Sesame Street? "Hi, I'm Big Force. Yeah. This is people that hate our country. They will be met with heavy force." That was his second sentence. The first one said big force. I guess they're a pair. It's, "Hi, it's Big Force and Heavy Force." It's like, what would those Muppets look like? And just like that, in one day, the president and the defense secretary separately announced a policy of deploying the military to crush legitimate protests. But the protests are just starting. Los Angeles is burning as Trump's mass deportation agenda has met its fiercest resistance yet, and tensions are flaring as Donald Trump is upping the stakes, ordering the Marines and even more troops into Los Angeles. Newsom warns that Trump versus California is a dress rehearsal, with Trump abusing the National Guard as bait. As anti-ICE protests spread, where the hell is Barack Obama, the head nigger in charge? Now, Trump has turned my California into a war zone. Protesters took to the streets in peaceful resistance, and Trump's response is military occupation. Armed troops, armored vehicles, choppers in the fucking sky. All because people are speaking out. Team Dietrich is majority based in California, and this hits close to home. the militarization of our communities, the voices of protesters fighting back, the creeping rise of Rushism in real time. In a politically defining moment amid immigration raids, peaceful protests, attacks on law enforcement officers, and the threat of his own arrest by federal agents, our California governor, Gavin Newsom, is immersed in what could be the most consequential political fight of his career. The battle between the president and the governor of our nation's largest state instantly turned Newsom into the face of la résistance to President Donald Trump's expansive interpretation of the authorities of his office and mass deportation campaign. Newsom delivered an address yesterday night aimed squarely at Trump, saying he's taken a wrecking ball to democracy itself. Our governor, who is a potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidate, has been taking heavy criticism from within his own party over his efforts, in part through his disastrous news podcast, to call himself, well, to cast himself in the role of conciliator. And this new podcast, I'm not even sure I should name it. It's so fucking.
It's like the Bolshevik.
Thank
in
you.
The face.
Thank
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't work the first time. For the last 100 years.
Thank
But
you. Yeah.
No one cares about history apparently anymore.
No. They're totally fucking ignorant. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And such having been qualified, Gavin Newsom is warning that Donald Trump's abuse of troops where state and local officials don't want them is actually a test, one the Republican president will seek to replicate across other American towns and cities as part of his mass deportation effort. On the podcast, Pod Save America. It's no longer God, it's Pod, which is like I don't know, I keep imagining the invasion of the body snatchers or something, like, the pod people. Or in Newsom's case, I guess that would be the plastic pod people. Our Democratic governor said, well, he's not really Democratic. He's a fucking Republican who happens to be gay. Anyhow, he said, we're getting word that he's looking to operationalize that relationship and advance significantly larger scale ICE operations in partnership and collaboration with the National Guard. Such a maneuver would likely be illegal for reasons similar to those Newsom has cited in litigation to stop Trump's abuse of the military in Los Angeles. Legal experts have concurred that, as with many of Trump's emergency declarations since he took office, there be no legal basis for the Republicans' move to take control of the California National Guard. Now, state and city officials have reported that protests against Trump and his immigration raids have been largely peaceful during the day, with minor skirmishes at night, while limited to a few parts of a city that spreads, we'll call it sprawls, architecturally, over several hundred square miles. With no reported deaths and few injuries, some among journalists shot with plastic rounds by local police. Don't tell me they weren't targeted. Protests have begun spreading across the country. Demonstrations have been held in New York City, San Francisco, Chicago, Texas, and Washington. Meanwhile, Trump's federalization of 4,000 members of California National Guardsmen and his ordering of 700 active duty Marines to Los Angeles will reportedly cost $134 million for 60 days. Yestermenses, that's last month in Latin, while Donald Trump was in the Middle East, being gifted a $400 million luxury jet from Qatar, Barack Obama headed off on his own foreign excursion, a trip to Norway. You know, that war zone. It's one of those shithole nations. Oh, what? Somebody's giving me they're saying, no, Douglas, it's white. Oh, okay. I guess. Yeah. Anyhow, that's where Barack hit it, because he's white too, on the inside. In a much smaller and more tasteful jet, I will admit, to visit the summer estate of his old friend King Harold V. Together, they savored the genteel glories of Bigdovian in May. They chewed over global affairs and the freshest local salmon, which had been smoked on the premises and seasoned with herbs from the royal garden. Trump has begun his second midterm with a continuous spree of democracy-shaking, economy-quaking, norm-obliterating misaction. And Black Obama, true to form, has remained carefully above it all. He picks his spots, which never involve Trump for some reason. In March, he celebrated the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act and posted his annual NCAA basketball brackets. I mean, I guess that's to prove he's black or something. In the April, he sent out an Easter message and mourned the death of the Pope. In May, he welcomed His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, a fellow Chicagoan, and sent prayers to Joe Biden following his prostate cancer diagnosis. Where is the head nigger in charge? What the fuck is this shit? I'm at a loss. It's like, dude, you're the Democratic Party's only recognizable face. And yet, no matter how brazen Trump becomes, the most effective communicator in the Democratic Party continues to opt for minimal communication. His audacity of hope presidency has given way to the fierce lethargy of semi-retirement. What a chicken shit nigger. Obama occasionally dips into politics with brief and completely unmemorable statements or sporadic fundraising emails. I got one. Douglas! The subject header read, Barack Obama wants to meet you. Yes, you. You know, all he needs to do is listen to tonight's episode. I don't think he's going to want to meet me anymore. He praised his law school alma mater, Harvard, for rejecting an unlawful and ham-handed attempt by the White House to stifle academic freedom. He criticized a Republican bill that would threaten health care for millions. He touted a liberal judge who was running for a crucial seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. When called upon, he can still deliver a top-notch campaign spiel, donor pitch, convention speech, or more often than not these days, prepping for his own, I guess, a eulogy. Now, Los Angeles is ablaze. Literally. And politically. Where the fuck is he? I guess I'll call him the missing nigger from this point forward. Much of the reporting from Los Angeles has focused on the protests and military presence downtown. But elsewhere, in surrounding counties, another type of drama is unfolding, one that isn't so easily captured by sensational imagery that has been circulating online. Enforcement agents with the Department of Homeland Security continue to conduct raids as part of the Trump misadministration's national mass deportation efforts, doubling down on the very actions that sparked the recent demonstrations in Los Angeles in the first. La Resistance sparked over the weekend when unidentifiable federal agents kicked in the doors of garment shops, kidnapped and held captive, at gunpoint, a fourth grader, stalked Home Depot parking lots, and swept people trying to get into their cars off the streets, disappearing at least 44 workers that we know of. By nightfall, Olympic Boulevard was choking on tear gas, self-driving taxis burned on the 101, and human rights defenders turned the freeway into a mile-long barricade. But Barack Obama ghosted it all, which gave Donald Trump all the leeway he needed to escalate his response to anti-deportation protests in Los Angeles with the mobilization of 700 combat Marines, thus increasing tensions with California officials. Our largest city in California had a fourth night of clashes at, largely peaceful daytime protests, morphed into scattered confrontations with police. Trump's authoritarian maneuver to deploy United States troops fulfills his longtime objective of leaning on the military for a show of force and political power. Last Los Angeles protests, which began as a reaction to immigration raids, have sparked demonstrations around the country. Although about 150 demonstrators were arrested, here in San Francisco, for all intents and purposes, practically right outside my door, as I hosted transmission on Sunday night, thousands more returned on Monday to march through our city's civic center and Mission neighborhoods. Similar protests took place in Atlanta, Boston, Dallas, New York, Pittsburgh, Seattle, and Washington District of Columbia itself. This Saturday, the nonviolent 501 movement plans to hold No Kings protests nationwide to encourage those in power to uphold the Constitution and to seek an end to executive overreach. More on that later. Again, that's this weekend, this Saturday. Meanwhile, laughingstock Trump's feeble stumbling this week is exactly what Americans need to see. The best thing that California Governor Gavin Newsom ever did in his miserable misspent life, certainly the best thing in the past few months, as his political misposturing has been so out of sync, was to tell Donald Trump this week to come and arrest him. Faced with threats by Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, regarding Gavin Newsom's rightful outrage of Trump federalizing California's National Guard without Newsom's request amid protests over immigration raids, Newsom made it clear he's not afraid. He called Trump an authoritarian and said he was unhinged. He called him a liar and said he should grow up. The response from the misadministration, thrown off guard, was muddled and caused Trump to overplay further, which is always unpopular. Homan, he's not human. He backtracked. Well, he defensively backtracked, and then backtracked again. Trump, after Homan's first backtrack, said Homan should arrest Newsom. When a reporter asked what Newsom should be arrested for, Trump said, for being elected as governor. It was both dumb and exceedingly threatening, exposing Trump as the dictator he is. And that's exactly what we want the American people to see. Newsom stood up and Trump, unable to back down, went too far. Polling shows the American people see the LA raids and the bringing in of the military as massive overreach. And remember, Trump is worried about the midterms and the prospects for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, worried about investigations by Democrats and even another impeachment. He knows that he and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party are enormously unpopular and that the savaging of the federal government and its agencies by Elon Musk and his flunkies has enraged people. Musk's numbers are in the toilet, and he's now been banished in a public battle that played out for days. Trump sees immigration as his only strong suit, even as the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia and others showed him losing support massively on the issue because people were being deported who were not criminals and were not getting due process. And he surely expected the Los Angeles raids to lift him up. But Americans do not want to see families terrified. Hardworking people who committed no crimes and are part of the community. And they don't want to see troops in the streets of United States cities. A new CBS/YouGov poll shows Trump underwater in sending in the Marines, as they used to say, with people disapproving by double digits. Pollster G. Elliott Morris, looking at several polls, notes the LA misactions, look like they're hurting Trump. This morning, we got the first batch of polling data on how people are feeling about the LA situation, and I think it's worth covering. Despite apparent conventional wisdom that the events would help Trump, and he is clearly looking for a fight, so probably agrees, the data shows voters do not initially approve of his response, even if they don't approve of the protesters either. The point being, the default assumption that the LA protests help Trump seems thinly evidenced at this point. They may very well end up hurting him. The abominable Stephen Miller is in charge of this operation. Someone who's an extremist and who doesn't care about what the larger public might think. And no one has any control over him in the White House. He has Homan and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on television besides himself. They are all pretty horrifying and often incoherent morons, certainly not reassuring to the American people. The LA protests are a show of solidarity and defiance. As the American Prospect's David Dayen wrote, and they've been largely peaceful even as corporate mass media and MAGA have focused on scattered acts of vandalism, as I would call them. Now there are protests across the country. When the SEIU leader, David Huerta, the man who's in charge of the union I perforce was once a part of as a care provider for my parents, was arrested during the LA protests for no apparent reason. Union activists in cities across America organized demonstrations in cities across America until he was released. Now, this Saturday, we'll have the No King's Day protests, which will likely turn out millions of people in cities, small towns, and even rural America, as we saw with the Hands Off protests a few months ago. Trump is feeble and stumbling, a laughing stock to the world. His tariff madness is tanking our economy, in fact, the economy of the world, and causing instability worldwide. His battle with Musk was ludicrous, and his threats against Musk for even contemplating supporting Democrats, not that any Democrat should take Musk's help, revealed how lawless Trump is. It's only when people stand up to Trump that he's further revealed as extreme because he just can't hide it, and it drives more people away from him. Trump's actions are a threat to democracy for sure, and the raids are terrifying for any immigrant families, but the rest of us must stand up for them and expose Trump further as the American people continue to show their disapproval. We've got to keep exposing Trump's brutality and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party's undying loyalty thereunto to make sure the Republicans no longer retain power come the midterm elections. Because what began with pre-dawn militarized ICE raids and kidnappings on June 6th has now escalated into open street warfare. 2,000 federally controlled National Guard troops already occupy key intersections. And as of Monday evening, 700 active duty Marines were deployed into our state nation's largest city. If this sounds like warfare being waged upon a population of people by state actors, that's because it is. Pentagon and ICE officials have inspected military bases from New Jersey to California as potential sites to detain immigrants. Trump wants 20,000 troops to hunt and transport immigrants at a cost estimate of $3.6 billion United States dollars. Across the Black Atlantic, Ukraine's drone attack on Russia's strategic aviation has broader implications, proving that Kiev and Europe can defeat the Russian Empire on their own. The Ruskies are recruiting Cubans as a humiliated Putin sees his own troops fleeing the front lines. In another city under siege, residents of Kiev may have wanted to grab a few hours sleep over the last few nights, but finding such slumber was unlikely. Instead, the sky above Ukraine's capital filled with the sound of the aero defense systems trying to stop incoming drones from causing more death and destruction. There were frequent explosions from the drones that got through the defenses and hours of blaring aero raid sirens. Russia launched at least 315 drones at Ukraine overnight in what the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky described as one of the largest attacks on Kiev. The assault damaged high-rise buildings, homes, and cars in 7 districts of the capital and injured at least 4 people. Russian drones also struck the southern port city of Odessa, killing at least 12 people and damaging a maternity ward. The 8 key points about Ukraine's narrow path to victory without Trump are thus: Russia could theoretically compensate for nuclear losses to its aviation by strengthening other elements of its nuclear triad. At a time when control mechanisms are not functioning, there is a risk of strategic uncertainty emerging over the developmental trajectory of Russia's nuclear forces. Even though they don't have nukes, the rest of the world seems to believe they do, and therefore the bluff will be that we're developing other arms by which to deliver them. What a fucking joke. Don't buy it. Point. Since January of 2024, Russian forces have achieved only minimal territorial gains at an extremely slow rate of advance, slower than World War I's Battle of the Somme, while suffering staggering casualties approaching 1 million and disproportionately high equipment losses. Point. The cost is immense. Staggeringly high equipment losses and minimal territorial gains, ergo 100 casualties per square kilometer captured from January through to April of 2025. Point. Russia's war in Ukraine has become a meat grinder, with its military casualties expected to reach 1 million by the end of this month. Point. While Russia has replenished its forces to be 15% larger than pre-invasion levels, drawing on a vast population and targeting poorer regions and prisons for recruitment, this strategy is ultimately unsustainable. Point. With 40% of its federal budget now dedicated to defense and national security, Russia's attritional approach may not be viable indefinitely. Point. The latest CSIS, or Center for Strategic and International Studies report, challenges the narrative that Russia is winning in Ukraine, presenting data proving its military is performing quite poorly. Final point. Sourced report proves that despite Putin's belief he can win a war of attrition, Russia's economic vulnerabilities mean these United States holds any, if not many, of the cards, and could leverage them, particularly through tougher energy sanctions. And by that, I mean to say we hold all the fucking cards. They're just being cautious. Now, the unprecedented attack on Russian military airfields by Ukrainian drones on June 1st is not only significant because it destroyed several strategic aviation aircraft, Operation Spiderweb also showed the world just how vulnerable Russia's strategic nuclear forces really are. And there was no nuclear response, which means they don't have any to respond with, even though technically their nuclear assets were attacked, which rationalizes and actually legally justifies a nuclear response. Instead, they responded through Trump and Los Angeles. Believe me, it's connected. We'll get there, but you need the context. Because at the same time, it demonstrated that within a local conventional conflict, such attacks will not provoke a nuclear response from Moscow. But Moscow believes Ukraine is supported by the West. So to take down the West, have Trump take out Los Angeles and California, because California is the West economy. It's the economy of the United States. Without California, the United States economy is a shithole nation economy down there with Morocco and Madagascar and bumfuck Guatemala, and therefore Moscow actually moves up in the world if you take out California. And Trump's willing to do that. Bear in mind again, the Russian nuclear doctrine was and remains aimed at these United States. And its objective is theoretically to prevent the threat of a nuclear war. How do you do that? Get your puppet, your meat sock puppet in the White House with Putin's fist right up his ass to send in his troops to kill his own people, which his Secretary of State has definitively said they are there to do. In Hegseth's words, kill, kill, and kill again. His words, not mine. The fact that no one's done so yet is just this side of a religious miracle. At the same time, the attack on the Russians by drones demonstrated that within a local conventional conflict, such attacks will not provoke a nuclear response from Moscow on the direct assailant. The Rossian nuclear doctrine was and is, it all remains, aimed at the United States. But if you have no nukes to nuke us with, you get Trump instead. He's just as radioactive. Now, the exact losses sustained by the Russian aerospace forces as a result of the Ukrainian drone attack have yet to be established, but they include at the very least, 7 Tupolev 95MS heavy strategic bombers, which are capable of carrying nuclear weapons, several Tupolev 22M3 long-range bombers, and at least one A-50 airborne early warning and control aircraft were also destroyed. According to the Financial Times, the drones destroyed or damaged about 20% of Russia's operationally ready long-range aviation. Russia currently produces one strategic bomber per year, so it will take at least 7 fucking years to make up for these losses. The Tupolev 95MSs and the Tupolev 22M3s were designed back in the Greater Soviets era and are no longer even in production. So, as a carrier of cruise missiles, their destruction is a major blow to Russian long-range aviation. The loss of the A-50, meanwhile, will reduce the effectiveness of fighter and strike aircraft altogether. Operation Spiderweb was also a serious blow to Russia's image. Strategic bombers, which only the American, Russian, and Communist Chinese empires have in service, are a symbol of power and an important instrument for projecting force. It's no coincidence that Russia resumed flights by strategic bombers back in 2007, the year my late and sainted legal father died, in various regions of the world, including over neutral waters close to NATO countries. Most importantly of all, the operation was an attack on one of the official elements of the nuclear triad: strategic aviation, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and nuclear submarines, the 3 legs of a nuclear stool. A bar stool, but a stool nonetheless. By that I mean, it's all shit in the end and none of it exists anyway. Nuclear weapons are simply a symbol. They're the main symbol of Russia's global greatness. Accordingly, Operation Spiderweb was undoubtedly a blow to the Kremlin's pride. At the same time, the actual impact of the attack on the Russian nuclear triad should not be exaggerated. According to various estimates, at the beginning of 2025, Russia had between 47 and 58 Tupolev 95MSs and 13 to 15 Tupolev 160 aircraft. According to the New START Treaty, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, which is valid through February of 2026, though Russia suspended its participation in it in 2023, strategic aviation accounts for just 12 to 13% of Russia's total number of nuclear weapons carriers. The loss of several Tupolev 95MSs, therefore, is not critical in terms of Russia's readiness to carry out a retaliatory nuclear strike. All of this is theory, and of course none of it exists. Until the 1960s, that decade into which I was delivered unto you, strategic bombers were the only means of transporting nuclear weapons to enemy territory at all. But after the Greater Soviet Union developed intercontinental ballistic missiles, the aviation component of the triad ceased to play a leading role. After the introduction of a moratorium on aerial nuclear tests in 1963, the year my late sister was born, strategic bombers stopped having anything to do with nuclear missiles at all, with the exception of a short period from January of 1985 through to April of 1987, when long-range aviation aerocraft with weapons on board patrolled the Arctic. Later, the Russian military watched as the United States used strategic bombers in Iraq and elsewhere as delivery vehicles for long-range precision cruise missiles. Having developed the KH-101 and KH-555 missiles, Russia began using strategic bombers the same way, first in Syria and then in Ukraine. As a result, the strategic aviation aero arm has de facto become a means of conventional warfare. That means, in practice, an attack on it no longer carries the risk of a retaliatory nuclear strike. The Tupolev 95 MS and Tupolev 160 proved to be entirely legitimate and realistic targets for Kiev. The vulnerability of strategic aviation on the ground has long been known. Such aircraft are only resistant to attack when they are in the air. At the same time, constant patrolling would require significant resources, and continuous operations would inevitably mean a loss of combat capability at both the technical and personnel levels. Another option is to have some aircraft on high alert for immediate takeoff, but that requires an effective early warning system for a missile attack, as well as a reliable chain of command transmission. In Russia's case, that is virtually impossible due to the limited satellite constellation and lack of radars outside their country's territory. In other words, they're just another third world shithole nation. They're totally chicken shit, and you should forget all about them. They don't exist. Now, the architects of Operation Spiderweb were helped by the close proximity in which the strategic bombers were kept to one another. For many years, they were based at two key aerofields, Engels 2 in the Saratov region, and I believe it was Ukrainka in the Amur region. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the former has been repeatedly attacked by Ukrainian drones. In 2022, they damaged at least two Tupolev 95 MSs, and in March of 2025, a strike hit a warehouse containing KH-555 and KH-101 cruise missiles. After that, the Long Range Aviation Command decided to redistribute the bombers to other aerofields. Russia is home to about 100 military aerofields, but only about a quarter of them have a runway at least 3,000 meters long, which is a mandatory requirement for the Tupolev 95 MS and Tupolev 160. Ultimately, only 4 aerofields in the Russian Empire are suitable for housing the aircraft on any permanent basis. So some of the aircraft were left in their original location, and I think some were moved to the Belaya airfield in the Irkutsk region and Olenia airfield in the Murmansk region. It was these airfields that were attacked by drones on June 1st. Now, the operation's success was also facilitated by the fact that the aircraft were out in the open air. Back in 2022, after the attacks on Engels 2, the Russian military leadership began talking about the need to build shelters for military aircraft. The New START Treaty allows strategic aircraft to be kept in hangars to protect against atmospheric phenomena, like rain and shit, provided that such aero shelters do not hinder the monitoring of compliance with restrictions on the number of aircraft. However, no shelters have been built yet in the Russian Empire. The main reason for this is strategic inertia. Well, they're actually just too fucking poor. But at any rate, Russian military planning continued to be based on the outdated assumption that an attack on the aviation part of the nuclear triad was unlikely, since such an attack could supposedly provoke a nuclear response. Secondly, the military has dragged its feet over the hangars since they reduce operational flexibility, which is important, when every second counts. Thirdly, hangars would decrease the aircraft's mobility even further, as they could only be based at aerofields with hangars. Right? Fourthly, the bureaucratic nature of the Russian military-industrial complex means that, well, even when a political decision has been made, the system is simply incapable, totally incapable, of promptly starting the development and serial production of a required item. As a result, it was only in July of 2024 that Defense Minister Andrei Belyuzov publicly pledged to begin building shelters for strategic bombers. A few days before the massive attack on Russian aerofields, he was actually shown a model of a shelter for the Tu-160 for the first time. That model was for a fabric semi-open hangar that would not in any case have offered any protection from the drones. There's no guarantee that substantial shelters will be built even now, following the attack. That means that similar operations may follow, including ones targeting strategic submarines docked with the Northern and Pacific fleets and missile systems, the coordinates of which are also known. The need to ramp up the security of the triad elements will require the Russian authorities to thoroughly reconsider many of their approaches, and there be no guarantee that subsequent changes will comply with the principles of control and verification outlined in the New START, Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. Moreover, Russia may decide that it has lost part of its nuclear potential and start restoring that potential unmonitored, and not just by focusing on aviation. Under the terms of the New START, each party has the right to independently determine the composition and structure of its strategic offensive weapons. In other words, Russia could compensate for nuclear losses, as I said, by strengthening these other elements of its three-legged stool at a time when control mechanisms are not functioning. Well, this means that there's this risk of strategic uncertainty emerging over the developmental trajectory of Russia's nuclear forces. Personally, I think the only realistic ones are trucks, where they just truck it into the target, which they reach by roads and then blow it up, killing the driver and the crew along with it. It's really their only viable option for delivering any nukes at this point. Seriously, it's not a joke. If they can get crews to do that, they're set. If not, well, they're fucked. And believe me, they're fucked. Now, the United States already believed that Moscow was not complying with the restrictions on the number of deployed nuclear warheads established by the New START anyway. Now there are even more grounds for such concerns. The recent attack doesn't just raise questions for Russia, but for other nuclear powers as well. The Ukrainian operation showed that it is possible to carry out an effective surprise attack on dozens of aircraft without using cruise or ballistic missiles. What should the response be to the loss of several nuclear weapons carriers? Where is the red line that will trigger an inevitable nuclear response? And how can the organizer of such an attack be identified if no one claims responsibility? Answers will now have to be found to all of these questions and included in future arms control agreements, if, of course, there ever are any. Summarily, Zelensky's military and diplomatic coup d'etat must not lead to inflated expectations. With Operation Spiderweb, Ukraine demonstrated it has a lot of fight left. All that means for now is that the war is set to rage on. In that sense, Ukraine's drone attack doesn't matter because Russia and Ukraine are both still in this war for the long haul. But Russia's war in Ukraine is ultimately headed for a collapse. Russia isn't winning the war in Ukraine. A recent report from the Washington, D.C. CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies, offers this assessment of the more than 3-year-long war in Ukraine. Russian military forces have failed to effectively advance along multiple axes in Ukraine, seized limited territory, lost substantial quantities of equipment relative to Ukraine, and suffered remarkably high rates of fatalities and casualties since January of 2024, according to new CSIS data. While some policymakers and experts argue that Russia holds all the cards in the Ukraine war, the very term Donald Trump used, the data suggests that the Russian military, has performed relatively poorly on the battlefield, and this is an understatement that I'm reading, to say the least. The authors of this report first exposit that multiple pro-Russian Western voices continue to propagandize on behalf of Moscow that the Russian Empire is winning the war and that Ukraine is losing. This is, of course, Kremlin propagandists. These are the Axis Sallies and Tokyo Roses of today's world war, but Americans are too fucking dumb to know it, and they just suck Russian dick. Actually, they suck turds out of Russian ass, but, you know, we don't need to get too specific. But basically, the CSIS report states that in order to assess which side retains any advantage or the direction of any trends that could be used to forecast the eventual outcome, a set of key indicators must be examined. These indicators focus on Russia's battlefield performance, and they are the relative rate of advance of Russian forces, the size of Russian territorial gains, the scope of equipment losses, and fatality and overall casualty rates. Overall, they conclude that all the evidence proves that Russia has largely failed to achieve its primary objectives and has suffered high costs. In fact, Russia might very well be losing based on such metrics. Russian progress, or lack thereof. Analyzing those indicators, the authors come up with what to myself are an entirely foregone set of conclusions. Point: Russian forces have advanced only 50 meters daily in areas like Kharkiv. This is a slower rate than during the Somme offensive in World War I, where French and British forces they advanced an average of 80 meters per day. Point: Russian rates of advance have also been significantly slower than offensives like Galicia in 1914 at 1,580 meters per day, Condīta in 1916 at 1,000 meters a day, Wody in 1918 at 410 meters a day, and Leningrad in 1943 at 1,000 meters a day. Point: Russia's seizure of approximately 5,000 square kilometers of territory in Ukraine since January of 2024 has been minuscule. Point: overall, it amounts to less than 1% of Ukrainian territory. 1 million men lost for 1% of territorial gain. Point: what gains there have been in the Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kharkiv oblasts, well, I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's like nothing. Point: same study reads Russia's almost symbolic advances are particularly noteworthy compared to its conquest of 120,000 square kilometers during the first 5 weeks of the war, and Ukraine's recapture of 50,000 square kilometers in the spring of 2022. Point: Russia has seen massive quantities of equipment lost across land, air, and sea domains, which reflects the mounting and crippling levels of materials toll from Moscow's attrition campaign. Point: Russian equipment losses have been significantly higher than Ukrainian losses, varying between a ratio of 5-to-1 and 2-to-1 in Ukraine's favor. Final point: Moscow's casualties will hit the 1 million mark in the summer of 2025. Said report reading, Russia has suffered roughly 5 times as many fatalities in Ukraine as in all Russian and Greater Soviets wars combined from the end of World War II and the start of the full-scale invasion in February of 2022. In addition, Russian fatalities in Ukraine in just over 3 years are 15 times larger than the Greater Soviet Union's decade-long war in Afghanistan and 10 times larger than Russia's 13 years of war in Chechnya. Russia does not hold any fucking cards. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's intransigence in negotiations and maintaining his maximalist demands for Ukraine's almost total capitulation tells us that he believes he can win this war of attrition. He believes Ukraine will run out of bullets before Russia will run out of soldiers. But this position assumes that Moscow can maintain its current war footing at this level indefinitely. However, as more than one analyst has observed, Russia does not hold the cards to carry on in this manner indefinitely, perhaps not for much longer at all. Referring to the CIS report again, the economy is the most significant factor not in Russia's favor. Stubborn and persistent inflation, labor shortages, and almost no mechanisms to generate economic growth are beginning to be felt throughout the country. Moscow's economy is seriously exposed and overdependent on oil and gas, which make up between 30% and 50% of Russia's total federal budget revenue. One analysis estimated that the United States and our allies can afford to go after Russia's energy economy. The secondary sanctions against Russia proposed by the United States Congress would cause Kremlin oil revenues to drop by 20%, while raising gasoline prices in the United States by only 15 cents per gallon. However, these and other weaknesses will only bring the war to an end if Washington takes real steps to take advantage of them. The source report concluding that without the United States creating serious levels of pain, Putin will continue to drag the peace talks out, keep fighting, and wait for the United States to walk away. The United States holds many of the cards in Ukraine. It just needs to start playing them. We hold all the cards, but Trump is going to walk away. He is instead deploying our own military against us under orders of Vladimir Putin. Because if Putin can't defeat the Ukrainians, he damn well wants the American soldiers killing Americans for him. Who needs a nuke when you got that? Trump is his nuke. Shoved right up your ass. Now, this new round of fighting might at least make it clear to Donald Trump that talk of ceasefires is fruitless, but I wouldn't bet on the American president criticizing Mr. Putin at all, let alone threatening him. Mr. Trump has repeatedly shied away from blaming the Russian tyrant for the war he launched. Ukraine's war will be won by soldiers, not speeches. Do the math. Russia has always been losing the Ukraine war. That's why Trump's negotiations are dead on arrival. Pressuring Zelensky is futile. Trump won't or can't pressure Putin. Trump's threat to cut military aid won't change the Ukraine's course. This brings us to collapse time. Can the Russian Empire sustain this casualty rate in Ukraine indefinitely? Let me check the latest input from the text box here and seeing if I can draw up the call to do that. And Holly's taking a call. She'll be back soon. There's our man. T-Tank Barry has given us any number of incredible images. I appreciate them all. And I thank him for this. And this has to do with... Oh, yes. One of them is that German General, Mr. Schurz, General Schurz, Feldmarshal Schurz is what he should have been. Bless his heart. And with that, we return to train of thought here. The war in Ukraine has dragged on for more than 3 years with no end in sight. Russia, under the tyrannical Putin, has refused to negotiate a ceasefire or any peace initiative. To do so would be to admit to the Russian military has performed poorly, and regardless of continuing rosy proclamations about how well the special military operation is going, it has turned into a meat grinder. At the current rate of casualties, Russia will suffer its 1 millionth casualty by the end of this month. They can insist on not calling it a war. Still, 1 million casualties sounds a lot like one. mainly when they have not accomplished one of the strategic objectives set out before the invasion in February of 2022. Okay, let me know as soon as you're on. Me know as soon as are on. Okay, there we are. All right, and that's George Knight. Will be joining us soon for a little while. Now, Putin's refusal to participate in negotiations to end the war is part of his strategy. In refusing to an unconditional ceasefire, refusing to agree to one, and skipping the latest peace talks in Turkey, Putin is playing for time because he believes it is on his side. But the question is, can Russia continue to sustain these heavy losses and continue the fighting indefinitely? True, as Vinny Barbaric, alias Peter Moon, always bragged on behalf of his Eastern Eurotrash communist affiliates at the World Genesis Foundation-sponsored Atlanticron, Russia's military force has consistently replenished more than 100%. Russia is replenishing its troops faster than was thought possible. Although the quality of its troops has fallen, NATO Supreme Commander in Europe, General Christopher Cavoli, observed that Russia is reconstituting that force far faster than our initial estimates suggested. The army is actually now larger by 15% than it was when it invaded Ukraine. Ukraine has suffered fewer casualties, but still horrifying numbers, about 400,000. However, it is worth considering that Russia's population is 4 times the size of Ukraine's. Russia has approximately 18.9 million military-age males between 20 and 39 years of age, in contrast to Ukraine's 5 million. In essence, Ukraine's losses are higher in terms of the percentage of its population that has been lost. However, the strain on Russia's economy is quite telling. As the military newsy-zine War on the Rocks has pointed out, Russia's spending for the military in 2025, 40% of Russia's federal expenditures would go to defense and national security, a share that would exceed Russia's combined spending on education, health, and social and economic welfare. In contrast, to maintain its global force posture, defense spending in the United States has averaged 15% of the total United States government budget over the past decade. And equipment losses are going to reach unsustainable levels. During the initial invasion, Russia's armored vehicle losses outnumbered Ukraine's by a 4-to-1 margin. It has only increased to 5-to-1. When Russia captured Avdiivka, it has gradually declined and has dropped to 2-to-1 in May of this year. But that's only because they don't have as many tanks to even deploy anymore. However, it is worth considering that Russia is trading vast amounts of personnel and armor for only a few yards of terrain at that. The CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, has reported that since January of 2024, Russia has traded vast quantities of equipment for mere meters of ground, a strategy that decisively falls short of Moscow's objective to greatly expand its control of Ukrainian territory, to say the least. Russia has gained only 1,627 square kilometers in Ukraine and Russia's Kursk Oblast between January and April of 2025 at a reported cost of 160,600 casualties. That is about 100 casualties per kilometer. Russian forces occupy around 20% of Ukraine. At the current monthly rate of advance in Ukraine, it would take Russian forces over 152 fucking years to capture the remaining 80% of Ukraine. if Russia can sustain massive personnel losses indefinitely. Russian victory is thus hardly inevitable. Obviously, Putin does not care about casualties in the Ukrainian war. Putin is unmoved by the number of casualties. The aforecited ċīsīs has also pointed out that Russia's daily average of casualties has increased every year since 2022. However, many of the soldiers killed and wounded in Ukraine are from Russia's far north, far east, and prisons. They are not the children of Moscow and St. Petersburg elites. Putin likely considers these type of soldiers more expendable and less likely to undermine his domestic political support base. Because Russia is run by Putin, the narrative of the war has been carefully orchestrated by the Kremlin to prop up Putin as an effective wartime leader, hide the weaknesses of the military, and continually portray the special military operation as proceeding according to plan. They can sustain the casualties in the short term, but Putin is biding his time because he believes the West's desire to support Ukraine will waver and break. However, these losses and the mismanagement of this war will eventually erode public support therefore. The military tide may have already turned against Putin. Russia has started losing the war in Ukraine. Regardless, as the Ukraine has become Europa's arsenal, Trump should build a wall between Russia and Ukraine. But my best guess is that the American president will increasingly look away. A NATO summit later this month will be the European powers that vow to dramatically increase defense spending and support of Ukraine. The Ukraine's battlefield prospects against the Russian Empire clearly dimmed when the Trump misadministration took office, or retook office, with the Ruskies behind them, I should say. Trump has consistently signaled that, at the very least, military aid resembling anything close to that the Biden misadministration bankrolled would not be forthcoming. Ukraine's route to a secure and sovereign future thus became much narrower, so much so that a dark pessimism descended on many European powers, and the observers sourcing therefrom. But the excessive gloom is uncalled for and counterproductive. Ukraine already produces the world's most advanced frontline weaponry and innovates with cunning on the battlefield. It has already routed Russia in the Black Sea theater and recently pulled off another bombastic coup d'etat in Operation Spiderweb, targeting 41 aircraft with drone strikes deep into Russia and likely destroying at the very least 10 of them. As long as the Ukrainians' determination to fight on is undiminished, there are strategies available to help them win, even without American imperial support at the levels to which they have become accustomed. Many attendees at last week's Black Sea Security Forum in Odessa, Ukraine, were engaged in the wishful thinking that the American Imperial President Donald Trump will eventually come around on Ukraine and embrace the country as an ally, deserving of tens of billions of dollars of continued support once he grasps that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, yes, has been playing him all
apologies,
along.
it wasn't supposed to be on.
No,
greetings.
Yes, greetings indeed. Greetings indeed. So just to finish off my thought there, a lot of people at the Black Sea Security Forum held last week in Odessa, Ukraine, they were engaging in this wishful thinking that Trump would come around once he grasps the fact that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has been playing him all along, betraying his duplicity in several rounds of ceasefire talks. Obviously, no one should expect that. By the way, so what's going on right now with yourself, Brendan? Give us a hint as to your situational status, if you wish.
Oh, just hell cleaning, doing summer cleaning, which is like slave labor shit, where we have to like get on ladders and open the lights and, you know, clean windows that are like 6 feet in the air and shit. It's hell. It's fucking hell. It's horrifying.
Oh my fucking god. I don't even
and then
want
we
to
got
imagine.
slavers, and then it's like a slavers and shit. They'll come in with the white glove tomorrow and be like, oh, it's not enough, you know, you got to go deeper, you got to go better, you know.
Oh, fuck them.
You might as well be. I'd rather be under Bolshevik at this point.
It's the same
The
shit.
only difference is I get to pay. Yeah, I get to use my money how I see fit. So
Yes.
that's the only plus. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, there's and it's never enough. I'll tell you that.
No.
It's horrible. So like anything else that comes to mind that you know, you want to vent, cathart, puke it all out, please, by all means. I encourage you to do so. This is a venue. This is a venue for our mental health. This is a venue for our mental health.
You know, other than the usual like packing away, you know, cat carcasses, you know, just what everyone else does at work, you know, normal stuff. Wading through a sea of roaches on my way home, you know, because there's so many roaches that come out after dark. You know, it's just the normal. You know, like, you know, this is like worse than any third world country.
It is. It
Makes
is.
you wonder why all these people want to stay here. It's like, fuck, I'd go back. Shit.
Thank you. I hate to say it. It's hard for me to find sympathy with that TikToker. Who's that black guy? He was supposed to be the world's most popular TikToker, and ICE detained him.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about Ẓlāmic.
Yeah. Did you see how he
the hell's
pulled
name is-
open his shirt and he had the face of Black Panther, the King T'Challa of Wakanda, over his heart?
Yeah.
And I'm like, really?
Yeah, he's so goofy. This dude's so goofy.
I was like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
And he's Italian. He's like, he don't give a fuck. What does he care about Africa?
Yeah,
Okay.
Jesus.
He's
Fuck.
basically just a troll. He's just like an internet troll. That's how he became famous.
Yeah.
There's
Oh.
no
yeah.
substance to those people.
Yeah, thank you. It's like, yeah, he's got no fucking problem, you know, with his detention.
Like, obviously, I hate to be like this, typical.
Yeah.
I guess you can use either one, African or Italian, but he just goes to Vegas to gamble. It's like typical waste of your riches, you know.
Thank you. There you go. Well, I mean, unless you're hitting the hookers, but I mean, really, why? I would just go straight for the hookers and not even gamble. What the fuck is the point of going, you know, through this?
I mean, he all he has to do, he can go to freaking Amsterdam. Why does he got to go to LB?
Yeah, no
There's
shit.
nothing there.
No shit. Yeah, I hear you. Though I will admit I tend to prefer American woman simply because, you know, the culture is a bit more, you know, I just like it a bit more than the European culture. It's like,
if so you're saying if I bought you a session in Amsterdam, you'd say no?
I never said that.
Yeah.
It's not what I said. No, it's just like, let's put it this way. I try to think of European and, you know, Asian woman as just I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's like
No, I get it. I'm just kidding.
yeah. It's just
It's a different vibe.
yeah, it's a different vibe. Yeah, it's just it's not like I'm trying to think of them as more wholesome. I don't want people to mistake this somehow or something like that. It's just you know, American women are just easier to get along.
Yeah, I don't know.
So.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Yeah, I do enjoy the craziness of a hot woman.
Yeah,
Hot
that's
American
the
woman.
thing. They're crazy. They're
That's why
crazy.
they-
I can think that. Yes, that's it. They're
It's a
crazy.
different level. It's a different level.
Yeah, it's
That's why that song "American Woman" exists. You know,
it's true. Yeah,
stay away from me, American woman.
yeah. There you go.
But he was still going after her.
Of course, that goes without saying. That's
Yeah.
it's all part of because we're fucked. Because we're all fucked like that. Yeah, our wheels are spinning. That's but.
Right.
Yeah.
But other than that, there's no venting really. Other than that, just I'm just in hell, and it's almost like I'm going deeper. You know, this is like
It's kind of
this part wasn't in
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this wasn't in whatever your
It's the Italian guy's name.
reincarnation stipulation gave you the impression of. Yeah.
I certainly hope not. I hope this is a fluke of fate. It's horrifying. There's no way I did like if I did something that bad, I'd be disappointed. Shit.
Yeah. Well,
This is pretty bad.
Either that or impressed. It's like, Jesus Christ. Well, we must have been on the scale of Genghis Khan or some shit.
Yeah.
But it's
True.
Yeah.
True.
It's kind of like what Traore is doing right now. You didn't hear that, Troy. You didn't hear that. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Poor
Yeah.
guy.
Has Troy been on recently? Did you hear somewhere?
No. He wanted to come on, but he's like, he got to listening to me. He figures that I'm on a roll. But he's fine. He's fine. So and George says he's coming on for a short while soon. But anyhow, continue. Yeah.
Oh, good. Cool.
Yeah. It's only going to be for a short while, and then I'll try and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to articulate to people like I did to the Blood Boys that Ukraine doesn't need the fucking United States, but it sure as hell needs Europe, and Europe sure as hell needs Ukraine. So the Europeans better fucking get their act together, and I think they're trying. God bless them. And
they're doing more than anyone else.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. And I do want people to understand they're doing a lot.
And a bunch of European countries started sanctioning the Israeli Minister of Defense, so at least they're trying.
Yeah,
Even though it doesn't work, it's just something. It's like symbolic.
Understood. And the French are trying to work with certain parties of the Arabs towards a two-state solution. So there's some concept still that Palestine exists. So, again, that makes them enemies of the Israelis. So the Zionists are going to be...
At this point, why can't they just pull those people out and just give them, like, reparations? Just say, look, we'll pay for them. Just don't kill them all.
Yeah. Who has the money for that? I mean, sure, I'd be up for it. Germany. No, not Germany. Prussia. Reinstate Prussia. Take it out of fucking Poland and Lithuania. Reinstate Prussia and put the Palestinians and all the Muslims from Germany there, and the Syrians. Don't send them back to Syria. They all speak German now. So it's a form of German expansion, an expansion of German culture. And so make it an Islamic State in Europe, but they're all Syrians and Palestinians educated in the German language. I think it's great. That's
a brilliant idea.
Thank you. I think
good luck getting it enacted.
Of course, yeah. But, all it takes is, another D-Day and force the Europeans to see the, and reinstate Nazism. Another D-Day by the Americans to reinstate Nazism.
Like a reverse.
Reverse D-Day. That's what I want to do. Yeah. And we land at Normandy.
Really
We land at Normandy. I insist. It would be the occult way of reversing the spell.
Yeah, to undo the damage.
Yeah. And
good.
Yes,
I support it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. See, I know what to do. I'm the solution. Yeah, not like Trump. And in my case, it is true. There is no one else. Yeah. In my case, it is true. There is no one else. I am terminally unique. Yes, in that sense.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, sadly, yes. I mean, unfortunately, yeah. But
anyways, it's good to hear from you on. Right now is it's the star sign that was prominent in your biosire's chart. So
excellent.
You're obviously channeling that quite well.
Thank you. And tell us about this strawberry moon that rose last night, or was it the night before?
Strawberry full moon in Scorpio. Yeah, so it's very warlike. It's very scorpionic, as you can see around us. Yeah, because Antares is the star of the military leader. It's very Martian, even though it's in a water sign. It's very Martian and martial. And all about like responsibility, honorability, the military leader, so like generals and stuff like that. So there you go.
Yeah,
people that hold responsibility for a large amount of people. That's like, and now we're in the tail end of that sign, and it's a sign called Mula, the root, and it's a very powerful star sign, like asterism. And like, Hitler had Jupiter there and Venus and very prominent placements. So that's what gave him like the material achievement, the gusto, the oomph, that really powerful kind of presence and, forward, ability to enact his plans and all of that came from this star sign. So
Wow, excellent.
Like I said, it's in your chart as well. So if anyone's in doubt, we can see you channeling it now.
Thank you. So. That's beautiful. I appreciate that profoundly. By the way, Troy in the chat says, "I heard that. Laugh out loud."
Well, it's nothing against Troy. It's just that we'll explain later. We'll go into it another time about that.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be back to the subject repeatedly. This is going to be something that crops up. We're not even sure.
Dude's going to get more infamous over time.
With all the AI going on, I really begin to wonder if he's even real. Or is this guy just...
Yeah, we still have to confirm that.
Yeah, good God. The amount of AI going on with Traore is outrageous. AI of him, like... speaking every language and descending from the sky for all intents and purposes. Christ. But there you go. So, so before our man George comes on, I'll see what else I can say about Europe. So thank you for checking in with us. I appreciate that profoundly. Holly's off the call, but hopefully she'll rejoin us soon. She's taking a call. But, unlike what the Europeans were, wishful thinking about, that Trump would come to his senses, which, there's no senses to come back to, a far more likely outcome is that Trump blames both Moscow and Kiev for failing to do as he instructs and withdraws from active involvement in diplomacy while also discontinuing all American Imperial arms supplies to Kiev. But crucially, the Trump misadministration will not abandon Ukraine completely. American imperial policymakers, among them a majority of Republicans, realize that there is too much for Washington to lose from a potential Ukrainian collapse. The United States can and probably will extend offers similar to previous support where it doesn't cost Washington excessively. Washington insiders who deal with the Trump misadministration on Ukraine say that it will not suspend Ukraine's access to the United States satellite intelligence, which has been crucial for Ukraine's battlefield targeting. This advanced satellite imagery is absolutely key for Ukraine. It is its eyes and ears. Since Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022, the United States National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or the GIA, has lent Ukraine access to a commercial satellite imagery platform that uses high-resolution radar imagery to track Russian troop movements, which the Ukrainian military uses to plan their counteroffensives. As the New York Times has reported, the Ukrainian military depends overwhelmingly on coordinates from United States intelligence for most of its operations involving long-range strikes. Critically, this is one of the few pieces of technology that neither the Ukrainians nor their European allies can substitute at this point in history. And without it, as Ukraine was for about a week in March, when the Trump misadministration was roughing up the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Kiev would find itself at an ominous disadvantage. But this won't happen, because continued Ukrainian access enables the United States to have a finger in the war rather than stand on the sidelines as a useless observer, and since it's already in place, it costs very little. Intelligence sharing aside, the Ukraine's victory now hinges on Europe stepping up as its dominant ally and benefactor, and there is every sign that it is doing just that, if slowly. Europe's leading powers, Die Neue Deutschland, or the New United Germany, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and even Poland, are in the process of asserting leadership in the Russo-Ukrainian war, and to that end, together with EU institutions, they have made prodigious sums available to weaponize Ukraine and cover its bills. The European Union already has a package of stiffer sanctions against the Russian Empire in progress. The Europeans' pledges of support are more than just lip service. You couldn't get that out. They understand the centrality of this war to the long-term European security, so much so that it is now their top priority. There has been a flurry of diplomatic activity since Friedrich Merz took Die Vereinigte Deutschland, the United Germany, Kanzlei, on the 6th of May. And that activity accounts to more than mere words. With an economy 9 times greater than Russia's, the European Union is already in the process of replacing, and it has the potential to surpass, the United States as Ukraine's chief supplier of armaments and financial aid. From 2021 to 2024, EU, or European Union members' defense budgets jumped from 218 billion euros, or about $248 billion, to 326 billion euros, or about $372 billion, and a further increase of at least 100 billion euros, and that means an increase of about 114 billion US dollars is projected by 2027. The EU institutions are now involved on an entirely new level. The European Commission is bolstering the European Defense Union, which will help build out the Euroblock's defense industry and stimulate ammunition production. In March, the program that was originally titled Rearm Europe was recast as European Readiness 2030, with the aspiration to leverage 800 billion euros, or about 912 billion US dollars, for defense spending over 5 years, like a Greater Soviet's 5-year plan. So too have individual countries reached deeply into their pockets, well aware that they are on their own now. In March, for example, Merz, the then incoming United German Chancellor, created a 500 billion euro, or 570 billion United States dollar debt pool for the defense expenditures and United German infrastructure. This year, 2 non-EU members, the United Kingdom and Norway, both kingdoms, both part of the Coalition of the Willing that was launched by France and the United Kingdom after the Munich Security Conference in February, wherein the Americans told all the Europeans to go fuck themselves, pledged an additional 450 million British pounds, or about 600 million US dollars, of military support to Kiev. The United Germany's IWF Kiel calculates that in order to offset American imperial aid to Ukraine, both military and fiscal, Europe needs to double its expenditures. The recently announced new monies are more than enough to do this. Since February of 2022, American imperial aid has totaled about $66.9 billion in military assistance, to as well as more than $50 billion in non-military financial aid. Now, nota bene here, note thusly, the Center for Strategic and International Studies that I have consistently sourced tonight estimates that 90% of that military aid is paid out within the United States to contractors to build new weapons or to replenish arms sent to Ukraine from American stockpiles. So if Trump cuts off aid to the Ukraine, he's cutting off literally thousands, if not tens of thousands, of American jobs. Certainly, Europe will be at pains to replace some of the American imperial hardware, in particular aero defenses. Currently, Washington provides the lion's share of rocket launchers such as HIMARS systems, or Attack-M's missiles, howitzer ammunition, and long-range anti-aircraft systems such as Patriots. Europe already does the heavy lifting in terms of howitzers and main battle tanks, or MBTs. In a May Center for Strategic and International Studies report, researchers proved that European missile defense systems can help defend Ukraine against Russian cruise missile strikes, but the United States Patriot is the only NATO system that can defend against Russian ballistic missile attacks. So you know, it really isn't that great a fucking loss, because the Russians have how many ballistic missiles? Like maybe 4 of them, and they're all gonna blow up on the launch pad anyway, so it's like you don't need the American patriots, really. In addition to the investment in their own arms industries to manufacture this until now donated American Imperial hardware, the Europeics can simply purchase these items from the United States. That's a deal that Trump said interests him. And there are other potential sellers too, such as South Korea. And yes, even Zionist Israel. Nobody cares who dies when they sell their weapons. They just want the fucking money. The new ace in the hole is the Ukraine's own superlative defense sector, which has blossomed into one of Europe's most ingenious and advanced arms industries and self-produces much of what its military requires, including roughly 40% of all weaponry anyway, at a fraction of the cost and twice as fucking fast. For every $1 billion that the United States has paid out to its own industry, the Europeans can get several times as much from the Ukrainians, and without the same transfer headaches and costs. In addition to its hailed drone production, Ukraine reports that it produces more howitzers and artillery systems than all of Europe combined. The Ukrainians know exactly what they need and are constantly tweaking their hardware to conditions on the battlefield. The Danes have paved the way in purchasing weapons for the armed forces of Ukraine directly from Ukrainian manufacturers. The so-called Danish model appears to be a hit. This year, Denmark, Sweden, Canada, Norway, and Iceland will fork out a combined 1.3 billion euros for Ukrainian artillery, strike drones, missiles, and anti-tank weapons that were created in Ukraine. About 830 million euros of this sum stems from the European Union, which is drawing on the windfall profits of frozen Russian assets, an overdue and highly fortuitous maneuver. Ukrainians are understandably worn down from the war and eager for a return to normalcy, but Putin's strategy to destroy morale by bombing civilians is not working. It is the Russians who have to worry about morale, as ever more troops die and sanctions choke the empire's economy. The Ukrainians, and Europe can thank them for it, are showing a resourcefulness and resilience that earns them the West's support. If the United States is not going to be there for them, then Europe must, and it can. In fact, it's in the process of happening now. Irregardless, Mr. Trump's current concern is domestic. Trump's police state is here, with Trump's military escalation in Los Angeles. So here's a broken news alert. Trump has ordered the United States Marine Corps to crack down on protests in California. 700 United States Marines have been mobilized to Los Angeles to protect federal property and personnel amid the Los Angeles riots. Steve Bannon, since declaring that, in his own words, "We're in World War III. We need to start arresting government officials, including their bitch mayors, Karen Bass." Now, reflect upon what I've just said. Steve Bannon organized Breitbart News as, in his own words, an unashamedly pro-Israel rag, an E-rag, like a giant electronic internet tampon onto which he bleeds through his cunt every day. And he's saying that we need to start arresting Californian officials for being elected. Put that into your pipe and smoke it for the moment. You'll start getting the effects of it soon enough in context. The Pentagon formally deployed about 700 Marines to Los Angeles in the passing hours to reinforce National Guard members responding to immigration protests. According to 3 United States officials, a pair among them representing the United States Department of Defense, approximately 700 United States Marines have been mobilized to support the National Guard in protecting federal personnel and property in Los Angeles. Same TWA officials confirming that the mobilization is temporary until more California National Guard troops arrive to Los Angeles. And with that, we have George Knight jumping on now. But let's finish this thought. We'll come back to this train of thought when George Knight departs. But ergo, therefore, Trump is deploying the Marines, risking further confrontation in Los Angeles with protesters and pushing the limits on presidential power. The president has turned long-standing conservative dogma on its head, choosing to bully states when it suits him and ignore them when it does not. Okay, with that, we go to George Knight. So, dear George, we're happy to have you for as long as you're able to stay with us.
Thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you so much for having me on. I do apologise. It's so early in the morning, my end, so I'm just waking up.
No worries.
So appreciate it. Yes, thank you. I'm so glad to be on today with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it on Sunday's show because of commitments and responsibilities, but I'm so glad to be with you today, Douglas. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, believe me, we're glad to have you. So, for the time, how much time do you estimate you have with us again?
Yeah, so what the schedule is, what the plan is for today for myself is we've got this meeting going on. The drive is about 40 minutes, but I'm picking somebody up, a co-worker of mine as well. So hence why I thought if I could jump on the show as early as possible, I could remain with you until I have to go pick up that co-worker. And then, then I can, depart for my day. And then, we can depart and say goodbye, and then I'll rejoin you hopefully on Sunday's show, just depending on commitments and responsibilities. But yeah, that's the plan anyway. If I do have to disappear, I'll stay on as long as I can, but if I do, I will put a message to just say goodbye, Douglas, if I can't speak. But yeah, thank you so much. I hope that's all right with you.
Of course. Well, that goes without saying. We'll take what we can of your company, of course. That goes without saying. And of course, so you reviewed this article that I sent to you, and others that I've sent to you about the chips. They're trying to produce chips in Britain now, and share with us, about that and whatever else you can think of. I don't know if you've had a chance to follow up on King George's visit. I'm sorry, King Charles. His
so
visit.
Much appreciate.
Yeah, it's Brooke
Much
keeps calling you King George. Brooke keeps calling you King George. Yes. Anyhow, King Charles's visit to Canada and all that, but obviously go into whatever you want to go into. Actually, it's not just those, but any subjects. What's on your mind? What stands out to you?
Appreciate it. Yes, thank you, Douglas. I did actually last weekend. We did venture up to London, and I visited Buckingham Palace. I didn't go inside, unfortunately. I didn't see him, but he was home, the king. He was home. Wow. But it was foul weather. It was very, very, it was just so torrential. The rain was just horrendous.
Oh my God.
So we were absolutely drenched and soaked. But it was a great visit. But what was so startling and profound for me to see was a lot of the Ukrainian support in London. Excellent. The flags were flown everywhere, as well as the Union. The United Kingdom Union Jack flag everywhere, and it was just but security was very, very tight, and we just assumed that maybe a royal was maybe venturing out of Buckingham Palace, or there was a head of state possibly visiting. I have no idea, but security was very, very tight in London on Saturday.
That's incredible.
But it was.
What an experience!
I wanted to share it with you.
Thank you. I'm glad you did. I'm impressed, and I'm glad you had time to do that.
It was a family day out. Yeah, okay. It was a family day out.
So Everly was there.
Me. Yes, she got to see everything. Yeah, I showed her all around. Okay. We went on the London Eye, and it was lovely. It was a wonderful experience. It was her first time visiting. I've been there many times before, but yeah. Got to show Buckingham Palace. Do you remember obviously when people look at pictures of Buckingham Palace, they will notice it was called the Queen's Guards or the Scots Guards that would guard the palace itself. The uniform has changed, which is one thing I noticed. They've got black uniform now. And so that's recently changed. I looked it up, and apparently since April, the king has asked. They've had a ceremony, a form of ceremony that has commenced, and they've changed their uniform now. They look like, to me, SS soldiers or SS guards.
Cool.
Yes, to me, but without the normal regalia that's presented on their uniform, and the head attire. You know, the headgear is different, but it was all completely black. Wow. Blacked out, so it looked.
They're getting serious.
Remarkable.
They're getting serious.
They get very, very serious. Yes. So I noticed that, you know, because people are used to the red uniform and the top black hat, the furry hats, but that's changed now. So that was remarkable to see. Yes.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. That's actually quite encouraging.
Yes.
Not that I had anything against
London.
not that I had anything against the old uniforms, but still, it shows that they're really getting serious, and so definitely their response by these Helsing drones that are far more advanced than anything the Ukrainians have deployed so far. The Ukrainians seem to be saving those for a serious situation, and you know, they've already what they attacked the Russian strategic forces with was their own homemade drones, but these British manufactured drones, they're holding them in reserve, and there's more coming from Britain, of course. But then once those things are deployed, and if they're deployed into Russia itself, as far as I'm concerned, that would be Britain's response to the weapon of mass destruction, the Novichok, deployed in London itself.
Yes, the Novichok. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And but
no,
please
very much appreciate it. But
Yeah.
It was very, very tight security, and the Ukrainian flag was flown everywhere. So I have taken pictures. I will share them with you, Douglas. I can do it through Teams. So yeah, I can share some images, the photographs I've taken. Yeah, it was high in tourism, but yeah, the old Scots Guards uniforms, they're more of a tourist attraction where people like to, go up next to them and have their photograph taken. And it was, more of to me, it looked more of a gimmick. Yeah. So,
I mean, this is more serious. In other words, before, of course, I meant to say that before it was much more touristy and kind of like you said, it's just a gimmick. It's gimmicky. And, but this is now they're getting serious. So it's like what needs to happen. It really needs to happen.
Yeah, you're talking about the horsemen, right, in Whitehall?
Yeah, exactly. And for a moment, not that I actually thought anything would happen, but at one point when I was outside Buckingham Palace, there was a police van. One of those ones where it's highly secured and very armored. It looks like they're like packed out, full kitted, and there was about 6 police guards inside, and they were all. I thought they were watching me because they were looking directly at me.
They were, George. Believe me. No, they know who you are. They know who you're affiliated with.
They were scoping and scanning, and I was just aware of their presence, but they were like feet away from me. Literally, they parked up right next to me, and they were just watching me. And I was like, "There's so many people here. Why are they next to me?"
No, we know goddamn
well. I'm here with my daughter.
Well, we know goddamn
I'm showing her the King's Palace.
I mean, tell him, Brendan.
Yeah, they did the same to me, George. They did the same to me.
Yeah, thank you, Brendan. Not that I was, I wasn't suspicious or thought, that I'm, thinking there's anything, in it at all. But I was like, why are they doing that? There was about 6 policemen, all with high visors, all with, blacked out sunglasses, just watching me, like, looking at me, and I was like, directly, I was like, what is going on?
You're known, believe me. It's like, it's the man you're affiliated with, the Tories fucking stole my domestic program verbatim and shit. So, believe me, they know who you are because you're the man they heard it through. So...
I have a picture. Let me have a look.
Yeah, and it was the same with our man Brendan when he visited. I mean, believe me, the two of you are quite known and identified. Parties of interest. We'll call you parties of interest. But do me a favor, both of you. Try and reach out. The coming what did I just do to the call? Let me see if I can recover the calendar. Let me call my calendar up. Is it when is both Trump and John Warrington have the same birthday, and it's on the 14th. It's on Flag Day. So on Flag Day, it'll be Saturday. So Saturday the 14th, you know, U.S. Flag Day. But nevertheless, it's Trump's birthday, so it's a big deal here because he's holding a military fucking parade. But it's also John Warrington's birthday. I'm totally perma-banned from Facebook. If the two of you could reach out to him, just make certain he continues, please, to record and upload my episodes, and just wish him a happy birthday for me. You know, both of you gentlemen, please.
Yes, thank you, Doug.
Yeah, let him know that I haven't forgotten him. I mentioned him and that I'm wishing him a happy birthday now, and we'll do so again on Sunday, the day after his birthday, during his birthday weekend. But yeah, if the two of you would be so kind as to do that. I understand he's in some bumfuck area where it's so... What did you say, Brendan? They got some rusty pole that is their main tourist attraction in that fucking bumfuck town he's in?
Gloucester, yeah. Yeah, I saw he posted something online that said the latest tourist attraction in Gloucester was literally a rusty pole that got famous on TikTok or something, and all these people were going to visit it. It's just like, that's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, there ain't shit out there, in other words.
Oh my god.
George knows it's like it's north of you somewhere, but it's just there's nothing there.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
No, everyone comes south. Yeah, everyone tours. Yeah, goes south for anything. Yes, the only thing to go north is Alton Towers. That's the only tourist attraction up there. But anything in the Midlands, there's nothing really other than you know you've got the Greater Manchester area, but they're major cities. But yeah, there's really no reason unless you have family relatives up there.
Yeah, literally.
Or to watch football games, you know, with these football stadiums. Yeah. Other than that, I don't know.
Or that rusty pole, or whatever that was.
I mean, it's just so Americans understand. This is one thing George was trying to explain to Brooke Gibson. I don't know if he ever got it out because, you know, Brooke always interrupts and was certainly probably on one of her roles at that time. But he was trying to tell her that the South is what we in America would consider the North in terms of the culture. Gets all it's the tourist, the culture, the educational centers, everything is south in England, and then north north is all the poor people and the illiterates, and it's like it's just the opposite in the United States, which is a horrible thing to say, and we don't mean to denigrate the South, but you get what we're saying. It's just economically
the opposite. Yes, exactly. The analogy is the equivalence is the opposite in the UK. The South is the North in the United States. So yes, it's the opposite. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, because we've got like
the Northerners have all the weird accents.
Yeah. Oh, you can't understand them.
Scouse and shit.
They might as well be speaking Chickasaw. It's like, but anyhow, it's like, go on. Maybe, it gets very, very regional. So continue, George, with what else has stood out to you recently. I'm really glad you were able to take that trip and have the family day out, even in the rain. But that's that's par for the course. That's par for the course in England. That was another part
of the culture. Yeah. I remember you bringing up because it did cross my mind when I was when we were venturing around London, when we were walking from place to place visiting. It did, you could see umbrellas everywhere. And I remember you bringing up, one of the things that Peter Moon, and I was trying to remember what it is exactly he said.
He was claiming, the British, they don't use umbrellas. They think it's all, fey and shit, and they affiliate it with...
What a lunatic.
Yeah, what a fucking lunatic. British commandos used to go to war waving umbrellas. It was just kind of like a thing, so they could distinguish themselves from the Yanks. It was just like a cultural symbol just to disambiguate themselves, and they do use them as weapons. I mean, it's kind of a martial art. It really is kind of a martial art. They actually have a film.
Back in the Victorian era, right? They had the swords and knives hidden in them and shit.
Yes.
Like, isn't that real? That was like a legit thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's even I think it's called the Umbrella Academy. Even though it's satirical, it's based on that real culture. So George has set an image. So let's take a look at what George has sent here.
Yeah, that was outside Buckingham Palace. You can see there's people with umbrellas everywhere.
Yes.
We had umbrellas.
Thank you. Of course. Yes, thank you. Yeah. And really glad to see this. And it looks pretty good. It doesn't look that bad. Oh my God, the skies are just gray. They're not black. I mean,
do you know what? That's an atypical, what you call it, not
That's like
portray.
summertime out
That's an atypical scenery of London. That is what, if you picture London, that is what you would picture it in your mind. That exact day, you know, cloudy,
Yes.
overcast. That was an atypical day in London. So that's normal. And do you know what? It was rain, but it wasn't cold, wet rain. It was more like, oh, we're just wet, and it's not. You know, everyone's laughing and smiling. It's not ruining the day at all. Everyone was enjoying it. So yeah, you could just see that. So yeah, it was a great day despite that, but it was, yeah, we still enjoyed it. Yeah, I've got loads of images I could possibly share, Douglas. Yeah.
Oh, feel
Just
free
from,
to.
you know, and I've got another one, yeah, which I will enter.
And
Of
isn't
the
it
Ukrainian flag.
now?
Yeah,
I
sorry.
think they're going to be trooping the colors this month, aren't they?
Yes, I'm not. I assume so. Yeah, but I haven't looked into that, unfortunately, Douglas. I will have a look. Yeah, they've got a few things going on that are about to happen, and I know. Yeah, that state visit by Trump. I think that's in August. I think that is to go on to what that article was saying, Douglas.
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
shared
Tell
with
us
me.
what, because I did not read the article, so tell our listeners what
Yes,
it's saying here. Yeah.
I did speak of it the next day, so I did read that over the weekend, last weekend, that you shared with me, and then I did relay some of the information to my relatives, my family relatives, because I remember Keir Starmer. It was on the news that he sent a letter, or when he did a visit to the United States, or it was when he rendezvoused with Donald Trump, he handed him a letter that was written by King Charles. And it was a letter of, the article calls it a pardoning or a wooing of Donald Trump it was a deterrence, a way of trying to deter his way from imposing sanctions, tariffs.
Yeah, tariffs. Thank you.
High tariffs.
It's the same shit, actually, in the end, but yeah, effectively it's the same thing, but yeah.
I was just thinking of the British sanctions imposed on some Israeli ministers. So I was just reading.
Oh,
about
yes,
that
and don't
the
forget
other
to
day.
tell
Yes,
us
that's
your own
happened.
thoughts on that. Yes, thank you.
Yes, as well. Yes, thank you, Douglas. But what brought to my mind, because when I relayed this information to my relatives, they immediately their impression was, oh yeah, Donald Trump, he is a royalist, as in he's always been fond and admired the royal family. But
he wants to be king. He wants to be the king of America. Yes.
Yes, he wants to. Yes, he wants to impose that on himself as a monarch, as a royal, as a head of state, doesn't he? Yeah. So it's.
By the way, this
operation.
Just want you to know before I forget. So it turns out that the Trooping the Colors will be on the 14th, which will be Trump and John Warrington's birthday.
Yes.
So it's on Flag Day in the United States. Across the Atlantic, they will be Trooping the Colors in England. So we'll be partying on both sides of the Atlantic, so to speak. But King Charles, in a stunning break from tradition, is going to be sitting this one out, or he's changing the tradition completely. You'll have to look into this for us, and exactly what this signals. It says the end of an era is what they're saying. Just so people know, it's not his actual birthday, but the Kings make it in June so that they can have the best possible weather for the parade.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, they've always done that. Yes, thank you, Douglas. That's why they do everything in the summer. They do everything there for the parades and stuff. But yeah, that was what the article was relaying. It was because obviously this will be like a second state visit to the United Kingdom. That he was that King Charles wrote the letter inviting Donald Trump over, and some of the things, and it's called Operation Churchill. And the reason why they used Winston Churchill as the name of the operation is because of Trump's admiration for the wartime leader in the UK.
No, of course he would. Of course he would. Yeah.
Not only does he resemble him.
That's right. Oh yeah, he's getting fatter. Yeah, you're right. He does now. More and more. Go on, balder, fatter.
Racist. Yes.
Yeah, racist. Yeah.
Xenophobic. Yes.
Yeah.
And
warmongering. Yeah. It goes on.
Yes, warmongering. Absolutely, Douglas. Thank you. And so, yeah, these are ways of. It's a form of, UK deterrence. It always reminds me of World War II, of what happened, what the Royal Crown had done prior to the what you call the proactive prosecution of hostilities of World War II. Their way of deterring, or you would call buying off the aggression towards the United Kingdom. And this is a similar resemblance that I can see that's happening, because prior to World War II actually breaking out in Europe and the Pacific Theatre, the Royal Crown bought off Franklin Delano Roosevelt's aggression by giving him the opium trade, the highest. Yeah, he gave him full, what would you call it? The full monetization or full custody of the opium trade in China.
That's right.
And
yeah,
that was one way of
basically
buying
a
off the
monopoly.
American.
Yes.
Yes, a monopoly.
Yeah.
Yes, giving the United States full monopoly, which is what for hundreds of years floated the British economy, was the drug trade, the opium trade in China, after the Opium Wars.
Absolutely.
That was commencing in China. That the Royal Crown, and we've gone into this in depth in the past, Douglas, but yeah, just a brief summary, that a single opiate ball, cannonball-sized opiate, would sell for £1 sterling. In China, that was helping. So the Royal Crown, essentially, for every single day, every 24 hours, was receiving £1 billion. So there was a population in China of 1 billion people. The British will sell that to the Chinese, an opiate, for £1. And there was 1 billion people. They would buy it, and they would get high on it was converted into heroin, this opiate that they would smoke.
Oh, they would just smoke the opium without converting it to heroin. They just
without
smoke it.
Converting it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, thank you, because that's what they did later on in the conflicts in Vietnam and Afghan.
Yeah.
Which is what you briefly went into last time I was on the show, Douglas, which was, I really appreciated that, because that all started with the British in China. Yeah. And when the Americans lost that monopoly in China after World War II came to a cessation, because the Americans and the British lost the Second World War.
Yes.
That was why they had to, rely on going into Vietnam, and then that's where that Vietnam conflict came in. That was directly after 1945, and we're going into some, probably some mundane parts of history, Douglas, but it was just to, what reminded me about reading that article was some of the ways that the British bought off American aggression by giving these, handing this over to the Americans. And with the article, some of what their plan is when Trump conducts his second state visit was, it said that one of the recommendations was to take Donald Trump into the vault of the British Bank, the largest bank society in the UK, and to show him all the gold. And of course the article relayed and articulated that, well, there's much more gold at Fort Knox than there is in the Bank of England, so that's not going to do anything to woo the president.
And by the way, that's only in theory. We don't know if the gold is there. We presume it's there, but go on.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because yes, because there's no actual evidence, really, is there, Douglas? But
no, the British at least have something to show. But go on.
Well, exactly, because the Queen, people can look up on Google Images of the Queen bringing in all the press to show them all the gold in the Bank of England in the vaults, and you can see all these.
The amount of gold I saw at the British Museum was more than fucking I've ever seen here, or Fort Knox included.
Well, just to go back to that, the Opium Wars, that is what floated the British economy for hundreds of years, which was made them one of the wealthiest countries in the world during those periods, because the Royal Crown was having £1 billion a day, a single day. That's what floated the British economy for hundreds of years, literally 100 years. And so, that was handed over to the Americans to buy off the American aggression. And so what's happening now is, because Trump's threatening with all these tariffs on the UK, this is, the Royal Crown again is intervening and trying to pardon off and trying to woo the president into imposing these tariffs and all these threats, economic threats, trade threats against the UK. I'm just being very cautious now, Douglas, because someone is approaching, so I'm just very cautious.
Oh, yes, do be cautious. Yeah, definitely. Look out for yourself. I mean,
appreciate.
Brendan's got to do the same. I've got to do the same. I don't know if you've heard what's happened recently. Nothing particularly alarming, but keep an eye out for yourself. And so let us know
Yeah,
when
and I'm
you
just
feel-
getting approached constantly out here.
Yeah.
It's so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Not
just
to
so
mention
people.
the cockroaches.
Yeah, thank you. By the way, just so people know you're not joking or being facetious, or let them know some of these, just some of the weird shit going down there.
Randos,
Yeah.
people looking for cans. I mean,
Yeah.
just irate sports people trying to yell at me for no reason. Just all. Doug heard it last night.
Yeah.
They were just
Yeah.
freaking out at me over, their scheduling was bad, and then I try to say something, and she just gets on the radio, starts yelling.
Yeah, and as for the people looking for cans, the bizarre aspect of it is it's so far to travel. It's like, how far are these people traveling to go from source of can to source of can, looking for recyclables in your area? They're doing miles?
It's bizarre. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's bizarre.
that's an incredible investment of time and energy for what? I mean, how much return do you get for that?
Like
for
$20 or $10. I mean, it's barely anything.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Strange things going on with that. By the way, for our listeners, that's right. I promised to let people know. They were asking me about walking all those miles and then having the dental surgery. When I sat down in the dental surgeon's chair, she took my blood pressure, and it was 117 for the systolic, the upper level. So I was like beneath 120 for the upper levels of my blood pressure. So, I have excellent health. I mean, excellent health to have walked that many miles. Yeah. You didn't hear the story before that. I had to walk miles and miles throughout the day all over San Francisco before I sat down for dental surgery the other day. But so it all worked out, that part. But back to George here while we have him with
Douglas,
us. Yeah. So is that person who was approaching kind of out of range now? Kind of past?
No, he's just walked off and walked back again. I don't know what he's doing, but no, it's nothing to do with me, frankly. He's trying to gain access to a building. Yeah, that's all he's trying to do. But Douglas, the other thing that the article brought up was the fact that Winston Churchill was half American, which is the other thing that reminded me of World War II.
Yeah.
That's the reason why. That is the reason why the Royal Crown. There was no elections. So for the people that don't understand, prior to 1939, there was no general elections because the war had already come to a declaration. And so they ceased all general elections at that period. It was the Royal Crown, King George, who appointed Churchill as Prime Minister to replace the former Prime Minister at the time. And the reason for that is because Winston Churchill was half American. His mother, Lady Randolph, Jenny Churchill, was an American lady. And she married Winston Churchill's father, who was fully British. And this is why Winston Churchill, and he was the leader of the Tory party, the Conservative Party, and the politicians at the time in Parliament all viewed Churchill as a half-breed, and that's what they referred to him as, because he was half American. He was aristocrat in the British society, he was part of the nobility, and this was the reason why the king appointed Churchill as the head of state. Prime Minister. King George was the head of state, and that was to try to woo or pardon off Franklin Delano Roosevelt's aggression towards the British, because the initial plan was to go to war against the British Empire.
That's quite true. Yes, for our
which
listeners
is
who don't know. Yes.
No,
Continue.
which is the reason why the Americans never got involved with the war till slightly later on, because that was the whole point of it. They never wanted to go to war when Britain declared war on Germany. After Germany declared war first, that was the reason why Franklin Delano Roosevelt never got involved with that initially, because the plan was to go to war against the British Empire and to invade Canada. Similar, and they invaded Greenland already, and this is similar to what's going on now with the threats that Trump is saying to go to war and invade Greenland, and with Canada.
Yes.
It's all exactly everything that panned out during World War II is pretty much on the cards right now, and that's how I can see it. And so, Trump is trying to.
Except he's crazier. He's crazier than Roosevelt. I mean, Roosevelt was mad in his own right, but it's like Trump has it. He's worse in some respects. tanks and and
Wait, didn't Roosevelt have a bunch of cavalry charge like protesters, or was that a different guy?
No,
Like
it was it was right before. Well, yeah, it was right before Roosevelt. It was as Roosevelt said. That's what brought him into power. Was Hoover allowing that cavalry charge? Yeah, Hoover ordering that cavalry. Which Hoover, to in all fairness, Hoover did not order it. MacArthur did. General MacArthur
that's right.
did.
That's right.
But so it was Hoover made it all
technically
possible.
worse than Trump ass.
Yeah, yeah, technically true.
I know what you're. I remember what you're referencing. That was just directly outside. That was from if
bonus
it is the
marchers.
same thing. Sorry,
Bonus
let me just
marchers.
double check.
Yeah. But
Yes.
like George said, it's like history truly is repeating itself. We're going through all the motions all over again. But there's a difference now. Now Britain and Germany are on the same side. And the enemy is now Russia, most certainly, but America by default. It's Russia most certainly, and America by default. So this but do go on with explaining this. But there's reason to believe that because of the sheer instability of Trump, this may never happen. They may never bring him to, we don't know if they're going to bring him to England to woo him or pardon him because of his
it was just an invitation. It was just a letter of an invitation, to invite the president to Britain. And it was, that was it. It was a way of trying to, all it says is it explains it's trying to woo him to prevent him from imposing these tariffs and other threats against Britain. And so it's similar. To me, it's similar to what the British did during the time of declaration of war, during time of proactive prosecution of hostilities, where the Royal Crown brought in Churchill to buy off Roosevelt's aggression towards going to war against Britain, instead deterring it towards Germany instead. And then ultimately, because the war plan Rainbow, the war plan Crimson and Orange and Red was to go to war against Canada, Britain, and Japan. That was the original plan when Roosevelt was a Secretary of the Navy, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, during World War I. This is when he comprised these war plans, written several volumes. It was the largest war plan comprised in all history. You could recorded history. It was comprising of several volumes of this in-depth war
a
plan.
true conspiracy of military aggression. Go on.
Exactly.
Yeah, were you going to say something, Brendan? I was just
Sorry.
thought Brendan might say something too. Were you trying to get something in there, Brendan? If not, don't worry. Continue. Yeah, continue, George.
And all these scholastics, they try to refer. They try to portray it as a form of contingency plan, just in case. A theoretical plan, just in case, what a load of crud. This was actually a plan that he wanted to go into effect, that he actually wanted to implement. He actually did want to go to war with Canada and Britain and Japan.
Absolutely. No, he prepared for it by building an entire airfield to, provide air support for their invasion. Yes, it's like...
Yes. And Douglas, I can see what was panned out then is panning out right now in today's current affairs, which is going on. And so this is just to bring to the viewers' attention what's going on, because most people are unaware. They don't know what's going on. And excuse me, I did have several other points to make actually, but they've just like, because it's so early, everything just comes in and out like so quickly. But Douglas,
you're doing
please
fine.
go on if there's anything else to, hopefully it will remind me of what I was going to say.
Oh,
Is there anything else to add?
Yeah, I'd say that when it comes to the situation as it is with history repeating itself, the real issue here is how rather than having well, let's just put it this way. I'll be monologuing soon enough, all too soon again, and then I'll get back into a train of thought. I guess what happens is my mind gets kind of locked on to this kind of fusée state, and I get locked into a certain subject. So I'm not quite sure that I've got the wherewithal to articulate it better than you already have. I think you've said what needed to be said about that particular situation. I've
emphasized the general impression and perspective of what's going on. I was just trying to think historically, was there anything else I needed to add to that So yeah, Churchill was appointed prime minister as a wartime leader because he was half American. The Houses of Parliament, viewed him as a half-breed, and that's what they referred to him as, because he wasn't fully British. He wasn't English. He was a half American and half Englishman. And
I think
that
that's
was
an
one
important
way of him.
That's really an important point to make.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yes, I have remembered, Douglas, because I saw on Facebook the other day of the aerial reconnaissance that was taken during World War II. And I pointed out one of the major arguments that scholars, scholastics and historians have argued for decades is, if they've taken all this aerial photographs and reconnaissance, scoping and scanning all these Tortenslagen, then why on earth didn't they bomb the railway lines instead of committing to atrocities committed against city centres, entire city sections? Why did the bombing campaign invest all their expenditure and complete effort into bombing civilian populations, as opposed to compromising the railway lines, going into these death camps and Konzenslagen, the concentration camps? And there was this, you call it a community page, the main community page that shared it, a part of Auschwitz. They actually commented on this and said, oh, there's a historian that's already answered that. And the answer is, and I looked it up, they were afraid to bomb the Jews. They were afraid that the bombs that would drop on the railway lines would hit a Jew, and they were scared. They were frightened to even take a life of a Jew. That was his answer.
That's
and
insane.
I said, how ironic that in Israel, in Palestine, in Gaza, the Israelis can launch these strategic strikes, precision strikes against hospitals to take out Hamas members.
Yes.
But they're taking out children at the same time.
Yeah, there's nothing precision about these strikes. I mean, this is just bombardment on a saturation level.
Yes, they are relentless, and they have no empathy or no remorse for any lives taken as long as they take out Hamas members. They don't care if they kill
to them
$1,000.
is every Palestinian. That when you ask for their definition, they expand it, just like the Allies did in World War II, where the Allies say, every bitch and cub, meaning every female and every child of Japan or Germany has war-making potential, and therefore they're all the enemy because they can be mobilized to work in factories and produce weapons to supply the troops. Therefore, they're all legitimate targets. That's the same rationale the Israelis abuse in Palestine. And so with that kind of lunatic rationale, there's no limits left. And
there's no limits.
They kill anyone. Of course, I don't believe what this historian said. It would be really, it stretches credulity to the breaking point that the Allies would be so race conscious that they would say, we cannot take the life of a Jew. Where would that come from? It would be that, it's obviously a maniac.
Afraid. Maniacal. That's it, Douglas. They were afraid to hit the target. They were afraid to hit the prisoners.
It doesn't make sense. It could be, all I can say is that something like that might have been used only as some kind of excuse provided in the case but nobody was going to ask. Nobody was going to ask because nobody knew other than, go on.
In the comments section, that's what everyone was relaying. So obviously that is what they've portrayed, and that is what people follow up on. It's indoctrination. They do believe that the reason why they never, ever targeted any of the railway lines, which they could have done, which stretched miles.
Yes.
They were doing it for the railway tracks entering Germany, but because of all these Konzenslagens and Tortenslagens were all outside of Germany, they did not care. And then they were saying, these photographs were taken by accident. They were trying to get military assets. They were taking reconnaissance of military assets, which were next door to these Konzenslagen and Tortenslagen. So this was all by pure coincidence. That's what the people were saying. And I was like, what a load of crud.
Yes.
What a load of crud.
It's like, it's amazing how Americans just rationalize anything. It's like they have the capacity. Then sort of the British, but it's But
I've taken your advice as well, Douglas, into accord. I've taken, there's no point me investing any of my wasted energy into trying to argue with these people.
Thank you.
There's no point at all. I only have to relay facts.
Yes.
And that destroys any argument, because all I had to do was to publish the article about the Exodus that was destroyed by the British, which was carrying thousands of Jews over to Palestine.
Thank you.
And they were killing Jews themselves. They didn't care about hitting any prisoners of war. They did not care. And that destroyed any argument that they could throw against me. And I did it just as like a form of, I just want to see what their response is to this, because it is a form of indoctrination.
Absolutely.
This is an exposure of their indoctrination for years, which is nonsensical. It makes no sense.
Thank you.
It's
absolutely.
Yes, and it's just like the biggest lie ever told is the victors of World War II.
Yeah,
and people still.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The biggest lie to compromise national security.
Yes.
And it's the people don't understand. The government of the United Kingdom and the government of the United States, their main priority is national security and to keep the citizens at bay and to keep them paying their taxes. So without that, they have nothing.
Yes.
And so, World War II is the biggest national security threat. It's what you call the revelation or the realization about what the outcome truly was of World War II.
Thank you. Or the fact that we're still legally at war in the Atlantic Theater.
I was about to say that, yes.
Yes.
It was right in my mouth, Douglas. Yes. And that is the biggest threat to national security. And that is why they are invested so much time and so much effort into indoctrinating the population to thinking they are the victors of World War II.
Absolutely.
And yes, the world we live in today, when you come to that realization that you did not win, then everything around you makes perfect sense. Yes. And this is where at the point we're at today. And this is
and that's part of the reason why Trump is doing that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. What was that, Brian? Part of the reason why I'm doing that, or George is Trump. Oh, Trump's doing what? Trump's doing the.
He said he wants to do the military parade because we didn't celebrate Victory Day because we were the victors. But it's like we don't celebrate it for a reason, you idiot.
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly. There's no national holiday. There is no international holiday commemorating any Victory Day because it was never legally binding. It was never put into effect because it was all a crud, that lie.
Yes.
The government doesn't recognize it. It's not recognized by any international body or entity. Nobody recognizes it. No government in the world recognizes it. And thankfully nowadays, most people, they're not aware. The general population do not know because they're ignorant of their history. But the impression on the internet is they recognize the Peace Treaty of San Francisco being the date of official end date of World War II in the Pacific. And that is recognized by the British, the Americans, the French, everyone apart from Russia, who was part of the Allies.
Yeah. Well, Russia recognizes it. Russia recognizes it as the end of war between Japan and all the other allies.
Exactly.
But Russia, of course, is still legally at war with Japan.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so thankfully now that is coming to, when you type on Google, the AI that comes up and it says, well, people recognize this date, not September 1945, but 1952.
Well, there you go. It goes to show artificial intelligence is either smarter than your average human being because they don't have all the emotional blinders and the emotional cultural filters by which to fuck themselves over, or the Dietrich Artelect has somehow intervened and just, tweaked it a bit, which is just as conceivable. But
yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. And could you two gentlemen just hold the stage just for 2 minutes?
Of course. Oh, no
I'll
worries.
be straight back. I'm just going to go on mute for 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries. I'll let people hear me yawn. If you could come on, honestly, once, for those who don't get it, entering the Fugé state, which I enter into to kind of go into this translate state, I've inherited this talent from my biological father, Hitler, where I can do this. It is exhausting, and it does really wear, it tuckers you out would be a way my legal father used to say it. And so I just kind of, when I get a break like this, then what happens is you actually begin to kind of wonder whether you can get back into that stream of thought again. It's not even so much the stream of thought, it's the energy required to continue its ongoing conveyance. You've got a stream going. It takes a power to project that current, that energy, that current, and I have to psychologically prepare myself for that. So I'm keeping batteries in reserve. And while you're doing that, it's kind of like a computer where the computer goes on sleep mode. Then I just kind of like begin to do my best to maintain myself. Like I said, excellent health otherwise, in terms of what went down the other day, and but other than that, certainly just how would we say it? Maintaining myself as best as possible. The biggest threats are always financial. It's just trying to make the rent every month.
I'm backed up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Douglas.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah,
No worries.
So much. Yeah.
Oh, hey, not an issue. No worries. Okay,
No,
so
thank you.
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and obviously, I'm looking forward to the dates where I could be on for much longer, so we could just go into a general discussion and just see what subjects pop up organically, because we can go on for hours. Just to and it's just like a general. I enjoy those because it reminisces and what is already embodied into my mind. Yeah. It comes out again, and I get reminded of things that my memory has retained over the years, Douglas. That I've learned from yourself.
Oh, I appreciate
but
that.
Yeah, it's an incredible talent that because you can go on and talk for hours, which is not something a normal human being can do. You don't see that, or even with these in Britain we have all these morning shows where a TV presenter, like what Piers Morgan used to do, he will come on for only a few hours, but then he'll get replaced by somebody else later on. They'll have the morning show and then the mid-morning show, but they can't go on for hours, and most interviews only last for a matter of minutes. They don't go on for hours, and that's right. Because the normal average person can't concentrate or retain any information for a sustained period of time. So that's why they frequently have these breaks. Yeah. But for you to go on for the amount of time you do, most people find that very impressive, which goes to show there is something beyond human in your nature. It was something that was that startled, that was so profound to me the moment I discovered you. It's just the amount of information that you have. And people in the comments section used to refer to you as a living, breathing encyclopedia.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Yes, no, absolutely. It's all true, Douglas. It's all. There's no one that can deny it. Yeah. So, it's remarkable. But I just wanted to let the viewers know that the people, because as you always say, we have
to
new
live
viewers.
Through the heavy days. The 12-hour shows and shit.
That's right. Yes, Brendan and George Knight were both here back in the old days when I used to go for 12 hours and beyond at times. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
14. It would be a while.
Yeah.
The cot days.
Yeah. It's the days I was smoking all the cot regularly. The cathinone. Yes, cathinone edula, the plant from Africa. Yes, I think a few places have legalized it in Eastern Europe, maybe, but not in Western Europe yet. And that was when who was that dude? Back when his name was Abdul Kadim Haq. Yeah, when he visited Europe. That's when one of the European guys had caught. And he's already been smoking hash and pot, and he's like, "Oh, that's the one from Africa." The guy says, "Yeah," and he figures, "Oh, I'm black, I can handle it." What an idiot! And then he tokes on that cot, and then, of course, being like many black African Americans raised in a hyper-sterile environment, it doesn't matter that if they're in inner city ghettos where there's rats and roaches, it's considered hyper-sterile because they're not exposed to the kind of scat or the animal kind of particulate matter that farm people used to be exposed to throughout human history. Instead, they are bereft of that and they develop asthma. It comes from too sterile an environment. Your body overreacts to stimulants or input like, cot that you've never spoke before. And he like puts it into his lungs and then goes, you get to see a black man turn blue and shit. And then he's like, oh, I can't breathe. And then they take him to the French hospital in Marseille or whatever. And it's like, they wanted to charge him hundreds of dollars, and he's like, no, let me die. And they had to take him to a Muslim hospital, which was free, and he had to lie and say he was Muslim, which of course he was apostate at that point. And then they finally took him in and saved his miserable fucking life. But yeah, pathetic stories like that come to mind. So all that being shared, what else is on your mind now, George?
Yes, Douglas. Yes. Well, actually, last night, something to bring up that is relevant, is I reviewed, going back, talking about your old transmissions, going back in 2018. Excellent. You spoke about for a lengthy amount of time, for hours and hours, about Jeffrey Epstein. This is before he was arrested. And before he killed himself.
Thank you. Yes.
You were exposing it because it was a question. It was the reason why it was instigated is because I asked a question about Michael Jackson, and it was the episode where you talk about Michael Jackson and Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you. Go on, please.
It brings in Donald Trump. It brings in the question about Donald Trump because recently, what people will, if they jump on the bandwagon of the news of what's going on in the world, and you got this little dispute or conflict going on between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And what is Elon Musk claiming? That Trump was part of the Epstein files, or his name was presented in the Epstein files, which we all know about. Anyone who is familiar or acute to this information knows that, or anyone who is in the intelligence knows that.
Absolutely.
But in 2018, that when you spoke at length, Douglas, about Jeffrey Epstein exposing him as a child trafficker, not just a child trafficker, but a human trafficker for young girls.
Yeah, or the full term would be human child sex trafficker. Yes, go on.
Sex trafficker. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. And so, I loved it because I was reviewing it only last night because I was going through the old things just whilst I was eating dinner. I reviewed, just a short period, segment of it because, obviously, you brought me up in the show because it was my question about Michael Jackson, whether or not he was a child molester. Yes. And of course, it was bring up the fact that, Michael Jackson preferred young boys and he would have the Trump family, Donald J. Trump, and his children sleep over at Trump Tower.
Yes.
And Ivana, his previous wife before Milana, that she wrote a book.
Yeah.
And she was outlining the fact that Michael Jackson was shared the bed with Donald Trump's son. Whatever his name is, I forgot what the chart. Yeah, that he's now grown up and everything now. And then Donald Trump would sleep with a daughter in the bed.
That's right. Yes. Yes. Jesus Christ. Yes. Go on. Yes, that's right.
Yes. And it's all the affiliation to the Epstein, the Epstein island as well. And it's just, if people go back and review what Douglas was saying on that show, it stayed back in 2018. That's long before he was even, he had previously been convicted of these accusation of child sex trafficking, but it was before he was arrested, him and Ghislaine Maxwell. It was before he killed himself, before he was sent to prison. And you're already exposing that before anybody else realized. And I have true conviction that it was probably because, they listened to the show, Douglas, and that is what instigated the whole investigation into Epstein, because that was long before anybody even knew who he was. Really,
Thank you.
Before the general public knew about him. That's long before that. So you're already exposing that. And then, what Elon Musk is doing now is trying to, he is reinforcing what Douglas was saying years ago. He's using that as a form of attack against Trump because now they've just betrayed each other.
Yes.
They were using each other, and now they've just betrayed each other. And that's what this dispute. Yes. And I think Trump is winning at the moment with their little battle.
Oh, yeah.
And so Elon Musk is trying to come up with something else.
Oh, Elon's crawling in the dirt. Yes. Elon's just crawling back to him, trying to kiss his ass, but it might be too late. Yes, but go on.
Yes, exactly. Yes. go on about this for hours, Douglas.
Oh, but by the
Just
way,
expose
Brendan,
all these...
do us a favor, because what George Knight has just brought up, let's hope Brendan is with us, because
Yeah.
this is so important, because we recently had an individual on the show who publicly just went on for far too long a time, but I really was past the point of giving a shit, and I just let him drone on, where he was, trying to rehabilitate Michael Jackson. We had an individual on this show trying to rehabilitate Michael Jackson, saying...
Dude, that was the joke.
Yeah, there we are.
MJ didn't do nothing, man.
Yeah.
He was childlike in his mind.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
You know
that's the
the
rationale.
yeah. Oh, fuck that. Yeah. I mean,
children don't
Douglas,
do that.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just to deconstruct that notion, to deconstruct it. Yeah, what
Thank
you've
you.
emphasized, with men like Michael Aquino, they are so sophisticated, they are loved,
Yes.
and what they usually do, these predators, they usually woo the family members. So this is
Yes.
why fathers and mothers, because they love Michael Jackson, they saw him grow up as a child in stardom as like a pop idol, and they've watched him grow up, they idolize him, and they see him as an innocent child. But that is how this man gets away with it for so long, because the public eye look at this man as an innocent child, and that he could get away with sleeping with these children. I'm surprised that when they did that documentary, Neverland, whatever it was called, meeting Michael Jackson at Neverland, whatever, the documentary was called, when people started raising that question after that. I think it was Louis Theroux interviewed Michael Jackson. It was that documentary, and the other individual, he frequented my town not long ago with that Eric Baldwin.
Oh God, Alec Baldwin!
Yeah.
Jesus!
Alec Baldwin, not Eric.
mur-
Alec. Yeah, that's it, Douglas. Thank you. Yeah, he came to my town to stay for several weeks, going back a few years ago after he shot that woman on set.
That's
After he
really
murdered her.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Go on. Yes.
I'm trying to figure that journalist's name. He's more of a presenter, TV presenter like Louis Theroux, who investigates and asks questions. But yeah, he did a documentary of Michael Jackson. Oh, sorry, Brendan, say it again, please.
Is he British? He's asking if he's British.
I believe he is. Yeah, he's Asian Indian by his ethnicity. I forgot his name.
Oh, okay. I don't remember.
Yeah,
but I've seen it.
It escapes me. But
His
anyway, the point is that when people watch that documentary, the first thing they said is, "Wow, Michael Jackson's on this documentary admitting that he sleeps with the children."
Yes.
And
yeah, go on.
In his bed,
shares the bed with
personal
them.
bed. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and the parents look at it and go, "Oh, but it's all right because it's Michael Jackson."
Disgusting.
That's crazy.
That's okay because it's Michael Jackson. I mean, you
He
wouldn't
has
allow
a Peter
you
Pan
wouldn't allow your children.
complex. You know,
Yeah.
come on,
Same
really.
bullshit. Yes. Yeah. Oh my God.
That's how these predators get away with it for so long. It's because the public defend them. But then, of course, what happened?
And the
is
victim's
when these
parents. And the victim's parents defend them.
Yes.
But go on.
Yes,
Continue.
and do you remember when all, it went to court and they, I think the jury and the judge concluded that, Michael Jackson was innocent, but he was paying off all the families.
Yes.
With his
yes.
fortune. He was
Yes.
paying them all off.
Yes.
Yeah, he was paying off all the victims' parents, to pardon them off, to silence them. And they accepted it because they were getting rich off this man.
Yes.
And
it's true.
yes. And then, this is what's happened with the paedophile brother of King Charles, Prince Andrew. When his mother, Queen Elizabeth, the great royal, when she passed away, before she died, she paid off the victim, that picture taken with Prince Andrew and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
That picture. What's her name? Jeffrey, I believe her name is.
Right. Is that the girl who quote unquote killed herself fairly recently?
Yes.
Yes.
Who
poor
was
dear.
murdered?
Yes, murdered. Yes.
Who was killed? Yes,
Yeah.
who apparently killed herself because of all the trauma.
Yeah.
With all but she accepted all that money and then they killed her off. Oh, there's someone else who was killed off as well.
Yeah.
Diana.
Yes. Yes. That's right. And
That's what these people are capable of.
absolutely.
This is the circle. This is what's going on. Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, the royal family.
Yeah. Or at least Randy
It's all
Andy.
linked.
Randy Andy, if no
Randy Andy, yeah, not so much the others, but Randy Andy.
Yeah.
And of course they're looking at him like, oh, for fuck's sake, you have really, really messed up our image. You are the rejects. You are
Black sheep.
the degenerate of our family. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, but that was King Charles's favorite brother, obviously, or favorite, sibling. And you've got, the Queen loved Queen Elizabeth, the late Queen Elizabeth. Probably one of the most highest respectful, integral monarchs we've ever had.
Right.
Certainly loved by everyone and respected. Nobody has a bad word to say about this lady. And tragic, but she loved her son, and she did everything she could to save him and to protect him. Told him, you can't conduct any royal duties anymore. You have to basically what's the word, abdicate it.
Yes.
So
abdicate your line in succession. Abdicate his position to his ability to succeed to the throne at all. Even it's like go on, continue. Yes.
So it's such an important point, because this is what's going on. People can see that what's going on in the news articles and what they're you got this battle with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. They're basically using each other. That's the whole point of their relationship. One was trying to get use one for the other for various reasons that we can go into and articulate, but the whole link between it all. That was it. The argument with Donald Trump is Elon Musk was always high on ketamine, or he was not high. He was the opposite. He was very low on ketamine.
He was either flying or he was crashing. He was either flying or crashing. Yeah.
He was doing one or the other. Yes, Douglas. He was not. He was. Basically, he was. Yeah.
And that's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. I'm sure the fucker. I'm sure the fucker has to wear a diaper. But by the way, I don't know if you got that email from me. But since we're kind of diving in the gutter right now, anyway, with all the subject matter, I do want to let people know that inescapably, I will indulge in going into the whole Musk-Trump thing tonight, very likely. If not, then certainly on Sunday again with George. We guarantee you that. That's an inescapable topic. So when you get time later, George, obviously please review whatever episodes you can that are time-stamped including tonight's. So I'll try and timestamp this as soon as possible, and then do review that when you can. I'll be talking about these subjects. I'll catch up on what I'm talking about and what's going on here in America, which is important for you to be caught up with. And but such being said, when it comes to first off the whole Michael Jackson trip, if you could find the link to that episode, do me a favor and provide that episode to us, so I'll try and enter it into the chat room for our listeners, so they can review that later. Where I was talking about Jeff Epstein, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Because I remember you speaking. I can vividly remember it in my memory, Douglas. So you're saying, the question answered. That was questioned to me by George Knight, and it was about Michael Jackson. But you go into Epstein, which was so, it was just, utterly profound. And it was so much appreciated that you went into that, because it was so apparent, transparent afterwards, that is when it started that's when the whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein came to being, is after that episode.
Because you remember, he had been busted, but it was like nothing happened. It was like Teflon.
Nothing happened of it. No, exactly. But then it was the same with Michael Jackson. The exact same thing in the 90s. With all these, the child stars, start coming out saying that, we were sharing the bed with Michael Jackson. He was molesting us, they were saying he was doing this to me. He was asking me to do this, this, and this. They started to raise the,
apparently Macaulay Culkin came out recently.
Yeah, Macaulay Culkin, yes. And there was...
too late to do any good, that chicken shit son of a bitch. He should have been coming out saying that, 20, 30 years ago?
And he's still pardoning them off. He's still, an apologist for Michael Jackson. It's because that was all part of his...
Stockholm programming. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, go on.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And so, it's just, remarkable that, you go into extreme depth and detail about all that, articulated that part of history.
Well, I got cut off, but...
Yeah, I noticed
I was going to say it was like a Stockholm syndrome, because at first that Macaulay Culkin kid was like, he was good to me.
He was denying it.
Yeah, and apparently recently he said something along those lines, like, he was actually doing something.
Yes, thank you. And no wonder they tried to cut you off. I mean, these people, like the powers that be, as we know through one of their representatives, was very much defending Michael Jackson, and they were covering him for a long time. And it's we can go into this later. A lot of the people who, like the person who was on this program, were defending Michael Jackson because, oh well, he stood up to the Jews. It's not like he was turning down contracts. He was still working with them. You
Exactly.
know, it's like, what's that shit? He just like towards the end where he just didn't give a shit. He was so like jaded and faded that he was like he probably realized he was killing himself with all his drug abuse and shit. And, you know, my personal fantasy is, I've told everyone before the story about Lou Ferrigno, which is, of course, hideously funny, about his trying to get into shape for doing that world tour, which Lou knew he was, you know, my personal fantasy is that Lou Ferrigno realized, just visiting the son of a bitch and seeing all of his paraphernalia, that this guy is a fucking pedo and just couldn't control his rage. And while he was in all that green makeup to try and teach him how to weightlift and everything, that he just killed him. That he just fucking, you know, shook him to death like a British nanny. And after that, walked out of the estate, and everybody just, you know, blamed it all on that, you know, weird black Caribbean doctor who nobody liked anyway. Let's hope that's how it went down. And it would be, you know, an entirely excusable and forgivable.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that head cannon. That's nice.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, that's my head cannon. But obviously, when the guy builds an entire theme park, and to say that, oh, he's childlike, there's no child that can even conceive of doing something so sinister as to build an entire theme park, you know, for other children. You know, no child that can, you know, we could go on about this, but yeah. But if you find the link to that particular episode, George, then do. You know, don't be afraid to enter it as a comment. Just enter it as a comment under, you know, any episode, any of our recent episodes. And, you know, and I'll try and put it into the text box of this episode or the next, you know, whenever you find it. And but definitely the whole Musk thing is important because it brings us back to the
current affairs. Yes.
Yeah, the nature of these cannibals. They're basically it's a form of cannibalism where they're all turning on each other now. But believe me, I will try to explain to people, because this is where Holly is got all that communist indoctrination for Bernie Sanders and the like, that, oh, the corporations are taking over the world and it's the corporations are the big enemy. It's like when they run up against an angry government, they don't stand a chance. So when Musk is turning on Trump and Trump is turning on Musk, it's Trump that has all the cards. Trump that's got the power. He's the one who can, you know, turn, you know, Musk. He can turn Musk upside down like you're holding a child and shake him till the coins fall out. That's you know, that he swallowed. That's what's been happening. So Musk is already, you know, saying, I regret what I said. I don't know if you caught that part. Musk is going, I regret what I said, you know, and
I did, Douglas.
Try to crawl back.
Crawl back to him, kissing his feet,
and so hopefully you and I will be able to talk privately sometime soon, and I'll try and catch you up on other things that are going on as well, you know, and of course have you catch me up on exactly what's going on as well.
Yes, thank you. Yes, and the other thing you remind me of when I mentioned communism is because when I was in London, I saw you know, there's protests going on for all sorts of reasons. You know, what's going on politically, geopolitically around the world at any given time in London. Obviously, you know, we're at the Houses of Parliament outside. But just up the road was this communist stand, and it was promoting communism, and it had books. They were selling books about Lenin. And I was like, oh my God, I looked at it. I glanced at what they were doing. They were all in red, with the red and the hammer and sickle yellow, you know, flag waving.
It's like watching cosplay. It's like watching cosplay from like people pretending to be comic book characters or something. Go on.
Oh my God. I looked at it and I looked the other way and I kept walking. I did not entertain it.
Thank you.
I did not. I was like, this is what it's coming to now. People promoting this agenda. I was like, oh my Lord, seeing that, just it was a stand selling books on Lenin.
Outrageous.
Just promoting.
It's like, how can it's almost so stupid as to be beyond it's not even offensive, because it's like people who are like saying they've got a stand where it's like, you know, shit tastes good, it's good for you to eat shit, and they're passing out like, you know, scoops of shit. It's like, you know, it's like that, like, yeah, you know, here's cow fertilizer, here's pig shit, you know, it's like who do they think is going to buy this? Who would be?
There was nobody there. There was nobody there, but yes. And I thought, with a normal average person, why is nobody standing up to this? And I know better. I've carried on walking. I'm not going to detriment myself.
It's beneath you. It's beneath you. It's beneath you.
Yeah, completely beneath me, because I fully comprehend it.
It's almost like trolling. That's the whole point. It's almost like they're trolling.
That's what they were doing.
Yeah,
exactly.
You seriously, if I were to ask them anything, my first question would be, is this a joke? Like, are you kidding?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
And if they insisted they were, you know, which they probably would, even if it were a joke, they would probably insist that they were. So there's nowhere to go with that. It's the same way with the Temple of Satan here in America. We have this Temple of Satan that I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's different from the Church of Satan.
There was a documentary of it.
Yeah, there you go.
A few years ago on Netflix.
Right.
I reviewed it, Douglas. Sorry. Sorry to cut you off, but I reviewed it. And I shared it, like going back a couple of years ago with you on the show. It's because they had that picture of Sammy. Is it Sammy Jr. Davies?
Yeah, Sammy Davis Jr. But that you're thinking of the Church of Satan. That's the Church of Satan. There's actually Go on.
On this Temple of Satan, this documentary about the Temple of Satan, they portrayed the original founding Church of Satan, which was founded by Anton Szandor LaVey in San Francisco. Right. And they showed the picture of Anton Szandor LaVey, Sammy Davis Jr.
But they cut off Michael Aquino, right? They cut off Michael Aquino.
They cut him off.
Yes,
they cut him off. They cropped it. There was no image of Michael Aquino and no mention of him.
That's so crazy. That's so
when he was alive. Back when on the internet he was scrubbed on Wikipedia.
Yes.
So they couldn't betray him at all. He's never been portrayed on Netflix.
Yeah. Outrageous. Outrageous.
But that's what I wanted to just mention very quickly, Douglas, before, interject to cut you off, because that documentary, people could go back and review it. I think they did remove that. I think they did take it off Netflix eventually, because I did try to, just get that image again, just to verify
show people, just to show people this is what they're doing.
To prove that, look, here's the original Google images, but look, in the documentary, they cut Michael Aquino out, which was an integral part of the photograph, which looks ridiculous, because they've shortened the, you can see it looks
if you saw the original photograph, it's all too obvious. Yeah, it's obvious.
Yes. You can see there's someone there. You can see his shoulder, but you can't see his face. Yes.
Right. That's outrageous. Outrageous.
And so but I just want to mention that with that about the Temple of Satan. Yeah, sorry. Continue, Douglas. Please continue.
Oh yeah. So my point is,
voice. Did you guys hear that other voice? Who was that?
I don't know, but I heard it too. There was another voice that came on briefly. It was
female. There's only us four on it.
There's only And it was like a almost female voice. It was a kind of but it's like, well, definitely somebody said something while we were talking, and it's like, so like Brendan and,
like a Siri or something.
There you go. But this is what happens, Look at
how come they defend Q so much? Like, is he Jewish or something?
Yeah. No, it's different. It's like they're
that
all
was a joke, obviously.
Yeah, understood. It's understood. Considering how profoundly people would call him Judeo-phobic, and they'd be right to a degree. It's like George Knight was attesting to his one interview with 9/11. That was all he talked about was, it's the Jews, man. It's the Jews. It's like, but when it came to just this whole thing with the Temple of Satan, I was pointing out that First Church of Satan was Anton LaVey. Temple of Set was Michael Aquino, but then you've got this Temple of Satan, which has the same acronym, TOS, as Temple of Set, but it's almost like a branch office or an extension of the Temple of Set, but their whole trip is they present themselves as a joke, and they're claiming, they say we're only doing this because of free speech, the separation of church and state, and we're fighting for these constitutional rights. And
it's the constitutional rights. That's it, Douglas. Because they have these commandments. That was it. They have these actual commandments, which is it's what is it, foregoing the Constitution of the United States. So yeah, this is their equivalent of that, or their substitution. Yeah, I would say what do you want to call it? They're reinforcing.
Yeah, they're balance points to the amendments that they claim that they're supporting, reinforcing, and upholding, and it's all crap. Yeah, and the way they do that is say equal time for Satanism in terms of teaching children about deviant sexuality. And,
thank you.
Yeah, and so it's like this. It's the most blatant pedophile ring and organization in the United States, but Holly of all people, Holly pointed out something that you, I, and Brendan, probably very few other people would ever notice, because we're men and we don't really think in these terms. Most people kind of, your mind blanks when you look at Baphomet, because Baphomet is, it's too much. It's too much for the eyes to take in and the brain to process. You see, goat head, big tits, goat bottom and pelvis, big dick, erect phallus. It just is. It's so much for the brain to absorb. You just kind of reject it anyway. But one of the things that Holly noticed was that the statue used by the Temple of Set, which is their primary icon, is this big Baphomet statue, has no tits, but it's got a big dick. So it's strictly a male god. Their demon is strictly a male demon. It is not combinative of both genders the way the original was. So that is profound. She said, of course, it has 4 children around it that look like they're happy, but they're all impaled. So she was pointing that out, and that would be more something you or I would notice, or your average person might notice. But yeah, so she was pointing these things out about it that are well taken points. But there you go. So, but it's whenever it really sinks in. The more we talk about it, the more it sinks in just how influential these people are, and how whenever we speak of them, how we get in these like interjective voices that Brendan and I both heard that were on this call. And I think the only reason George didn't hear it was because of the distance and the bandwidth. No, I think that there's actually a delay. And probably it got either intercepted or didn't somehow make it across the bandwidth across the Atlantic.
Yeah. I have been witness to it in the past, Douglas, these people that talk, and it's sort of like, they're uttering, or they're sort of like intercepting these transmissions. Yes. Because, it's a form of like, it's a communication, it's a forecast, what do you want to call it? With the waves and the electromagnetic spectrum, they're interfering or they're intercepting, and you can hear their uttering of voices. You can hear their audible voices when they're muttering, or their background noises amongst themselves. So it's sort of like interjections. They come in and out, don't they? At periods, and I have witnessed it before. You hear another voice. Me and Douglas will be speaking in a dialogue, and then you'll hear a third voice come in when nobody else is actually on the call, actually in our chat. So it's very bizarre. It's very bizarre. No, I've witnessed it before, and so it's very startling, Douglas.
It just is what it is.
Do you know what? Something that's just coming to my head just to share. I shared the incident where I had my bed sheet covers when I was laying in bed just pulled beneath me, even without me moving. It sort of like felt like a force. I have seen videos on YouTube of people showing you captured footage. Sorry, I'm getting another incoming call. Sorry, beg your pardon.
No worries.
I do apologise. But I've seen videos of that happening to people where their hair's being pulled, parts of their shirts being pulled. And I was like, that's happened to me. It's very remarkable, and it's inescapable. Yeah. And so, these incidents do occur, and they do happen.
Yeah, especially for people like us who are addressing the issues that we're addressing. The other people might just be more random victims, but we don't know their history. We don't know what they're doing. Could be.
No, exactly. Douglas.
I would tend to presume most of them are just random victims as opposed to people dabbling in the occult. But certainly in our case, we are in a very real sense dabbling in the occult. We're not doing so irresponsibly, but we're trying to expose elements of it, and because of that, we do attract that level of attention. And that
it does, unfortunately. That's part of the territory. Thank you, Douglas.
Whereas the voice you once heard was probably
Yes.
electronic voice phenomenon in the sense of probably, voice to skull technology. That was
That's it,
probably
voice to skull.
technological.
Yes.
Yeah, probably
Yeah,
technological, as opposed to the other phenomenon, which is truly supernatural. And
Yes,
and the
yeah.
supernatural, of course, is real to anybody who has any sense of, balance, to anyone who has any
Yes.
real, understanding of the dynamics of our universe. So such having been said and articulated, so how much time do we have left with you, George?
I better disappear, yeah, because
Okay.
it's coming up just gone 20 past 7. So
Okay, well,
I am
we're-
expecting my co-worker anytime now. So I will depart. But there's so many things I want to bring up. I wanted to bring up dark energy, actually, just that reminded me.
We'll make a note of that. We'll try to all remember
Yes.
that on Sunday. Let's all remember
Yes.
Dark Energy Sunday. We'll try to remember that.
Yes, dark energy. Yes, it was. It's because I brought up Neil deGrasse Tyson. I
Yes.
mentioned the fact that he's publicly stated dozens of times, "Oh, what keeps me up at night is I can't understand the concept of dark energy and what is the power behind dark energy. We don't know as physicists know anything about it." And I relayed that obviously to my friends who are into quantum physics, and they have their own impressions of what dark energy is. But I mentioned the fact that Neil deGrasse Tyson, who was a renowned
Well, let's put it this way: he's just
public-
popularized. He's popularized.
Exactly.
That doesn't
He's like
mean
a-
yeah.
He's like a Michio Kaku. He's
Yes,
like that,
yes,
a
that's all he
figurehead.
is. Yeah.
Just a public figurehead. That's all it is. It's a joke, really.
Yeah, thank you.
And,
Yes, he's
yes.
just a face for the public to identify, but he's not. It's not
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing is these people, they're admirers, and they have books of Richard Dawkins. I'm like, oh my God, the man who wrote the book.
There's no God. Yeah, the death of God and
Yeah,
shit.
there's something about there is no God, something like that along the
Yeah.
titles. I'm not, I'm just familiar that he wrote a book along those lines.
The
Not
God
that
Delusion.
friendly,
I think it was the God Delusion.
the God Delusion. That's
Yeah.
it, Douglas. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
so he's an anti-theist. He's an anti-theist.
Yes.
So he's opposed to God. So
Yeah.
but we could go into this another time. But there's so much to talk about, Douglas. Yeah, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed being with you, and hopefully the viewers have enjoyed our
They always do.
conversation this
Oh, they always
evening.
do.
Yes.
Everyone appreciates.
Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan.
Yes.
Yeah, by all means.
And thank you so much. It's been wonderful, talking to you, Brendan. Thanks for participating and joining in with us. Thank you so much. It's good to speak to you, and I hope Aristides all right there.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
Brendan, look after yourself. I look forward to joining you again on Sunday, and take care, Douglas. Thank you for having me on again.
Bless you. We love
And,
you dearly. Stay safe and
love
be
you
well.
dearly too, all of you. Yes,
Okay.
please support Douglas. Thank you so much. Cheerio.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Be seeing you. Blessings.
Yes. Join us again Sunday. And he asked about Aristides, and Aristides is hopefully fine. We presume he is. We presume he's okay.
Oh yeah, he's going strong. We know he's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. And how about yourself? How are you doing at the moment?
Well, I feel sick. I feel fucking ill. Yeah, this
I
is
don't blame you. Holy
Like-
shit.
like the sea of cockroaches is getting so bad. It's insane.
Oh,
I mean, it's like
God.
I can't do this much longer.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
And the cats were just another hell bonus.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you said there were cockroaches in the cats. The cats. I mean, tell people about
Yeah.
this. Oh, God.
Yeah, they're so powerful that they're like swimming in the formaldehyde or something. It's sick. It's sick. Like these things are just charged up.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's like a video
roaches.
game. These are OP roaches. These are OP roaches.
Yeah, these are like Fallout roaches.
Yeah. Shit.
But they're like super sized, and they're like, yeah, they can feed off of formaldehyde. Can you imagine? I mean, if I didn't see it, I wouldn't have been able to think of this shit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Yeah. Yes. No, it's disgusting. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like hell. It's like one of the levels of hell, like I said.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
Undescribable.
Yes. It's Well, we've got pretty good numbers. We'll see if we want to go on further, or I could use a few more numbers. I mean, we're doing pretty good, but I could use a few more before I feel like inspired to go on. We'll see if people want to join us. Yeah, they do. So okay, so let's do it. Let's go for it. So let's go for it. And what I'm going to do is go back into monologue, but interject whenever you feel like it, because I think that these are important topics and they require as much participation as possible. So as
I'll do my best.
Thank you. I appreciate that. At least takes some of your mind every once in a while off of the hell of your environment. So as I said, Trump is deploying the Marines. He's risking further confrontation in Los Angeles with protesters and pushing the limits.
If you're doing current events, that ain't gonna help me out.
It's just more shit. It's just more shit. Yeah, more of the sewer shit. More roaches. And drinking more and more formaldehyde.
Yeah, a giant orange roach.
Yeah, a giant.
Destroying the world. It's like, fuck. Can't it.
And what would you call Musk? If Trump is the giant orange roach, what's Musk?
Oh, that dude, he's like
he's the cat. He's the preserved cat. He's the cat in the formaldehyde.
The what's that stuff called? The powder. The ketamine pickled cat. Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
he's like the Cheshire cat, but like the retarded.
Tell people about
his like retarded cousin.
Tell people how people were coming out about him and his trip during the campaign. How he was on all this ketamine to the point where he was like,
"Fuck." It was a list. It wasn't just ketamine. It was like his travel. Yeah. You know how like the girls will have their little pill bottle. He had the pill container. In the 20s they had their little party pack. He has one, and the staffers were like spilling the beans, and it was like a list. It was like ketamine, mushrooms, Adderall, Xanax. It was like just this mixture.
Oh damn!
I'm gonna see if I can find the list because it was humorous.
Like I said, he's Carrie Fisher. He's fucking Carrie Fisher. Like when she died on that plane, and she had every hard street drug imaginable inside of her, and she was still taking alcohol on the plane. And then
here's his campaign trail list. Let's see if we can find it. He traveled with a daily medication box that included ecstasy, psychedelic mushrooms, ketamine that was so powerful it was affecting his bladder. He had a little box that contained about 20 pills, including Adderall. So that's just his travel book, his little travel thing. So.
Oh my God! But by the way, Israel, breaking news: Israel is weighing a unilateral strike on Iran. It's like,
for what exactly?
For what? It's like, why not? I mean, Jesus Christ! I mean, look, they get away with anything else. Why not? Why not just striking it? But
it's much bigger. But Iran's much bigger. They can't even do what they.
But they've proven themselves to be rather impotent, the Iranians. So why not, just go for it? What are they gonna do? What are the Iranians gonna do? Send more of those, like you said, wind-up toys?
Well, it'll trigger the mullahs. That's the problem, obviously.
To do what? Like you said, wind up more drones and shit. Just rubber band powered.
No, not just the ruling mullahs. I'm talking about like all of Islam. That's what I meant.
Maybe, but remember, they're kind of they're Shia. It's not like it's not like the Sunnis give a shit. The Sunnis consider them a threat. So, it's
true.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Not that I care about them. I hope they get blasted. I don't care about those mullahs.
I mean, certainly,
like
I hear you.
What are they called? The Ayatollah.
The Ayatollah and all the rest of those people. I mean, those guys should have gone a long time ago. I mean, I mean, look.
I ain't gonna lose. I ain't gonna cry over them. Yeah.
No. I get it. We're on the same side here. It's just, but still, it's an insanity. It's overreach, But the Israelis, they're feeling pretty,
You know what? You know what? I support the chosen people. Good for them. Wow. They're living their best life out there.
Oh shit. And take into account everything our man just said about Musk. And remember,
here's the updated list.
Oh, cool.
LSD, cocaine, ecstasy, mushrooms, ketamine,
Yeah.
Adderall. You know, it's like, this sounds like freaking Trampus Nicholson.
Yeah. Thank you. That is. I mean, the two of them need to get together.
It's crazy.
I mean, those two need to party together. I really want to see it. Except I want to see Musk eat those poison ass truffles, man. I want to see him start.
Let's get together some money and send him a box.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, shit.
Consolation prize.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like, you think you're tough? Well, try Belladonna and fucking Wolfsbane and shit, you stupid fucker.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. And so for those of you who somehow did not know, Carrie Fisher had cocaine, heroin, ecstasy in her system. The autopsy proved that Carrie Fisher had cocaine, methadone, heroin, ecstasy, and alcohol in her system when she died in December on that plane, according to the autopsy report that was released. And and the coroner's report then concluded, having confirmed everything I just related, that she took alcohol on the plane to wash all that down with, the coroner's report concluded her death, sleep apnea.
Oh my God, what a bunch of idiots.
And you know what the first public response was when this was published? First public response was, Big Pharma is killing us. I mean, and I was like, Big Pharma? With all the legal and comparatively safe pharmaceutical prescriptions available. I mean, obviously they're not, but you get my point.
Her pharmacist was like Pablo Escobar.
Thank you. What the fuck was she trying to accomplish with speed, cocaine, heroin, and ecstasy? Hardcore street drugs at 60 years of age. Not to mention that a stimulant, an opiate, a hallucinogen, and a toxic chemical byproduct aren't very compatible when washed down.
They're not exactly compatible.
Yeah, thank you. When washed down with a depressant like alcohol. I mean, sleep apnea.
Yeah, well, she definitely couldn't breathe when she was sleeping, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, how about severe cardiovascular trauma brought on by years of substance abuse? I mean, all her talk about being clean and sober, all that motivational speaking was bullshit. I mean, I remember what I said at the time I found out about this on Revolution Radio. I said, very disappointed, Princess Leia. I mean, here we had all admired her so much for cleaning up her act. I guess the electroshock wasn't working like she said. It's not like I'm not compassionate, but she was a liar who threw away. She had everything. What a waste. She blew it. I mean, oh my fucking God.
Well, she grew up in that world and she died in that world.
Yeah, there you go. And what was interesting was, remember, she had the accident and needed reconstructive surgery. Mark Hamill had the accident and needed reconstructive surgery. And the guy who played
the 80s was a dangerous fucking time.
So. Oh, yeah. And the guy who played Darth Vader had an accident and needed...
we know why. It was because it was... Aquino was doing rituals and shit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it required sacrifice. And so these people were all torn apart, and only poor Darth Vader, his face couldn't be fixed. And the beauty of it is, in its own strange way, is that he really looked like he needed the Darth Vader mask. And hopefully someday they'll replace the stupid actors they have playing Darth Vader with the face of the original guy who played Darth Vader, because he looks like he would be wearing a mask the way his face was so messed up in real life after his face was torn apart in a car accident and put back together, haphazardly, I must say, or the best they could do with British surgical technology, which was apparently on par at the time with that in the Soviet Union or something. Right. Jesus.
Well, this was in the 70s, like 80s, right?
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah.
So it was different back then.
It sure was. Holy shit. And it's...
Yeah, I don't think people realize that, like, plastic surgery only recently, like, in the last 10 years became super good.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
It was, like, something very difficult to do back in the day.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was for a long period of time. It was yeah.
Here I found this the what did they call it? The nightshade and anethogenic truffles, poison
Jesus
truffles.
Christ.
I found the advert.
Oh man,
It says Egyptian henbane honey truffle.
oh, man.
This was the first one I tried. The chocolate was amazing. Subtle taste of herb honey.
Ooh,
The exact
disgusting.
amounts are a trade secret. I felt
bet.
warmth, detachment.
I bet
It
you
was like
did.
drinking a glass of wine.
You know what it's called? It's called a near-death experience. Yeah, this is what a
Oh,
near-death.
listen to this last part. The effects were gentle, leaving me in a complete control, but blurring the veil. It's like it sounds like they're dying.
Yeah,
It made
of
me
course.
slip into a trance effortlessly. It's like that was your kidney shutting down, you dumbass.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
I
you.
tried the belladonna rose truffle with belladonna alkaloids. You know, the flavor was exactly like roses. I noticed a stimulating effect.
When
somewhere
did you
between
first start
sweet-
eating roses? When did they first start eating roses? Come on.
Who
guys.
knows? Who the fuck knows? This was
Oh.
more body than mind, a stimulating effect between sleep and wakefulness. I mean, and then guess what? I scroll down a little bit, a statue of Baphomet
Yeah, of course.
with all the truffles.
Of course.
So there
And
you go.
tits and boobs on this one. It's not a temple
Yeah,
set.
the full shebang. Yeah, the full shebang.
Oh shit! Of course.
Datura jasmine truffle. It's like these people are like sick. What is it called? Like they
Seeking
have
death.
like a Thanatos complex.
Yeah, Thanatos. Yes, just so people know, to the Greeks, Thanatos was death as a beautiful young boy who was luring people to their death. So the term Thanatos complex, or I believe that's as correct a pronunciation as I can muster, close to the original Greek, would be Thanatos complex. That means that you're, death-
being
Yeah.
unto death.
Yeah, thank you.
The early philosophers talked about it.
Yes, there we are, and so this is it, and yeah. But let's send 20 of them, no 24. Let's send 24 of them to Elon Musk. I just want to. I want footage of him eating that shit. It's that fucker wouldn't know when to stop, and then when his kid.
Oh, him and Trampus would get along. They would love it.
Oh
They
God,
would
yeah.
bring out that salt shaker of ketamine.
Oh yeah. That he was putting
Like
on the
people
truffles.
think I'm making that up. I said that. I said that.
We
once.
had
I
the
said, look, I know-
photographs. We
had the photograph. I said I know someone. I saw someone
Yeah.
use a salt shaker of ketamine
Yeah.
to put on poison truffles, and people were like, "No, that doesn't even exist." I'm like, "No, it exists."
Yeah,
That's real.
Oh, it does. Oh man, and this guy, it was like daily. Remember him microdosing. It's like
He would polish off a 12-pack in like a couple days. Remember?
it was outrageous. It was unbelievable. It was literally unbelievable. Yeah, we know.
And
it's
these things
true.
aren't cheap.
Yeah.
They're not cheap.
No, they weren't. No, it's like these guys get the money. Like someone else we know, the mutual. Two
Yeah,
of us know.
unlimited cash.
Yeah, How do these people all
Except
get?
when you want to pay for an assassination, then it's
Yeah.
cheap on the cheap. Yeah.
That's it for free. Asked you for
Yeah.
free.
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, just out of the goodness of your heart.
Just give me some pointers. Just give me, out of the goodness of your heart, I want to kill someone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Holy
there you go.
shit. God damn. It's like cheap motherfucker. Yeah,
It's actually funny reading these comments about the
bet.
truffles.
Yeah,
Shipping
it's
is
just-
fast,
I
perfect
bet.
for the hot summer months. It's
God
like, dude, are you guys trying to kill yourselves?
They are. Of
The
course.
ganache is smooth and velvety. It's like these people are
Jesus
sick, man.
Christ.
Who buys poison? Like,
Yeah.
who willingly buys poison? This
Well,
is
obviously
crazy.
we know it's out there. There's people that do this, and the salt shaker full of ketamine just makes it all the sweeter. It's like sweet death
Yeah.
and shit. Yeah, it's sweet death. I mean, like I always said, remember I said before, you put sugar on top of shit and it'll taste good.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah,
Poison, yeah.
they're putting ketamine on top of poison. Chocolate truffles with ingredients are trade secret. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
You know why? Because they probably include industrial effluvia in it's
anything to get that. little zing, that extra zing.
Dude, it ain't chocolate. It's probably human shit just straight out of the fucking sewage processing plant. That already has got bleach and all kinds of other drugs.
If they're worshippers of Baphomet, it's probably some sick joke like that where they,
no doubt,
no
doubt,
they're like, what idiot's gonna buy this? And then all of a sudden they're selling it like hotcakes.
Oh yeah, there you go. That shit's like. Man, we're in the wrong field. We got to start getting into some shit like that where we're just.
This is their calling card. It says, Emporium Black. That's the company. Oh, handcrafted black arts, deadly delicacies, poisons, and various sundries. Yeah. So they're open about killing people.
They sure as hell are. I mean, that's and combine that with the death chips. What did they call them? They call them death chips, right?
Yeah. The challenge, the one chip challenge.
Yeah, the one chip challenge where some idiot took 2 of them at once and died. I can't believe they're still around after that. I can't.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, that figures. They shouldn't be. If they are, they shouldn't be. But that's Cho shit. This is all Cho shit.
They're on sale.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh God.
A different company had to produce them because the original company stopped selling them.
Oh yeah, they got charged with murder, complicity in murder, no doubt. Yeah.
The world's hottest chip. And shit.
Remember Trappist Nicholson after we were saying, "Oh, Brooke, you gotta give this shit to meth head Larry." Remember that? And then he's like, "They're trying to implicate me in murder." Remember Trappist was saying that shit?
Yeah. They want me, because he was gonna send her. He was gonna send her a whole box.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, probably best he didn't. She probably would have woke up one day and wasn't thinking right, and just started.
Oh, she would have ate them.
Yeah, she would have ate them.
Yeah, here's the most recent edition of the chip challenge: Carolina Reaper, Naga Viper, the hottest peppers on earth, infused into a single chip.
Jesus Christ. I don't even want to think.
It's literally in the multi-millions of the Scoville units.
Yeah, it's
the heat level.
Yeah. Why, God?
Here are the reviews. For those who are dumb enough to try, the title says it all.
Yeah, there you go. This is like that. Don't do it, people. Just don't do it. And for the kid who did 2 of them at once, that's Darwinian selection. Just like the guy, what was it? The hot pot shit. He jumps into Yellowstone National Park, just jumps. Dissolves.
Trying to have a spa day, and he dissolves in less than a day. Yes. Completely dies instantly and dissolves. They couldn't fish him out. Yeah,
there you go.
Idiots.
These
places... Here, the Naga Viper, 1.3 million Scoville units. Yeah. The hottest on record.
Oh.
Chili pepper.
Yeah. Ooh. Have you ever tried one of those?
Yeah, I've eaten them.
You're kidding. Oh my God. Any blisters?
No, I'm not kidding. I have one in my cabinet somewhere.
Oh my God. Any blisters? Do you get blisters when you do this?
I mean, it gives you like a stomach ache. It's horrible. I mean, it's I actually have the remnants of one. I mean, I could do it live on air if you want.
No, thank you. No, please. No. I wouldn't wish that on anyone except my worst enemies. I mean, that, I'd like one of those shoved up Peter Moon's ass. Now, that would be funny. That would be
he'd
funny.
love it. For the first couple minutes. Oh yeah, it's still in here from when I dried them in 2020.
Oh God, yeah, save it to shove it up Pete's ass. That'd be funny as hell. That'd wake him up from the dead. Oh, you brought me back, Douglas. I'm back now, Douglas. Bless you.
All that freaking the Agori magic obviously isn't doing shit because he's taking grainy ass photos like he's in the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, like you said.
Whatever.
Yeah, like you said, all the young Asian Indian girls dancing in that video, which, I think it speaks volumes that it's focused on a bunch of young Asian Indian girls, but every one of them dancing in that video.
What was his obsession with those young ethnic chicks in dresses? It's that's his Facebook profile.
Yeah, that you remember.
Bizarre.
That? Yeah.
Some weird.
Yeah, there you go. That's part of his sick ass, pedo shit where You know, somehow he gets, you know, nobody ever, well, people do say that. Remember, people wrote that on his photograph, pedophile.
Oh, that was him, like, you know, with his daughter when he was young.
Yeah.
When she was really young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they wrote that, and he did.
Someone like spaced out all the words.
Pedophile, yes. And they said 3 words, even though it's really 3 syllables, but they wrote 3 words. Pedophile.
And it was up there for
Months.
years. We never said anything.
Yeah, nobody ever
It was
told
close to like a year. It was
Oh,
a
at
long
least.
ass time.
At least. It was up there
time.
forever. Yeah.
And none of us said anything. We all just said, okay, I ain't telling him. It's just funny.
Yeah, none of us told him because, of course, it's true. It's true. If that guy hadn't entered that comment, we would have. You know, it's like.
Yeah.
I remember
he did it for us, basically.
Yeah, thank you. I remember every time I showed that photograph to people, the first thing they'd say is, "His wife," and I kept having to bite my tongue. Bite my cheeks until they bled, because so tempting to say, yes! Yes!
Oh, and when you expose it on air, isn't Paula younger than your daughter? He's like, no, she's not.
Yeah. Remember the bullshit he came up with? She's 4 years younger than my daughter.
Yeah.
No, 4 years older.
Older.
I can't remember what he said. I can't exactly. No, I said, isn't she younger than your biological daughter? And he said no. But then he said one of them was 4 years older than the other. But the way I remember it, I remember responding to him, oh, great, that means your daughter was a senior in high school while Paula was a freshman. And that's how I said it, and he didn't say anything to that. But then later on, it turned out he was lying anyway and said 2 years younger. So he magically changed the age. Or maybe no one ever knew Paula's age. Maybe she doesn't have a birth certificate. I mean, that would make sense. But then, and then later on...
she's a vamp, so you guys age differently.
Yeah, it's true anyway. Yeah. But the end result, the reality was she was biologically younger than his daughter. And his daughter hated her, and she hated his daughter, and they hated each other. And she said, will me the house. And he said, no, it's will to my daughter. Whatever it is now, he's spending all his money on, you know, miracle cures for his stroked out brain, which is why it's impossible he went to India, because the guy couldn't even process while we were on air. It's like, you know, so it's impossible to imagine he would retain the coherent wherewithal. Yeah.
Just a few months ago, he was like, I need rest.
There you go. And like you said, all of those dancing girls, each one of them had better cellular technology that was able to take better footage than whatever was being used to take them on that
whole
stage.
Village had like freaking Samsungs and shit. You're telling me no one else took a video but his grainy ass phone? I mean, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, thank you.
It was weird.
And then why not himself? If, as he says, they worship him as a god, why not himself with all these people around him? At least some people around him.
Yeah, and Indians love doing group photos. So it's like there had to have been at least one.
Yeah.
You know, they're like Japanese girls. You know how they all do the group photos?
Yeah, of course.
So if you're going to have a bunch of guests from America, you're not going to just not take a group photo. But apparently he doesn't have one. You know, it's weird.
Yeah,
that whole scenario is bizarre.
I mean, I wouldn't care if he looked like Sloth from the Goonies. They would want the group photo even more because it's funny.
To them, he's just like, he's some kind of, you know, American monster. Like,
that's right.
Like Frankenstein.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they'd be around him because look, the Walking Dead man. You know how they would take it. They would take it like that girl who did the Moon Show, where she's got the skull in the grave that she's talking to. That would would be what it's like for them. Yeah, it'd look the same too. It would look exactly the same way. Yes.
Well, they think of paranormal shit differently. To them, it would be like an event. Like he was like, oh, this was an esteemed Agori, you know, guest.
True.
You know, like it's Solomon Grundy. Like they have Solomon Grundy showing up and shit.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, seriously.
Like,
seriously,
this guy's from America. He's, you know, he was revived from the dead.
Yeah, and it'd be fun.
And he can time travel. You know, they'd be hyped.
Yeah, because it'd be fun. Yeah, they did. Yeah, but that fucker, he's you know, and God knows. If he says, "Oh, I can't appear in the photographs because of my looks," then you know it's all full of shit. It's at any rate, he never appears in photographs anyway. He's never.
Well, either way, he looks like Solomon Grundy, whether he's healthy or not.
Oh no! Solomon Grundy looks better than him. Solomon Grundy has. You know,
Am I thinking of the right character? The
Solomon
zombie guy?
Grundy has bulk. Solomon Grundy, they bulked him up over the years because Solomon's, he's not just any zombie. He's like,
Oh, he's like the zombie.
he's
Got
supposed to be like kind of like a big zombie character who's kind of, almost sympathetic. I mean, they make him sympathetic to a degree, poor bastard. So, it's
Born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday. Yeah, this ain't Pete.
Yeah, that ain't Pete. That ain't Pete. He's too big. He's too big and too charismatic. He's too charismatic.
True.
Yeah, Pete's
good point,
repulsive. Pete's just repulsive. It's like
He's like
sloth
Crypt
without a
Keeper.
heart. Yeah, he's a crypt keeper. Except that crypt keeper is witty. It's like crypt keeper without the wit. So it's like he's not funny. Sloth has got heart. He's got no heart. Sloth has got heart, but Peter Moon's like sloth without the heart. He's like crypt keeper without the humor. He's like Solomon Grundy without the charisma.
Yeah, and he gets colonics. Like that just even makes it worse.
No, it's just worse. Yeah, it's just horrific.
And I found out just through like what is it? It's like word on the street that apparently the what's it called? The colonics are just really big in the gay community because they're all into douching.
Yeah, well that goes.
So this exposes Pete because he's the one that was hyping it for everyone.
Oh yeah. Well, I always said that. I was always very subdued about it, of course, because but it's like
I confused it with colonoscopy, so I thought it was some kind of medical thing.
Oh no.
But now I get it. It was some kind of weird.
The funny thing was when my legal father was alive and they wanted to do a colonoscopy and an endoscopy and they wound up doing both, not at the same time, of course, but my joke was they should do it both at once, to get it out of the way at once. I was making a joke, like getting DP'd, like double penetrated. And of course they wouldn't do that at my dad's age because it's dangerous. But they did that with Brooke. They did that with Brooke, and so she had the colonoscopy and the endoscopy simultaneously.
No, that's perverse.
It is.
That's called spit roasting, by the way.
Yeah, yes, it's purely pornographic. It's like a porn. And then she woke up crying, and she said, "Oh, when I woke up, I was crying." And I said, if I had gotten double penetrated and spit roasted, I'd wake up crying too. I said, yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. A camera up my ass and a camera down my throat simultaneously.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Jesus Christ. Now she's welcome to come on and disabuse me if I've got a wrong notion about this, but that's how I remember her describing this as happening. But definitely the thing was her phone there was something to do with her phone too. It was like her phone, which she had turned off because you have to turn it off, somehow got turned back on. And it was like, it was just weird. It was like, of course this happens with people like you and I and all of us who are targeted by these cultists. We get these phone phenomenon. But it was like they turned on her phone and turned the camera on while that was going on. And it was like, so just really weird shit. But there you go with that. So it's only when she's here she can do justice to the story. But, other than that, yeah, Peter's never had that because Peter, of course, doesn't follow up with conventional medicine and instead just thinks he's, his breathing and his, magical recourse to all these, like, quote unquote, magicians will help him through and shit. And that was the other thing, just to bring up to our listeners, that I had never really considered before, and I should bring up when more people are with us on Team Dietrich. But as I was talking about with Brendan the other day, it wasn't what Peter said, even though it was in and of itself, of course, offensive. But at the time he was making the book and wanted to produce a bunch of pink leather-bound editions for the Blood Boys with this book that never got published. And I said, we can't have that, and I couldn't tell him, we can't bring any of your writing on property of the estates. It's grounds for instant termination, because he was trying to dox my son's husband, and my son's husband hated his guts. But he was like, of course he didn't know any of that, or he's oblivious. And I certainly wasn't going to share it with him. And he said, well, you're teaching him this shit, aren't you? When I said, no, we can't have those books on the estate. And I was like, not only is it offensive, like, you're teaching them this shit, aren't you? Like, meaning, like, if you think everything I was saying has been shit, why are you here? But what really hit me afterwards is not that. It was, what does he think I'm teaching them when the second book was all about the occult? And that's when it finally hit me that, you know, him and someone else we know, practically all too many people that we know, they think I'm teaching Hogwarts.
He thought you were like the fairy godmother from Cinderella, like you were teaching them fucking spells and shit.
Thank you. Thank you. He thinks
bippity boppity boo. Like he literally thinks you're walking around doing that shit.
Yes, thank you. Teaching the Blood Boys how to conduct spells.
Yeah, they're fairies, aren't they?
Yeah. There you go. There you go. It's like, really, you dumb, stupid son of a bitch. It's like nothing processes with these people when I say I'm teaching civics and history and all this shit. It's no.
In his head, it was like a whole Disney film in his head. Like you were fucking dancing around in drag, teaching them how to cast spells, like Charmed or something.
Thank you.
Like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's
thank you. And you got it down. You got it down because he's too old and too stupid to have caught on to the Harry Potter movies. He's never even reviewed them. So he has no concept of Hogwarts.
No, he said he hated them or something. Remember, he was like,
but he wanted to know about the Horcrux. He wanted to know everything about
he wouldn't stop about that. Brendan, tell me about the Horcrux. Just because he wanted to copy Kino.
Yes, absolutely.
Who has apparently a bunch of them, and they could like, have, tea and crumpets in my dreams and shit.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So there's plenty of Horcruxes around.
And the cultists hate that. They're so envious. It's not like we're asking for this attention. Not like
trust me, I don't want to hang out with them. This happens.
Yeah, it just happens, and we can't help who he likes, and he has this perverse affection for us, but the Edomites are all, you stole him from us, and you must be of
they want to hang out with him, but it's like, they're just worthless to him.
Yeah, they're beneath his dignity. They're too stupid, and yes. Oh, God. And,
pathetic.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So I mean, our numbers are good. They really are. I just now it's a
so
question.
I won't interrupt your thing.
It's where are you right now? Are you still at work?
No, I would no.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's the question.
No, I'm back in the warehouse. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I might well do is I've got to figure out whether I want to call it a night or not, or take a a short trip, a short break to do my coke, so I can last a while longer, like maybe make it 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm more disappointed that you mean actual liquid coke, that's annoying.
Actually, in this case, no, I actually mean the powder. Can you hold for about 10 minutes, 10-ish? Minutes the stage? Well,
not really, but I try.
Oh, dude, there's so much to talk about. The strawberry moon, the stars in conjunction, all the planets are aligning to a degree, aren't they? Something's going on. I mean,
there's always something going on.
Yeah, and
do I have the endurance to do it? Not really.
Do you want to grab something to read from, like a link to various things going on? I mean, because honestly, for me to make it,
I could just go. I get off the cuff right now.
Okay.
So if you need to do something.
So
I'll start by trying
Yeah.
This preserved piece of Naga scorpion pepper.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. Jesus Christ.
No, I have it. I'm doing it.
Oh no! Jesus. Okay. Well, I'll be back.
I mean, it's been sitting in my cabinet for
15
years or however long. 5 years.
Okay, but be careful. Be careful. Okay, I'll be back. All right. Thank you.
Oh shit! It's pretty powerful.
Oh shit! Don't do that. Okay, milk. Get yourself some milk. Okay.
Oh, I don't have milk.
No, God, don't do this to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, anyways,
I'll be back.
Round 6 of U.S.-Iran talks are beginning in Oman on Saturday.
All right. I'll be right back. Mute.
Yeah, you
10
can
minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it looks like there's going to be some kind of negotiations with the Ottomanis brokering this U.S.-Iran talk, as if they could really make nukes at this point. I don't see how that's even like a valid issue. It says it's aimed at curbing their nuclear program. The Ottomani foreign minister Badr al-Busadi said on Thursday, "I'm pleased to confirm the 6th round of Iran-US talks will be held in Muscat this Saturday." This is what he said on a post from X. The announcement comes amid increasing tension in the region from the failure of earlier rounds to reach any agreements. But whilst this is happening, the U.S. withdraws embassy staff amid Iran tensions. So they're trying to have these talks, but at the same time, they are, pulling, I think, the U.S. embassy from maybe Iraq, somewhere. It says Iran here, but I don't think we have embassies in Iran, but I could be wrong. So, but it just says U.S. President Donald Trump said the move would be made because it could be dangerous as the nuclear talks with Iran falter. A U.S.-backed group in Gaza said Hamas attacked its workers. No surprise there, as these things just keep happening. Some breaking news out of South Korea as well. South Korea's new president, Lee Jae-myung, ordered the discontinuation of loudspeakers that were meant to promote peace on Korean Peninsula. In return, Pyongyang also has stopped its loudspeakers near the border because they were just shooting propaganda through speakers over the borders for years. I mean, hundreds of years or whatever, however long it's been at this point, 50, 60 years. They were doing this, says these loudspeaker blasting propaganda arrays were pointed towards North Korea along the border, but the president wanted to reduce cross-border tensions between the two nations. So South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff, held this meeting, and they said North Korea also has stopped the loudspeakers targeting the South. It does remain unclear if Pyongyang officially ended the campaign or they just did it in this kind of tit for tat situation. He made the discontinuation, this is the president of South Korea, a campaign promise so that way he could restore trust through inter-Korean relations and promote peace. So it seems like they're kind of gearing towards a more peaceful agenda, which is good. It says Kang Yong-ju, his spokesperson, the president's spokesperson, described the policy as a proactive step to reduce military tensions in the region. This is a type of psychological warfare that included propaganda messages, K-pop music. These things had resumed in June 2024 after North Korea sent a bunch of trash-filled balloons in a psychological campaign. And in retaliation, the North began broadcasting features of howling animals, pounding gongs, and other irritating sounds along the border. And residents near the border had long complained about noise from both sides. So they're just blasting each other. So military style, kind of, this thing. It says, Seoul is looking to reopen communication as the broadcasts were part of a Cold War style standoff that escalated alongside North Korea's nuclear weapons development, closer military ties with Russia. In his inaugural address last week, Lee vowed to reopen communication channels with North Korea. However, the road forward is unclear as Pyongyang continues to reject diplomatic overtures. Recent years, North Korea has grown much closer to Moscow, supplying thousands of troops, large quantity of military equipment to support Russia's war in the Ukraine. There are growing concerns that North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un is deepening ties with Putin. This could result in technological transfer that could bolster North Korea's weapons and missile programs, etc. Friends with benefits. That's the Germans are funny. They have a picture of both of these guys, Putin and Kim Jong-un with with a bunch of missiles between them, and it says friends with benefits. Yeah, so this is one of the rare cases where the Germans actually are funny, or they're they have a wit. This is a very witty little quip. So there you go. Let's see what's going on here. What else is happening? Yeah. The usual. It looks like it's all the same old shit, basically. Middle East tensions, Israel, Gaza, football news. let's see, here's some fact checks. It says fake news surrounding Los Angeles protests. Old clips are being circulated. False claims are spreading online. Let's see, what is it saying? Widespread unrest. Oh, here it is. It's saying old videos were falsely linked to the protest. It says here, illegal aliens are lighting themselves on fire after dousing jeeps, and then according to this German broadcasting company, they said this is a false video. This is an older video that was, it says the footage had been on YouTube for years and Instagram, etc., etc. So it says the video is not related to anything currently in progress. It first appeared in March 2024 and shows a street takeover in LA's Hyde Park neighborhood unrelated to these raids or protests. Visible watermarks in several parts of this clip links an Instagram account that regularly reposts these videos, explosions, car crash, street racing. And it was originally posted on March 9th, 2024. A reverse image search led to Daily Mail articles from March 2024 featuring the same video. Searching keywords and all this stuff is bringing these out, confirming the video's original explanation. Original context. So cars have been set on fire, and this video does not show a current incident. And then it shows all the Waymos getting torched, and this was an actual real incident where the Waymos got nuked. Cars have been burned, vandalized, and defaced with anti-ICE slogans, they're saying. But it's clearly that there's just a chain of Waymos that got literally burnt. So there you go. Yeah. And there are other things, it looks like. Zero military experience. People were showing fake images of military personnel. When the photos were published previously by the San Francisco Chronicle. Reverse image searches also do not reveal any older versions, which means they most likely were not published on the internet. They do lead to similar images of National Guard personnel laying around as early as 2021, but these do not match images in the claim. So there you go. Older. This is funny how, you can timestamp things by people wearing face masks. So this must have been 2021, the height of COVID, et cetera, but no masks were worn in the current pictures. So that's one way to tell. So the way things are going with this, news being the way it is and the AI being a problem, as well as false information, there are forensic ways to date these photos and these alleged, explanations and all that. There you go. Yeah. So am I still streaming? I think I'm still audible, hopefully. Yeah. So that's what I see. There's many different things happening other than that. I don't really have any California updates myself. There's nothing really happening other than what you guys have heard. Like, that's all, and LA's always been its own kind of world. So there's not a lot to, that thing going on. Sense, those people don't have that much sense. It's very diverse and large population base down there. So all kinds of different things happen all the time. And it's not an easy place to stay, in my opinion. There you go. Yeah, so that's what I would say about that. Now we can go to the Asian sphere, the Pacific Rim area, kind of see what's going on out there, because the Japanese do have like a little bit, different view on these things. Pentagon is reviewing the AUKUS security framework. So the U.S. defense official says Pentagon is reviewing the AUKUS security framework, which is United States, UK, and Australia. The trilateral partnership was launched in 2021 under previous President Joe Biden. They told NHK as of Wednesday that the Defense Department is reviewing AUKUS, Australia, UK, US trilateral agreement, as part of ensuring that this initiative of the previous administration is aligned with Trump's America First agenda. One of the pillars of AUKUS is to deploy US nuclear-powered attack submarines to Australia in 2030. In the 2030s, Financial Times reported that they want to review whether the US should scrap the project, which is now being led under Secretary of Defense for Policy, Elbridge Colby. Yeah, that's a strange name. British media outlet says Colby's previously expressed skepticism about AUKUS, saying it's concerned that the U.S. Framework could undermine the country's security because the U.S. Navy is struggling to produce enough American submarines to deploy as per this plan. The critics say that the U.S. should focus on strengthening their own forces rather than deploying submarines to Australia. So there you go. Yeah. Let's see, where are we at here? Ukraine war reshaping the playbook across the Taiwan Strait. There's a lot of strange stuff with the Japanese news about, like, international relations. They're very focused on that, which is not a bad thing. It's just very different. Curfew issued in downtown Los Angeles starting Tuesday. We already know that. Here it is. The Japanese kicks off the next round of selling stockpiled rice. So Japan has an issue currently with a rice shortage, and it's making the price of rice skyrocket. So what they're doing is releasing stockpiled rice that the government keeps on hand for disasters or other national emergencies. So it says they started accepting applications for the next round of stockpiled rice sales. The program was introduced to boost supplies after rice prices in supermarkets were doubled upon the year. Agricultural Minister Kozumi Shinjo says the ministry received applications from 30 buyers in the first hour of sales. Kozumi on the previous day announced that the total of 200,000 tons of the staple grain will be released. Half of that is available from Wednesday under no-bid contracts. 20,000 tons remaining from previous rounds are still on batch holder retainers. Once all of that batch is sold, the remainder will be made available. Retailers can submit applications, as well as distribution outlets with milling machinery are able to purchase and distribute. There is no cap in the amount of rice that each application, but must be put on sale by August. Some retailers, have obtained rice in previous agreements, but they focused on selling what they have before applying for more. Due to other scandals that have happened with this rice issue. Kozumi says he wants to introduce legislation to ban the resale of stockpiled rice amongst its own distributors. He told reporters on Tuesday that those who resell government rice
you're holding great.
Price
Keep holding. I'm
to...
steeping tea. So it's taking some time. So keep holding. I'll be right back. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. So prices could face up to a year's imprisonment or a fine of up to 1 million yen. He added that the government is committed to delivering stockpiled rice to those who need it. Kozumi also said he seeks the approval of legislation for the cabinet meeting this week in order to prevent, the issues with the rice here. Pros and cons of Japanese government's efforts to reduce rice prices. The Japanese government aimed to lower the price further by selling stockpiled rice directly to retailers. The Japanese agricultural minister said that the government plans to release more stockpiled rice to rein in these high prices, because it is the staple food of Japan, as everyone should know. This is me talking here, that everyone should know that, onigiri, rice just in general, just as a side dish, or in this case, the staple food of East Asia and Japan itself. And sushi. Everyone knows sushi. You need rice for that as well. But it's a daily staple, so in Japan. So that's why it's such a big deal that's like our bread, quote unquote, our bread prices going up to like, so it would be the equivalent to, if you go to the store or, and your bread's costing 3 times as much for no reason. So it causes, issues with daily life. So the government tried to fix this issue by selling 200,000 tons of rice harvested in 2020 and 2021, because rice can last up to 10, 20 years if it's stored properly. So the Japanese government stockpiles rice in order to, if there's any kind of natural disaster or some kind of issue, they can release it. So 300,000 tons of stockpiled rice were already sold under the same scheme, but people were either mislabeling or selling them improperly, jacking up prices and all of that. So recent data from the agricultural ministry showed that the rice prices at supermarkets fell for another week in late May, although it didn't include rice released from the stockpile sold under these new contracts. So the average price for a 5-kilo bag, including tax, was 4,223 yen, or about $29, which is, this is expensive. It's expensive. $30 for 10, a 10-pound bag of rice, in essence. So, I think here I could get maybe a 20-pound bag of rice for that. So I can get double or even more for that amount for $30. That's down 0.9%. So I can see why the Japanese are upset. Down by 0.9% from the previous week. The calculation is based on a survey of 1,000 supermarkets. It says a manager of a rice shop in Fukuoka Prefecture says the price wholesalers suggested was 20% lower than in March, so that's looking good. Ishinuki Tetsuya says wholesalers might now be working to clear their inventories of the old rice before the government stockpile has been released. He says, I think more wholesalers now want to sell rice from the last harvest quickly because the new harvest is going to come soon. Businesses are waiting for inexpensive rice. So they're serving rice, looking for buying lower priced products, because Japanese style pubs, such as the one in Osaka, has been popular for its 500 yen or $3 lunch with all you can eat rice. These are like what salarymen and daily workers eat in Japan. They go to these places where you pay $3 and you can have an all you can eat source of food. The pub brought stockpiled rice in last week to maintain its low price for lunches, and the manager got in line at a supermarket in the early morning and was buying multiple bags just to keep his business going. The pub used up all the rice in about 4 days. The manager said, I thought of raising prices for lunch temporarily, but I would like to keep it at the price just for my customers. I hope the price of rice will go down so this doesn't affect my business any further. Meanwhile, some people are paying close attention to the decline of rice prices, such as these farmers in Niigata Prefecture. He grows rice in 40 hectares of rice paddies. He says, selling these rices to wholesalers, he wants to negotiate prices with them in late August, but he's concerned that they may not be enough to cover production costs.
Okay, got my tea, and round up your thoughts. Take your time, but round up your thoughts. You seem like you're doing great. Seems like you're doing great. I don't know why you had any reticence. That. Yeah. The numbers are good. I mean, they held up.
Well, I hope I'm being coherent, but I'm just going over different happenings around the the plane.
Yeah.
It says that cost.
No, go on. Yeah, you said the cost. Yeah, what about the cost?
Yeah, this is the rice farmer. He's complaining. He says that the costs involved in growing rice have risen year by year, but he fears that consumers will become accustomed to the low price of this new rice. And he wants normal rice prices to be sold lower, but he can't cover his production costs. Because it's stockpiled, I can understand that the government is selling it for 2,000 yen, but officials should emphasize it's from stockpiles, because farmers will not be able to make a living if rice is sold at the same price. So sales of normal rice have fallen due to this new measure, such as, you get what I'm saying. So when they release, when they release this cheap government rice, no one wants to buy the expensive premium rice. So these farmers are sitting on stock. So it hurts their business.
Wow.
But the government is in between a rock and a hard place, because either they don't do anything to help, which is what our government would do, or they have to overcompensate and, sell this cheap rice to basically keep their economy functioning, because this is what people live on. It's a staple food.
Yes.
So, and it sucks for the farmers, but, there's, but like you said before when I brought this up, this is the example of what a true command economy can do.
Yes.
Is step in and fix the economy on a fundamental level and provide food for their people and whatever they got to do. So they're just gaming it out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Things will revert to normal soon enough. I mean, it just takes
time. But their
time.
rice is expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, that shows how powerful the Japanese yen is.
Yeah.
A 5 kilo bag of rice is $30, $29.
Yeah. No, that's that's outrageous. You can't. Yeah.
I can go to the Indian shop and get, I think maybe $20 or less for double that for 20-pound bags.
Yeah.
So I can buy double the amount of rice for less here in the States.
Yeah.
So I could see that, it's expensive out there.
It is, and they have limited land to grow it on, so Japanese rice is particularly, obviously it's a high quality rice, definitely, and
right.
and you can taste it. That's so what caused this again? Why is it that the government feels the need to step in? Because of what happened exactly?
So there was the 2021 and 2022 harvests were damaged by weather incidents.
Okay.
So it lowered the amount they could produce. But because rice can be stored for a long time, it took 2 or 3 years for those production years to come onto the market. So now it's hitting the market, but there's less inventory. So supply and demand brought the prices super high, like higher than they're normally paying. So people went to the government and complained and said, we're already having trouble surviving, as far as, daily necessities. And so the government said, our only option is to either buy foreign rice, which the Japanese people didn't want. They said, we don't want that. So what they did is they released stockpiled rice that they keep in government warehouses for if there's famine or issues like war or whatever, because fascist economies care about their people.
That's right. True. It's true.
Yeah. And so they have stockpiles of rice for those reasons. So what they did is they made special provisions to actually sell this directly to retailers as a cheap alternative to the premium rice.
Yeah,
that's what's happening.
Excellent. And just so people can understand what we're speaking about, when it comes to the nature of fascist economies, all of the original fascist nations in World War II, the three primary powers in particular that stand out, obviously being Japan, Germany, and Italy. Remember, these were territorially extremely confined nations, where the status quo powers were the powers that had expanded into incredible empires where they held sway over millions of subject nations, and that includes the Greater Soviet Union, which people tend to think of in their ignorance as this monolithic Russian state that is somehow just all Russian, and it's far from it. It's anything but. Even today, it is a federation of many nationalities that were simply Russified culturally by force. You have right outside of Moscow, Kazan, and these places are Tartaric in their origins. Tartaric as in a real ethnicity There are real Tartars.
Like Mongolians, or we're talking something else?
It's a kind of Mongol Turkic, Turco-Mongolic kind of what they used to call Turanian, or like these Scythian tribes that that basically, this is the kind of tribes that raided Europe, some of them, and of course this is how Hungary was born. Hungary, or MEMÊDy, was born only because one of these massive raiding tribes lost a battle that was so monumental that their entire logistics system broke down, and they essentially couldn't escape by migrating back home to the steppes, and they wound up stranded in the center of the Balkans, and that's how Hungary was born. That's really how it was born, and so then they later on Europeanized and Christianized, and became extremely Catholic. So they're a proud people with one of the most difficult languages in the world. It's so difficult that your average Hungarian will carry a Magyar dictionary with them, just so when they're reading their own books produced in their own nation, they can just reference it once in a while, so that they can make certain that they're reading it the right way, or interpreting what they're reading to be correct. In the old days, it used to be like that. These days, of course, everything's online, so they would be doing that over their cell phone or their apps. But in terms of the situation with Russia, just understand it's an empire, not a nation. The same with the American and British and French empires were the same way. America held sway over the entire Western Hemisphere effectively. The British, of course, had their empire. The French had theirs. But the British, because of World War I, had taken the majority of German territories. The Japanese, who had sided with the Allies in World War I, took the German Pacific territories. Germany had no territories, and neither did Italy. It was very confined. It had a few overseas colonies, meaning right across the Mediterranean, was going into Africa. But other than that, these nations had nationalized and united late in the game compared to France and Britain, and as a result, they didn't have all this room to expand in a maritime sense that the French and the British, and before them, the Portuguese and the Spaniards had done, because if you notice, those other nations, they're really maritime nations. They all have a lot of coastline. With France, it's into the Mediterranean as well as into the Atlantic. But with Germany, it's in the center of Europe. Italy is in the center of the Mediterranean. And Japan, of course, we all know the story behind that. You're talking about an Asian nation that's just beginning to modernize. So all of these nations, their only resource was their own people. So you see, you've got to get over the idea that people are somehow expendable to a fascist economy. Quite the opposite is true. Their people are their only asset. It's really the only asset that they had. That may be why other people perceive them as so murderous towards others, or exploitive in a labor sense. It's these other populations are obviously not their own populations, and during wartime, as they expanded to create a regional hegemonic economy, then these other people were employed. And it's not even so much a heartlessness as the demands of the situation. But the end result was, as I've shown before in graphic charts, that when it comes to the number of civilians that died in World War II, overwhelmingly the number of civilians that died in World War II are on the Allied side. Overwhelmingly, their militaries also suffered far more casualties. Whereas when you take a look at the proportion of the military casualties of the Axis, they are actually far higher than those of the civilians. Yet altogether, civilian and military fatalities of the Axis put together are almost insignificant in terms of the graph showing the number of people who were killed worldwide. So in other words, the Axis nations were smaller, more compact. The military stood in between their civilian populations and the enemy, despite the fact that there was an effective sense in the Allied perception, only in the public propaganda sense of topological space collapse. That is actually a term. That's actually a term where it looks like the Allies have total advantage in the skies, like total domination of air power. And if you have total domination of the air, you have no excuse to lose And that's the Allied rationale. And they just kept bombing and bombing, and the Allies think this was the key to victory. This is the propaganda line. But the reality was, as I've expressed, far more Japanese industry was destroyed by domestic earthquakes than it ever was by Allied bombing. So the Allied bombing was all flash and bullshit and really didn't result in anything, really anything. In Germany, which was far more different, the situation far more extreme because they didn't have the vast amount of space between them and the Allies that the Japanese did. The result was that the German government essentially went into exile because the Allies refused to conduct peace negotiations with them, refused to recognize them as the legitimate government. And in the end result, the government was forced into becoming a breakaway civilization. So we are still technically at war with the Third Reich, still legally at war with the Third Reich, just as Japan and Russia are still at war, just as Korea, North Korea and South Korea are still at war legally, just as Taiwan and mainland China are still at war. The world is at war, people, and you just don't know it. You think you live in a world where the war was won, and it's a outrageously ignorant position to maintain. And so, if nothing else, bear with me on that reality, because it's the foundation for everything else that I say to a great extent. And all such having been said, of course, we'll probably go over this again when George Knight is with us again on Sunday night. But for those of you who don't know what we brought up about the fascist economy, understand that there are plenty of academic scholars, Japanologists, as they call them, students of Japanese culture, the real historians, who will tell you that all of Japan's industrial success in the 1980s was based on the fact that all the companies that kept it going throughout World War II, all the munitions manufacturers, Kawasaki, Mitsubishi, all these companies are still around, and they all were the very fascist economies that carried Japan through World War II.
Fujitsu Heavy Industries.
Thank you.
Subarus.
Yes, thank you. I mean,
they were making Zeros and ships and all kinds of stuff, and they're still, around,
going strong. And so understand that this is the very fascism which the Americans claimed they were fighting, and yet it won World War II, carried Japan beyond World War II, and the economy is still the same. This is a fascist economy in Japan. And as a result, when we speak about them caring about their people, you've got to get over the propaganda. You can't think, fascism automatically means democide. This is what you've learned to equate it with, is not just genocide, but democide, which is insane because they never would have gotten off the ground. They never would have gotten past square one if they were democidal, which means you're killing your own population. The democidal powers were the colonial powers. The Brits were killing the Asian Indians by the millions. The Russians were killing everyone in the Gulag by the millions. The French and the Americans.
The Chi-Coms.
Yeah, the Chi-Coms. Yes, the communist Vietnamese. The communist powers were completely democidal, and how is that somehow better than genocide is beyond me, but somehow in your minds, you've been indoctrinated to think it is, to the point where you tolerate it here at home. What do you have if you think, the Russians with their gulags, even the British Empire with the sway they held over India, we don't have that here. Look at your healthcare system. Look at the people who have to pay insurance and it's so astronomical. You're effectively denied for life-saving care that anywhere else in the developed world is free. This is you have millions of people dying in the United States every year. What is that? That's democide. This is your gulagery. This is your gulag.
Yes.
Yeah, and for you to somehow not register this, if you wonder how people got away with death camps, if you wonder how they got away with the gulags. You've got it here. It's right in front of your eyes. Your grandmother can't live another year because you can't pay. And forget even healthcare. Think about just retirement centers. you know, if she doesn't have a check coming in where they take all that to keep her alive, she's dead. Yeah, yeah. You're talking about Musk. Musk took away anybody over the age of 120. It's hard to believe anyone's alive at that age. And he said, "Oh, they must be frauds." Took all the money away and
apparently it went as low as 100. So people that were still alive were losing their benefits.
Yeah.
So it's just insane. I mean, it's just so dumb. Because they were using some like AI shit that was just doing an arbitrary date range and just cutting old ladies off that were still alive. You know, it was just horrifying.
To say the
so
least.
You pay into the system your whole life, and then sorry, you know, too bad, you're gonna die now.
Yeah, the horror, and I hate to say it, is the overwhelming majority of the elderly people voted for this. So in a sense, it's karma and Darwinian.
Well, obviously it's karma.
Yeah, for many of them. I'm not those that didn't. It's truly tragic for those that didn't, but they're damn few.
Yeah, but
in
you
number.
don't know their past karma.
No, true. I mean,
like food and karma is. You can't predict that. It's not so easy.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, I take that well, and I know it's hard for most other people to take.
Well, people get upset at me when I say, "Oh yeah, your karma comes from past lives," and they say, "But I didn't do anything wrong this life," and I was like, "You think you didn't do anything wrong? Like, you just don't know." Like,
yeah. I mean,
knowledge is everything. Yeah.
Now, granted, it was completely offensive depending on the source. Now, with Brendan, he's not saying this in some stupid manner. Brendan is someone who knows the Vedas, he lives by the Vedas, and obviously the Vedas are a threat to the Adamites, and they consider him one of the biggest threats because of it. This is obvious, but there was this one idiot I was dealing with when I was telling him about different frustrations I was suffering from, like an aquarium breakage and taking care of my mother at that time who was still alive. Dealing with, just different problems. I don't want to go into the whole scenario because it's just reliving the horror, obviously. But this son of a bitch who, and it's almost embarrassing to describe the situation. I got to know him through the kids. Do you remember the kids who were filming me that called themselves the Children of Density? And remember they had all the loud music that covered up everything I said, not even intentionally because they were all dopers.
Oh, no, I don't even remember this.
This is you know who would remember this? Probably Holly, or people who have been listening to me forever. The people who had really know me in the old days. Holly would be one of them. But these people were filming me in the very early days, and one of them was this real piece of shit who was a real slacker, and he had multiple different names. He had changed his name multiple times over a period of months. Or a period of months.
That's a red flag.
Yeah, he was running from the law, but it was, he was doing this legally on the ID, and the police confronted him about it when we were stopped in the car. The only reason they let him go was because of me. But we were heading towards a martial arts thing that was going on. That was that day, a martial arts event. And again, a whole story behind that, and it was
martial arts. What the fuck?
Yeah, of all things,
what are
right?
You Steven Seagal now?
Dude, don't. I was not participating. Okay. Yeah. Oh God, no.
I was gonna say because you got to go to Russia to claim your medal.
You're
doing martial arts.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. This was
lifetime achievement award. I can't believe that.
That was just, oh God, that was, by the way, for those of you
who don't know, that was fake.
Yes,
I hope that was fake.
Yeah, Steven Seagal. No, that unfortunately that was not AI. That was all for real.
Right.
I swear to God, you had all these chairs set up, not that many. There was 20, 40 chairs.
Yeah, there was a room full
of chairs, but they were occupied, and yet still the room looked empty. It was I swear to God, the people in their chairs were only physically there. They were not there spiritually because they were not registering. You look at that. When you look at the footage of that, it's they're there, but they're not. You have to look and confirm.
They're basically there by force.
It's
said you have to show up.
Yeah, it was like that. Seriously, I mean, these people, they were sitting stock still, like they were afraid that it was like if they moved, they would have been shocked. Like the chairs were equipped with electric shock collars. It was like if they moved, they would have. I don't get it. I mean, there's one thing for people to sit, these were all adults, but not even adults sit like that. They were all sitting still like they were dummies. But
they probably were.
Yeah, they may as well have been. I mean, they looked different enough. Each one looked different enough where that didn't look like it was the case, but they all acted like they were dead. It was like there was nothing inside those people. It's like they were soulless, without any what do you call the life force? They had no life force emanating from them. I hate to sound like Peter Moon. Peter Moon actually was like that too, but I mean, he would have been there among them, just as non-register. You wouldn't register on your radar. But at first when I looked at it, I thought all those chairs were empty. Watching Steven Seagal get his Lifetime Achievement Award from Putin, I honestly thought the chairs are all empty. But no, they had people in them. But it's like the people weren't there and they weren't moving. That's what made it worse. Even more weird. They're not fidgeting. They're not stretching their legs. One leg was. They're all staying stock still. Like
how is that real? What did he do to get that award? I don't understand.
What did Putin do to get the people to sit that still? I mean, that puzzles me more. But as for Seagal, he didn't do anything other than schmooze Putin, and Putin needs all the friends he can get. Seagal is someone that they can show off to the Russian public and say we have a defector. So he has his value, okay? So it's like, here was a celebrity, he had Hollywood, he had these blockbuster films, to the Russians, that's a big deal. And then, and then they say, okay, now
but everyone here knows Seagal sucked.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Well, everyone outside of Russia knows that. Everyone outside of Russia knows that, yeah.
Right.
But Russia is just sad. It's just, remember there was... So when Schwarzenegger went to Russia...
Oh, he's another piece of work.
Yeah, when he went to Russia to do Red Heat, which he then did twice, they loved him. They loved him. They loved him so much that they began to make films, with their own Schwarzenegger imitation. So there was a film about some Russian Spetsnaz, special forces, and then he's supposed to be like Schwarzenegger, and he's like their version of Schwarzenegger, and they bring up Schwarzenegger in the film. It's like, he has the kind of Schwarzenegger character who's kind of like the sleazy young kid who's hustling all the time, and the sleazy young guy who's hustling all the time. He's not a kid. It's not like Short Round from the Indiana Jones flicks where it's just pedo level where he's butt fucking some Asian kid or something. It's like, some above teenage level huckster kind of hustler guy who's just kind of like, becomes his sidekick, and even brings up in the film, when he literally jumps out of a civilian plane like Schwarzenegger did in one of his films. He does that in this film, and then the kid picks him up later in a car, says, "Did you jump out of the plane?" Schwartz would have jumped. Schwarzenegger would have jumped. He says Schwartz. They call him Schwartz over there. And and then he's, the guy, I can't remember, some tough guy answer, some non-committal tough guy answer. But anyhow, in the film, of course, it's the Japanese abduct his daughter. So he goes, kills some Japanese guy to get his daughter back. And of course...
So the Japanese are the villains?
The Japanese are the villains because they're still at war with Japan.
Right.
You see, so
they had to pull that shit.
Yeah, so they had to pull that shit. So, people don't get it. They don't get it. It's like, but this is like, the Russians are really sad that way. They had no access to pop culture, and so it's like everything they produce is like a bad 80s video. And so that's where Steven Seagal fits in, because he was, thriving at that time, and then he defects in their time suspension. Talk about time travel. They're in this time suspended universe. It's like he's a big propaganda coup to them. So yeah, so there you go. And it's it's bizarre. It really is. But swear to God, we covered almost 7 hours tonight, and
the people in the comments were hilarious.
Tell them some of the shit they said. Tell them some of the shit they said.
And they were like, "We love Seagal." It was just so stupid.
Oh, they're being sarcastic. Except maybe the Russian woman. That might have been sarcasm, and they're just pretending to be Russian, or it might have been real. It's so, Yeah, it's so sad. You know, the Russian one, big strong seagull or something like that.
Yeah, but shit like that.
Yeah.
Good man for Russia.
Yeah,
It
good
literally
man for.
said something
Yes.
like that.
Oh my God.
He's good man for Russia. It's like,
Sad. It's just sad. I mean, look. I mean, it's so sad. Russia's a hellhole, but look, it's like. Look, it's just get rid of Putin and we'll all be okay. You know, just you know, everybody get rid of Putin, we'll all be okay. You know, really, it's like surrender yourselves. You're just give up this whole superpower trip. It's like, come on.
oh, this is okay. This explains it. It says Steven Seagal says that West is responsible for the Ukraine war.
Oh, of course.
So a
of
year
course.
ago, that's when they did this ceremony.
Oh yeah, of
So
course.
they're just using him as a
Yeah, just a mouthpiece to regurgitate.
Oh, here's the first comment. The master of bullshido has spoken.
Yes. Of course. Oh, they always say stuff like that about him.
Funny.
Yeah,
That's
bullshido.
funny as
No,
fuck.
it's hideously funny. It's hideously funny. I remember the guy's name now. The Rock Prophet was this guy's name, as in prophet. Like I made a prophet. Profit. He changed his name
That's
to
the Russian
Rock.
guy?
No, it's this guy who. The guy who took me to the martial arts thing where we almost got arrested on the way there. And
Got it.
why was I bringing that up again? What was the point? Karma, because I was having a bunch of things go down. And this was the son of a bitch who, it all ended when I woke up and he was hovering over me with one of his martial arts blades and was proceeding to threaten me so that he could rape me. I woke up with him trying to rape me. And that's when it all ended, when I pulled my firearm
Wait, you were
out.
hanging out with this guy in person? Who the fuck was this guy?
It was, remember they were filming me. I was trying to get out into the net, out into the public. These were all kids who theoretically knew how to use the internet, right? But a great example of the kids I was dealing with, one of them was Chinese ethnically, but a U.S. citizen who was ethnically Chinese. He had a Japanese girlfriend only because he had a lot of money. His family had a lot of money. So the Japanese girl says, I want to hang out in America, right? So she becomes kind of like his girlfriend for a while. Of course, that didn't last. But the thing was, get this shit. This Chinese kid was the one who was doing a lot of the footage and the editing and put in the stupid background music that, I swear to God, I truly believe he was not being malevolent. It's just he's higher than a fucking kite. And the music, you couldn't hear me through the music. So it's just destroyed the whole intent. They couldn't rescue it. You know, John Warrington tried to salvage that. And he couldn't do anything with it. He also tried to salvage what the Satanists did over at the Arizona show, where the Satanist had blocked out anything I said, and John Warrington did his best to try and recover that audio and could not.
At the Kon-Tiki?
Yeah, at the Kon-Tiki, that's right. But with this Chinese kid, get this shit. This kid had a dream job. His job was to play test video games. So his job was to take them through each successive level to kill the boss characters. In other words, to play test them, to weed out the...
testing.
Yes, thank you. To weed out all of the glitches, right? And so they would know what to fix. So the guy does it on acid. The guy's doing it on acid. So it's like he sees multiple bosses. Everything looks like wiggly worms that are crawling. I honestly think he tainted the acid with ecstasy. I think it was a combo of ecstasy and acid. Because when you're on the ecstasy, that's what you just see is these worm-like things. Everything like neon lights look like giant worms that are like crawling. You know, they look like they're wriggling.
I guess. What kind of ecstasy are you taking?
It's party ecstasy. Don't do it, kids.
Yeah, those are like press pills and shit.
Yeah. So he was seeing this while playing video games. So he's got this ecstasy acid combo, and it's all bad. And so he's shooting at enemies that aren't there. And there's seeing enemies that aren't there. This kind of shit. And they finally came. What the fuck are you doing? How come? Why? And then when they question him, his eyes are all pinned and shit. And of course, get out of here! Get out of here! But imagine fucking up a dream job like that, where all you got to do all day is plow through 18 levels of first-person shooter. I mean, how do you fuck something like that up? Yeah.
Oh, we have a working example. It's called Elon Musk.
Yeah, thank you.
He had the world in his fucking hand, and he fucked it all up.
Oh yeah, fucked it all up by getting into politics. Dumbass motherfucker. Dumbass son of a bitch.
Like, he was on top of the world 1 minute, you know, on his and high, and now he's just high. You know?
Now he's just high. Thank you. He's on low. He's low.
Yeah, now he's low.
Yeah. Crawling back towards Trump. I regret what I said. Yeah. Let me kiss your ass.
Even though he said shit that was like obvious, like Captain Obvious shit.
Yes.
Trump is a molester. It's like, oh, okay.
Tell us something we don't know. Tell us something we don't know. Yeah.
He was hanging out with Epstein. It's like everyone saw those videos. It's like there's nothing mysterious
actually,
about that.
You know what? The funny thing is that this really hurts the MAGA people who worship Trump. It really does. It's for them to see Musk say it. For them to see Musk say it. It really does hurt. This is, you know, what's going on? It's serious shit. It's
those people are just dumb. I mean,
they are. I mean, that's like saying shit stinks. True. But still, nothing got through to them, but Musk doesn't necessarily get through to them. It like, shall we say, it hurts. And the only thing, of course, that Trump can do to get it off his ass is Los Angeles. You know, I know I'll invade Los Angeles, and then they all rally. That's so.
It sounds like a shitty '80s movie.
It is. It's
Invasion of LA.
But this is like Russia. It's like we're in Russia. It's like this is like it's all carried here. But anyhow, so these kids I was working with, including this acid.
Well, he obviously called Putin for advice. What do I do?
Yeah, that's it. That's what he did. He called Putin for advice. What do I do? Fucking, invade California. It's all blue.
Then he's like, what would Steven Seagal do?
There you go. Yeah, invade Hollywood.
Go to Hollywood.
Yes.
Go to Hollywood.
Yeah, he would go Hollywood. Yeah, where they kick him out. Go invade. They'll bring him back.
And Trump misunderstood. Instead of go to Hollywood for a movie, he went just to invade.
Oh yeah. Which is funny because in his own book, The Art of the Deal, he said, originally I wanted to be an actor and be in Hollywood. But of course everyone told him.
Well, we know why he's jaded because they all those the J-Man was like, you suck at acting, you suck at everything.
Yes.
And now he's all jaded.
Yeah, it's all true. He went
those evil people in California.
Whenever he went for an audition, they just said, okay, do Shakespeare. What Shakespeare?
Yeah.
It's like, well, read this. And then he's like, I don't know.
He couldn't play a character because he's so megalomaniacal.
Yes.
He can't be anyone but himself.
He can't be anyone but himself. Yes, so you can imagine him trying to do Hamlet. Oh, God, it was so... They just laughed at him. They laughed at him. That's why he hates us. That's why he hates California. They laughed at me. They laughed at me. Probably pulled a Nemo on him, and then when he walked out of the studio, they were throwing their Slurpees and shit. Freak.
Oh, definitely.
Girls giggling.
And then now that's why he left. I'm leaving Cali.
Yeah, that's right. Like
I don't care how cold New York is. I'm staying.
Yeah, like Peter Moon. Yeah, same shit. Yeah. Peter Moon in Hollywood and shit. It was like, all I can show is my ass. Yeah, that's yeah, tell him. I mean, Peter Moon, it's like literally they closed down the Atlanticron. He's persona non grata there now. He can't go back there anymore because he was shitting all over the place, and they said he's gonna make us all sick and close that. Tell him. Yeah, it's pretty much what he said. Pretty much what the fuck.
He told us that. He said in the middle of after they left the cave, they shut down the event and said, we're going back to Bucharest. They sent everyone back to Bucharest.
Yeah. It's true. Yeah, because
and he was so dejected. He was so sad.
Yeah, because he had gotten up on stage, going, show you how it's done. Yeah, squirt, splurt, shirt. And he kept saying he had the shit.
doing the Taoist, whatever what is it called? Tai Chi?
Yeah.
Doing Tai Chi while you had the shits. They were probably puking on,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and just said, let's shut it down. We're all going to get sick, and then, there you go.
They were like, is this old guy serious? Like, they probably thought it was a comedy show.
At first, yeah.
He's farting every couple minutes.
yeah, until they all got sick. Yeah, you smell that. Yeah, it's all for real, people. And he stained himself. And that
right.
Point,
and then he was like, it was Mercury retrograde. It's like, dude, you didn't get the shits because of Mercury. You stop blaming Mercury, you idiot.
Thank you. Yeah, and true, you always blame Mercury. I mean, what the hell's he got against Hermes? You know, the Swift god. It's like
Right.
well,
He's an idiot.
Yeah, there you go, because he's an idiot. And then yeah. At any rate, we've done 7 fucking hours. Honestly, for tonight, we've probably done enough. I don't know if I can go back into the trance state. The coke is throwing me in another vibe, so I'll probably do it Sunday. We'll go back into it Sunday. We'll start in early.
Partially my fault. So
no worries. No. You did great. You did great. No, you were fabulous. You were fabulous. So was everybody who participated, and they all did well. It's but did have to get that out. At least next, we've gotten Russia pretty much out of the way. Russia will come back into the picture only in terms of parallelism between Putin and Trump.
Not to shit on your monologue, but I don't really want to hear about this shit, to be honest.
You mean the Russia in particular? The
no, just the whole situation.
Got it.
It's just so dumb and bad, and it gets worse every day.
No, I hear you. I hear you. You can't believe what you're seeing. It's like, it's not because of skepticism. It's not like I'm thinking, oh, it's all AI. I mean, it's like, I can't believe people are this dumb. And, the people in power. The people in power, that is. It's like,
well, not only that, it's like these other people falling for it, too.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
It's like, it's on both sides. People are like getting egged on. And it's just like, come on. Don't you know this guy's a loony? Just ignore it.
Thank you. Well, I wish we could. Unfortunately, the fucker's like sending Marines into our backyard and shit. So yeah, it gets harder, right? Yeah.
But you know how those people don't want to work. If you just walked away from them, they'd be happy to get paid and stand there.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying?
True. I hear you.
All those cops would be more than happy to just get paid overtime and just no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, just stand there. Yeah, no.
But people are so easily triggered that it can't work like that. That's the problem.
It's true. Well,
they have people by the psychological balls thanks to Q's handbook and shit.
Yeah, it's true. There is that, and there's also the fact that it is, however, egregious. It is egregious.
Obviously.
It's.
I mean, that I don't mean to downplay it. I'm just saying it's just.
Yeah,
it's just dumb.
Yeah, it is. It is dumb, and it's like, and it's like here's some. Let's see if we can do a screen share here. Let's
this shit ain't happening in any other country that's developed or normal. So-called baseline normal.
Yeah, it's let's put it this way. It's like. Yeah,
at least Traore is class,
Yeah, at least
classy about it. Just massacres your whole village,
Yeah, true. Instead of this chicken shit nonsense. Look at this. So when first off, some things to notice here in my files. One of the things to notice is here we are. Let's take a look. Governor Greg Abbott has announced he's putting up the Texas National Guard and shit. Let's see if we can make that picture a little larger. Bring it up to the top.
Isn't everyone in Texas armed already? What's the point of that?
Thank you.
Ready to go.
Thank you. It's like Texas, for Christ's sakes. Everybody's walking around with guns. Why do you need to mobilize?
Everything's bigger in Texas, including encephalitis.
Yeah, that's it. I just want to know. I like the way this chick holds up her sign. She's over there in Texas. Humanidad. What does that mean? We need Sammy to translate for us. Humanidad. It's like you have no humanity.
Is like
humanity.
Humanity.
You have no humanity. Yes, it's like have humanity. Yeah, it's like just want to know who she is. And then,
I bet.
Yeah. And then
he's light skinned and skinny.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And then this. Look at Gavin Newsom, telling off Trump. I mean, this is precious. This is like priceless. It's like this is so posed. It's like Trump he's so out of it.
Is this a real photo?
This is a real photo. Trump is so out of it that Gavin Newsom can get away with doing this. He looks
like Donald Duck. What the fuck? Like literally, I'm not being like.
Yeah. You mean the big tail? All he needs is the big white tail. No.
The
Howard
way he's
the Duck.
Shaped and everything.
Yeah, Howard the Duck. Remember Howard the Duck had the big tail out of his ass? This is where it would be sticking out of.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Yeah, all he needs is the Donald Duck ass. That's right, the bare ass duck. He really does. But the funny thing is
Scrooge McDuck and shit.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. The historical basis for this, like the historical precursor to this, was one time when Nixon and Kennedy were running against each other for president. What happened was that Kennedy, the young man on the scene, Nixon saw the camera coming, because in those days camera crews were rare. You could see them coming from a mile away, and people were coming with big ass cameras. You know, camera crews were rare. So that's when Nixon took advantage of the
and
situation.
They'd have to have the line all the way back to the van and shit.
That's right. That's right. That's when Nixon took advantage of the situation, because Kennedy was new to this, and Nixon pulled this. He pointed a finger at Kennedy and just assumed his pose. No. And that's when they published the headline with that photograph saying, "Nixon tells Kennedy a thing or two." And it made Nixon win all the local elections. And so it's like, this is like a historical replay of that, where because he's younger and he has his shit more together, he just, Trump's going, huh? And that's when he does this. So it makes it look like he's telling Trump off. So you get what I'm saying? It's like, but Trump is out of it enough where he could get away with it. And so it's like...
and then he's like, we got to arrest him. We got to arrest him.
Oh, that's right, because somebody told him later. Somebody said, this is what he did to you. And that's when he got it. Like, oh, shit, arrest the son of a bitch. Get it? That's where that comes
from.
So
when did they see each other, though? I don't remember them meeting.
The LA fires. The LA fires. This was during the LA fires when he came over. And look at his backward American flag. See his backward American flag? It's backwards.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Trump's wearing his backward American flag to look like a military flag, which is always backwards, to make it look like, it's like the flag at the head of the bow of a ship. It's supposed to be like that because you're a miniature ship.
But that's not true, because no other country does that.
Thank you. No other country does that. Thank you. Thank you. So it's a weird ass, fucking satanic bullshit that
it's the junta. Yeah, it's the junta flag. It's not the actual military.
Thank you. It's true. That's true. Everything our man has just said is true. So there you go with that. And
either way, it looks like shit.
Yeah, thank you. It's just odd. It's odd. It has an occult appeal. I can see the occult appeal. But it's still, it's wrong. It's wrong, and it's like, but everybody buys it, and they buy into the military mystique, And
I'm saying this without any political,
thank you,
flavoring. It's just he looks bad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Oh God, look.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, Trump looks bad no matter what. Yeah, he just, he can't. You can't make him look good.
Ghoulish. He looks ghoulish.
No, that's an insult to ghouls. That's I mean, ghouls are scary. It's like no, you don't look ghoulish. Yeah, no, ghoulish. It would be like you'd feel a sense of threat. A ghoul projects a sense of the threat. He doesn't do that. No, it's like nobody else is threatened by Trump other than Americans. Everybody else looks at him like a clown, like a buffoon. But Americans feel scared of him. It's weird as fuck. It's like, what is this, Pennywise the clown? It's like something out of a... It's something to do...
It's like people think he's powerful, but they don't realize what's really going on. He's just a goofball.
Yeah. But nevertheless, in terms of the power game,
I blame your generation. Gen X is like they think of billionaire as like the pinnacle of success.
Yeah, it's
you've made it in the world if you're a billion. Like in their heads, that's like the top of the evolution food chain, and it's like, dude, you realize these people don't even know what they're doing. Freaking Bill Gates and what's the other guy's name?
Oh God, so many of them. But yeah,
the Charlie Munger and the other guy.
Yeah, all
they did was eat burgers and fries.
Yeah,
for their whole lives. They said, "This is all I eat." Like they're 5 years old.
Yeah, this is the most retarded people in the world are multi-billionaires. It's like the stupidest people on earth. The only thing they're capable of is some kind of genetic quirk where they make money. And it has to do with of course, being born in enough privilege where you can afford to mess with money and not be intimidated.
This is past life. This is the example, a good example. It's like just they did like all their work in other lives, and this is just they're cashing in that thing for this life.
Yeah, they seem incapable of enjoying it. They don't seem capable of enjoying it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because exactly. That's the thing. Is they have all those plus points, merits from past lives.
Yeah.
But they don't use it correctly in this life. So when they get into their next life, then they're poor again for another 100 lives.
Yeah, there you go. At least, at least, if not 1,000. It's the cycles.
Well, it depends how fucked up you are.
Yeah.
How much.
Oh well, we've seen them. They're pretty fucked up. Yeah, we see it. Like Musk is going to come back as a fucking cockroach. or a slug. Yeah, he's not even coming back as human.
He's hitting all the corners. Yeah, he's like speed running the bad karma.
Yeah.
Bad karma speed run.
Yeah.
Doing drugs, destroying the body.
Yeah.
Taking out people. Creating all this negative karma. Yeah. So there you go.
And the fact that he enjoyed it while he was doing it, it was all giggly to him. He was like, old ladies are dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like,
It'll come back. Cool.
Yeah. It
will. It already has.
Yeah. It already is. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. It is.
He's like, I was on top of the world.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're toast.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, they're all still dangerous as hell, only because they're in positions where they can shit and piss down on the rest of us. But still, it's like, so everybody be back on Sunday. We're going to hit it again right away. We're going to just go straight into it. And I think that, considering the fact that I came back from teaching the Blood Boys and just got right into it, I think I did okay. We did an 8-hour workday, 7 hours plus, 1 hour off for lunch break. Let's call it that. So, we'll come back on Sunday night, and our man Brendan needs some space between, this and his sleep time.
Yeah,
so
I need a rest.
Yeah, so he doesn't.
I don't want to be chilling with you again. For no fucking reason.
Yes.
And it was like sick. I almost like can hear the conversation still.
Yeah.
Brendan. It's like, yeah. So I don't even want to think about it.
You got him down. You got him down.
Yeah.
He's definitely still out there, dude. He's still among us. And for some reason, I honestly believe he wasn't the one attacking Brooke. He was just kind of checking in on her because she had so glommed onto me. She attracted his attention, and that then all the Edomites started attacking her. Like, they attack you. I mean, they're jealous. They think that you two are right. That's why Peter Moon, as Brendan and I have already discussed this privately, that's why Peter Moon on Bandwidth started screaming about Brooke, saying she's of the anti-gods, is because he figured she must be, or why would Aquino give her more attention than to Peter? And he was so...
Oh, they hate that. If you say, I got visited by Aquino, they're like ex-girlfriends. Why didn't he see me?
Yes!
Why didn't he come to my house?
That's right.
Shit like that.
That's right. And then they...
So Pete was the worst one.
Yes, he was.
He never came to my house.
Yeah. Yes! It's so true. It's so true. But for those of you who do not remember or don't know about it, what happened was that first it was... Brooke's daughter, Lola, first started seeing Aquino in the window. She knew nothing about him, nothing, and had no reason to. Described him perfectly, physically to a T, and then Brooke saw him, and he was kind of like hanging around the house. She would go outside her house to, do something like pick up, I don't know, after the dog or something, and then he saw kind of someone standing there, that sort of thing, near the street lamp, that sort of thing. And then, then after that, the attacks really began. But it's like they're not sourcing from him. They're sourcing from the jealous Edomites. Because she was bringing this up on air. Remember, originally she was bringing it up on air. Yeah, he's showing up in my window and shit. And then they're like, whoa, yeah, bitch, she conducted all the right spells. Like dumb shit. Peter thought I'd teach in the Blood Boys, like it's Hogwarts and shit. Yeah,
they're trying to conjure him up with all these elaborate rituals, and then we're just doing nothing, and he's showing up.
Yeah,
they get so pissed off.
They do. Yeah, really. That's what
we wanted to see our master.
Yeah. And it's like with me, thankfully, I never see him, or he doesn't show up in my dreams that I can consciously remember, at least, but it's the fact that I had kind of this monopoly on him while he was alive that gets that's so it's that certainly David Schroeder.
I don't think he had very fond things to say about you. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, at least not initially. I think on the other side he's gotten over that. Somehow that's my intuition, is on the other side he's kind of he's beyond that now. It's more kind of like a bemused, almost perverse affection. Bemused, almost perverse affection is kind of the vibe I get from him.
But, no, I would definitely confirm that.
Thank you. It's like
he was talking about you like you were like a like a long lost family member or something.
There you go.
Oh, that Doug guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the crazy one in the family. Yeah,
that's what it was like.
Yeah,
that's what it was like.
there you go. That's man, and so there we are. All right, love to all our listeners who support us. We'll check out for now. Feel free to say good morning to everyone, and then we'll shut down the stream.
Good morning and good evening.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget to support Douglas. He needs all the help he can get. Yeah, not just psychiatrically, but financially, please.
So there's not much help I could give you.
Either case, right? All right, we're gonna end the stream. Everybody, be here Sunday, same time, and we'll get right into it again, like we did tonight. I think that's a good move, and we do well with that. All right, so ending stream, and
okay, thank God, because I just